Chapter 32. Soul Blood Forest. Within the mysterious gorge. The corpses that were piled up like a mountain had gradually decreased. It had already been 7 days since Fang Chen arrived here, and he'd been constantly absorbing the soul Dao energy contained within the corpses during this period of time. Gradually, Fang Chen noticed that every time the soul Dao energy within a corpse was completely absorbed by him, the corpse would collapse into nothingness. During these past few days, countless corpses had collapsed and dispersed with the wind. On the other hand, the strength of his soul Dao was gradually increasing as well. All of a sudden, a mighty power of the soul Dao came from the skeleton below. After absorbing this soul Dao energy, Fang Chen's soul Dao shook and emanated an extremely hot aura. Dong! He slowly opened his eyes and revealed a wisp of a smile. I've finally taken that step. Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief and temporarily stopped absorbing the soul Dao energy to stabilize his soul Dao. Presently, his soul Dao could be considered to have truly attained the half-step Emperor realm. He was only a step away from the Emperor realm. Now he was even more confident that so long as he was able to find a place to nurture the soul blood heavenly spirit herb and absorb its remaining energy, then even if he didn't possess a spirit herb like the soul blood heavenly spirit herb, he would still be able to cultivate his soul Dao to the Emperor realm. How is it? Ouyang Luoxue stood on guard not too far away, and she asked curiously when she saw Qin she stopped cultivating. Even though the soul Dao energy contained within these corpses is strong, but after experiencing the baptism of countless years, its sharpness has been obliterated a long time ago, and only some ordinary soul Dao energy remains. Fang Chen smiled and said, It's not the best for me, but it's better than nothing. Then let's quickly leave this place. A wisp of worry appeared on Ouyang Luoxue's face. I presume Elder Shu Feng is already aware that you killed the 5 sons of Ouyang. It won't be long before he'll dispatch the experts of his clan to encircle and annihilate you. We have to leave this place as soon as possible. All right. Fang Chen nodded. And then he turned around to glance at the remaining corpses. I'll come here to absorb the soul Dao energy once my soul Dao takes the final step. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left the gorge with Ouyang Luoxue. Outside the gorge was a vast expanse of land that stretched as far as the eye could see. Whoosh! Fang Chen activated the Great Rock Movement technique to its fullest. His figure was as fast as lightning as he shuttled through the void. At this moment, there were 3 silhouettes in the wilderness. Judging from their robes, they were from the Ouyang aristocrat clan. I wonder where that damned Heavenly Heart World Overlord is. If I meet him, I'll torture him until he's better off dead. The person walking at the front had a gloomy expression. He grimly said, Since World Master Skyheart was able to kill the Ouyang 5 sons, that is enough to prove that his combat strength far surpasses that of an ordinary world king powerhouse. Do not underestimate him. If you encounter him, be careful. Otherwise, it is highly likely you will fail miserably. Don't worry. The 3 of us have cultivated for countless years and are elders of the Ouyang family. We've already reached the peak of the World King realm. I don't believe that a transcendent world lord will be able to withstand the combined attack of the 3 of us. The faces of the other 2 were filled with confidence. In their eyes, Fang Chen was just an ant. Whoosh! While the 3 of them were chatting, a bright ray of light flashed across the distant horizon. The speed of that light was so fast that it left one gasping in admiration. That is, the eyes of the leader widened as he stared into the distance. It's World Master Skyheart. What? World Master Skyheart? Let's chase. The 3 of them glanced at each other and then rapidly chased after him. Ouyang aristocrat clan? Fang Chen also discovered the 3 people chasing after him. He coldly sneered and revolved the rock movement technique to the limit. With a speed invisible to the naked eye, he disappeared into the horizon. Hoo! By the time the 3 of them arrived, Fong Qin had already disappeared. Damn it! How is that fellow so fast? Even the three of us can't catch his tracks. Could his speed be comparable to an unrivaled Supreme Elder? The leader's face was gloomy and a complex look flashed in his eyes. His movement technique is definitely a peak movement technique. After the three of them discussed, they concluded that Fong Qin must have had a fortuitous encounter in the Soul Blood Forest. Inform the others. If they discover any traces of World Master Skyheart, report it immediately. Not long after, many members of the Ouyang aristocrat clan in the Soul Blood Forest received an order to search for World Master Skyheart. At the same time, a piece of news regarding the Soul Blood Heavenly Spiritual Grass was rapidly spread. Voila! A thick crack appeared in the void and Fong Qin and Ouyang Lushua walked out from it. The two of them looked at each other, and there was a trace of shock in Ouyang Luoshua's beautiful eyes. How is this possible? The place where the soul blood, heavenly spiritual grass is growing is actually the Soul Blood Mountain? Ouyang Luoshua shook her head in disbelief. The Soul Blood Mountain was the most ordinary mountain in the Soul Blood Forest. He had been to the Soul Blood Mountain before and had only stopped for a short while. Is the news true? Fong Qin asked. Ouyang Luoshua pondered. I'm not sure. When I went to the Soul Blood Mountain, I didn't discover anything. The simpler a place was, the deeper it was hidden. These words suddenly sounded out in Ouyang Luoshua's mind. No matter what, let's go take a look first, Fong Qin said. Ouyang Luoshua was a little hesitant. The place where the soul blood, heavenly spiritual grass is growing has always been a secret, but now it has suddenly spread. Don't you think this matter is a little strange? Fong Qin understood what Ouyang Luoshua meant. She guessed that this was very likely a scheme of Elder Shufeng and the others to lure him there. It doesn't matter. So what if it's a scheme? If I want to leave this soul blood forest, no one can stop me. Fong Qin was extremely confident in his rock movement technique. With his current strength, if he were to completely activate it, then it would be impossible for a mere World King realm powerhouse to stop him. Seeing Fong Qin's firm attitude, Ouyang Luoshua didn't say anything else. Her purpose in bringing Fong Qin here was to find the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spiritual grass was growing. Now that she had heard the news, how could she not go? Okay, I'll go with you. In the soul blood forest, because the news of the soul blood, heavenly spiritual grass being growing spread, it caused a great commotion. Countless martial artists headed there one after another. The Soul Blood Mountain. The faces of many martial artists were filled with excitement. They headed to the Soul Blood Mountain at their fastest speed. What they didn't know was that a shocking conspiracy was waiting for them on the Soul Blood Mountain. On a boundless plain, a mountain peak rose from the ground. This mountain peak looked very ordinary from the outside, and it was surrounded by fierce soul power. Whoosh! Suddenly, the silence of the Soul Blood Mountain was broken. A figure soared into the sky and arrived on the Soul Blood Mountain, the place where the soul blood, heavenly spiritual grass is growing. I finally found it. This was a wandering martial artist. He came here as soon as he heard the news. Ha ha ha. He laughed out loud, his heart excited. Kacha! However, at this moment, a large dark hand pierced through his heart from behind. Pucci! He spat out a mouthful of blood, dumbfounded. How? He turned his head with difficulty, wanting to see who had attacked him. However, when he turned his head, his primordial spirit instantly collapsed. Bang! His body fell on the peak of the mountain. The heavenly corpse Realm King appeared, sneering. Ignorant humans, trying to take the place where the blood-fainting sky dawn is growing. How ridiculous! The heavenly corpse Realm King stood on the edge of the mountain peak, his dark eyes looking into the distance. Come as you please. I guarantee that you won't be able to return. The heavenly corpse Realm King deliberately released the news not only to attract Fangqin, but also to attract many human martial artists in the Soul Blood Forest. His goal was to catch everyone in one fell swoop. Kiki, killing humans is my favorite thing to do. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King licked his dry lips and said eerily, if it weren't for the fact that this was only his avatar, he would have done it himself. Hoo. From time to time, martial artists would climb the mountain peak, but their fates were exactly the same as the first person. They didn't even see who attacked them before they died. Unknowingly, no less than 20 World King powerhouses had fallen at the hands of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. What kind of concept was this? There weren't many World Kings in the entire Dragon territory, but more than 20 had fallen at once. Most of them were the mainstays of other forces. Chapter 30-233. On the Soul Blood Mountain, the Sky Corpse Realm King had been waiting. Although his goal was to kill many humans, his real goal was to kill the Sky Heart Realm Lord. Unknowingly, the Sky Heart Realm Lord had grown to such a level. To the Corpse Demon, he had become a great threat. This time, the Corpse Demon had ordered to kill him at all costs. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain, the disciples of the Ouyang family came together. Brother Shan, long time no see. The other disciples greeted Brother Shan one after another. The latter nodded slightly and did not speak. I didn't expect that the place we have been searching for is actually on the Soul Blood Mountain. The world is really strange. Someone sighed. Let's go up quickly. The others have probably received the news and will definitely come here. As disciples of the Ouyang family, we should join forces to resist the enemy. The place where the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit Grass is grown belongs to the Ouyang family. Whoever dares to come here, don't blame the Ouyang family for being impolite. Many disciples of the Ouyang family were filled with righteous indignation. Soon, under the lead of Brother Shan, they reached the summit. Buzz! Just as they stepped on the summit, they suddenly felt a terrifying aura. Boom! Around the summit, a dark, killing array appeared, isolating them from the outside world. Not good. Many disciples' faces changed drastically. Who is it? Get out here! Brother Shan, who was the leader, roared angrily. Clap! 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 The Sky Corpse Realm King walked out. It's you? Others did not recognize the Sky Corpse Realm King, but Brother Shan, who was a core disciple of the Yang faction, had followed Elder Shu Feng and seen him before. What are you doing? Brother Shan heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the Sky Corpse Realm King. Of course, to kill you all. When the Sky Corpse Realm King's voice fell, the dark killing array was instantly activated. Terrifying killing intent swept through the array. Blood-curdling screams instantly spread out. The weaker disciples were instantly killed by the murderous aura. Stop! Brother Shan bared his teeth and roared angrily. You dare to attack the Ouyang family? However, his angry roar was of no use. The Sky Corpse Realm King waved his hand, and a vast evil power rushed over, engulfing everyone. Crack! Although they were strong, they could not withstand the attack of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. Let's work together and kill him. Finally, after struggling for a while, Brother Shan came to his senses and roared angrily. Beside him, several World King powerhouses joined forces, wanting to resist the Heavenly Corpse World King's attack. Don't fight him head-on. Break the formation first. Brother Shan was very clear that the Heavenly Corpse Realm King was too strong. If he wanted to escape, the only way to survive was to break the array formation. Rumble! Everyone joined forces to attack the formation. However, the figure of the Heavenly Corpse Realm King kept flickering. Crack! A World King fell to the ground. Die! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King aimed at the next target and continued to attack. In just a few minutes, a large number of disciples of the Ouyang family were lying on the ground. On the mountain peak, Blood flowed like a river. Only Brother Shan and the others were holding on. "You're dead. My Ouyang family will not let you off." Brother Shan's heart was bleeding. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared in anger. "Unfortunately, you won't be able to see that scene." Crack! The dark, killing array swept over, and the people around Brother Shan were instantly strangled to death. "Why are you doing this?" Brother Shan gave up resisting and asked angrily. "I am the Corpse Demon." The Heavenly Corpse Realm King laughed eerily. "Since ancient times, the Corpse Demon and the human race have been natural enemies. But you are allies with Elder Shumeng. Ridiculous, stupid human. How can you be qualified to be my Corpse Demon's ally? Elder Shumeng is just a chess piece of my Corpse Demon. When he is no longer useful, it will be time for him to die. By the way, at that time, your Ouyang family will also be destroyed, and Elder Shumeng will be cursed for eternity," the Heavenly Corpse Realm King said. "I'm not willing." Brother Shan roared in his heart. He was very unwilling, but it was useless. All of this was planned by the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. He had no hope of escaping. Crack! He blew himself up on the mountain peak, wanting to drag the Heavenly Corpse Realm King down with him. Boom! The dark, killing array contracted, isolating the power of the explosion. Hoo! Not long after, the Soul Blood Mountain calmed down again. No one knew that a fierce battle had taken place on the mountain peak. Countless human martial artists had died. After more than 10 days of traveling, Feng Qin and Ouyang Luoxue finally arrived at the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain. Who? Feng Qin heaved a sigh of relief and raised his eyes to look at the mountain peak. Why do I feel a bloody aura in the air? Feng Qin muttered. The black hole bloodline in his body suddenly moved. A special bloodline. Feng Qin was surprised. What was hidden on the mountain peak? Let's go up, Ouyang Luoxue said. Although he had some doubts in his heart, Feng Qin still followed Ouyang Luoxue to the mountain peak. At this time, the mountain peak was empty. There was no one there. Even the human corpses had been burned by the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. The last time I came, it was like this. It was ordinary, and I didn't find anything, Ouyang Luoxue said as she pointed at the empty mountain peak. Feng Qin slowly walked to the center of the mountain peak. His divine sense spread out, carefully sensing every movement on the mountain peak. His divine sense continued to extend. Suddenly, he felt a faintly discernible stone door in the air. He controlled his divine sense to penetrate the stone door and explore it. But soon, his expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he was experiencing some kind of mental struggle. "What's wrong with you?" Ouyang Luoxue asked worriedly. "Pucci." After a few breaths, Feng Qin's throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated step by step. After stabilizing his body with great difficulty, his face was somewhat pale. His primordial spirit returned, and he looked up at the sky. "Corpse Demon," Feng Qin said in a cold voice. He didn't expect the Ouyang family to collude with the Corpse Demon. At this moment, he was very clear that the news of the place where the soul blood, heavenly spirit grass was growing must be the Corpse Demon's plot to lure him here. Kiki, what an interesting guy. In the air, the stone door disappeared, and the Heavenly Corpse Realm King appeared. "I deliberately lured your primordial spirit into my Corpse Demon's treasure, the soul extinguishing shuttle. I didn't expect you to escape." The Heavenly Corpse Realm King sized up Feng Qin seriously. Although he had heard of Feng Qin's name countless times before, this was the first time he had seen him in real life. He was also very curious about how a transcendent world lord could easily kill a world king powerhouse. Now he finally had a taste of it. "The immortal emperor's inheritance should be with you, right?" The Heavenly Corpse Realm King shrugged and asked, "If it wasn't for the immortal star's power protecting your primordial spirit, your soul would have been scattered in the soul extinguishing shuttle." The corpse demon is really haunting me. Fang Chen looked at the heavenly corpse realm king with resentment. The immortal star's power in his mind was rapidly repairing his primordial spirit. Boom! The dark killing array appeared once again. The peak of the mountain was plunged into darkness. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and stared at the heavenly corpse realm king. The latter's strength gave him a sense of oppression. I have to admit that your potential is too strong, so strong that even I, the corpse demon, feel fear. The corpse demon was such a huge group, yet it felt fear. One could imagine how strong Fang Chen's potential was. They couldn't let Fang Chen continue to grow. Otherwise, if a second immortal emperor appeared, the corpse demon would be destroyed. Are you sure you can stop me? Fang Chen suddenly smiled devilishly. If I escape today, the collusion between the corpse demon and the Ouyang family will be exposed. At that time, the upper echelons of the human race will definitely attack each other to eliminate the corpse demon. The upper echelons of the human race would never allow the corpse demon to infiltrate a region. Can you escape? The heavenly corpse realm king sneered. The dark killing array enveloped the soul blood mountain. Coupled with the soul-extinguishing shuttle and his powerful combat strength, if he let Yi Shiwen escape, how would he have the face to return to his race? Boom! The terrifying power of the soul Dao rained down. The soul-extinguishing shuttle in the heavenly corpse realm king's hand emitted a terrifying power that distorted and trembled the void. Chapter 32-34. The heavenly corpse realm king condescendingly looked down at Fang Chen, his face full of ridicule. His eyes were filled with a gloomy aura. He licked his dry lips, as if everything was under his control. The immortal emperor's inheritance will be mine soon. Killing the Sky Heart Realm Lord would not only give him the immortal emperor's inheritance, but also a reward from the corpse demon. For the Sky Corpse Realm King, this was definitely killing two birds with one stone. At this moment, he was controlling the dark killing array to envelop Fang Chen, his body full of killing intent. Boom! Suddenly, the Sky Corpse Realm King stomped his foot and spread out his big hand. A terrifying power instantly erupted, bursting into a dazzling light in the void. Like a ray of white light before the dark night, it illuminated the entire dark killing array. Buzz! When the aura in the void rose to the extreme, his big hand suddenly clenched. A vast evil aura tightly wrapped around his fist. Kill! With a roar, the Sky Corpse Realm King's fist, like a mountain, blasted toward Fang Chen. Facing the Sky Corpse Realm King, Fang Chen did not dare to be careless. After all, the latter's strength was much more tyrannical than the Shinshin schoolmaster. Whoosh! His figure flashed, disappearing into the void. In the next second, he had already appeared behind the Sky Corpse Realm King. He stomped his feet in the air, and a wild aura gathered behind him, forming the faint shadow of a great rock. Roar! The rock cried, spreading its wings and soaring. Fang Chen's speed soared to the extreme. Crash! Suddenly, countless phantoms of Fang Chen appeared in the dark killing array. These phantoms were very realistic, constantly moving to disturb the vision of the angel Hope. Immortal Sword. Among thousands of phantoms, Fang Chen's original body held the star-hidden sword and performed the 9th move of the invincible sword art. Rumble. The 9-star nuclei in his body were fully activated, and the wild immortal star power spread over the star-hidden sword. He swung the sword, fiercely slashing at the Sky Corpse Realm King's big hand, courting death. Seeing this, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King sneered again and again. The strength of his fist suddenly increased, fiercely bombarding the hidden star sword. Dong! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. In front of the star-hidden sword, the flames splashed in all directions, and a terrifying aura instantly spread out. When the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's fist hit the hidden star sword, he was shocked to find that Fong Chen's swordsmanship was so powerful. The invincible sword qi drilled into his fist and was madly corroding his strength. Just as the two of them were in a state of anxiety, Fong Chen's other hand suddenly opened and slapped down. Ripples appeared in the air as a terrifying energy surged forth. It was as if the end of the world had arrived, sweeping across the sky. Immortal hand. 9 immortal star cores came out of his body and circled around Fong Chen. His huge hand kept expanding and slapped down. Crack! Terrifying cracks appeared one after another in the void. This is the means of the immortal emperor. At this moment, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King finally felt that something was wrong, and he cried out involuntarily. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the immortal hand swooped down, plunging the entire world into darkness. Crack! When the immortal hand touched the Heavenly Corpse Realm King's fist, it instantly shattered. No! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King screamed miserably as he felt the immortal star force corroding him. Damn it! The Heavenly Corpse Realm King frantically retreated, trying to escape. If my original body was here, would it be your turn to show off? The Heavenly Corpse Realm King roared angrily. This was just his doppelganger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unable to resist the attack of the immortal hand. Go! With a bang, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King cut off one of his arms, cutting off the connection with the immortal hand. His figure flashed and he fled. However, how could Fong Chen miss such a good opportunity? Immortal hand. He once again displayed the immortal hand. A shocking palm print roared out, and a terrifying airflow instantly submerged the Heavenly Corpse Realm King. Ah! Miserable screams rang out incessantly. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King's doppelganger dissipated in the dark airflow. It took a long time for the sky to return to calm. At the foot of the Soul Blood Mountain, the terrifying airflow gradually dissipated. Fong Chen stood at the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain with the star-hidden sword in his hand. His face was a little pale. He had just used the immortal hand and consumed too much energy. Are you okay? Ouyang Luoshua walked over and helped Fong Chen to a bluestone so that he could sit down and rest. I'm fine, Fong Chen said. Your primordial spirit is damaged, and you have consumed too much energy in this battle. You need to rest. I will guard you while you recover on the Soul Blood Mountain. Ouyang Luoshua said. Fong Chen nodded. At this time he indeed needed to rest. At the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain, the dark killing array had already collapsed. Fong Chen sat cross-legged on the bluestone and slowly closed his eyes. His primordial spirit slowly rotated, and the 9 immortal star cores in his body also rotated. Unknowingly, his divine sense spread out and roamed the void. After an unknown period of time, Fong Chen felt that his primordial spirit seemed to have entered a strange place. The surrounding aura was constantly nourishing his primordial spirit, and he felt very comfortable. What a comfortable feeling! Fong Chen was immersed in it and didn't notice it at all. What's going on? Ouyang Luoshua's expression changed. She found that something was wrong with Fong Chen. His body was trembling slightly, and his face was getting paler. What's going on? Ouyang Luoshua looked around but didn't find anything. She really wanted to wake Fong Chen up, but she was afraid that it would affect his recovery. Her beautiful eyes sized up Fong Chen seriously. As long as there was something wrong with him, she would immediately wake him up. Fong Chen felt that he had a dream. In the dream, he found a place that stored a vast amount of energy. His primordial spirit soared freely in the air and continued to absorb the energy. In just a few days, he found that his primordial spirit had not only recovered, but also became stronger. In an extremely distant and mysterious place in the primordial chaos, amidst the clouds and the void, an old man was sitting on a cloud and sipping tea. Suddenly, he sensed something, and his sharp eyes looked in a certain direction. He exclaimed softly, and then a bright smile appeared on his face. His body emitted an ancient aura, and it was simple and ancient. I didn't expect him to be the first candidate whose primordial spirit broke through to the Emperor realm. The old man stroked his beard and then transmitted his voice. The plan can be carried out. After that, he slowly stood up, and his eyes were filled with anticipation. After so long, the plan can finally be carried out. The old man let out a sigh. It seemed to spread to every part of the void. At the same time, Fong Qin, who was in the dragon-field soul blood forest, suddenly opened his eyes. Boom! Boom! In his mind, his primordial spirit shook and rays of light shot out. He was about to speak when he realized that something was wrong. After a moment of daze, an excited expression appeared on his face. How is this possible? He shook his head hard, not daring to believe the truth in front of him. Wasn't I recovering from my injuries at the peak of the Soul Blood Mountain? Why did it become like this? Fong Qin shrugged and surveyed his surroundings. There was no change at all. Only Ouyang Luoxue looked at Qin, she with even more surprise. I remember that I had a dream. Suddenly, Fong Qin recalled the dream he had previously. Could it be that the mysterious place in the dream is the legendary place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass is nurtured? Fong Qin abruptly slapped his own head and instantly understood. It was really an unintentional willow that turned out to be a shade. He just wanted to recover from his injuries, and his primordial spirit involuntarily roamed the void, but it discovered the place where the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass was nurtured. From then on, it absorbed the remaining aura of the soul, blood, heavenly spirit grass, and unknowingly his primordial spirit had already stepped into the Emperor realm. Emperor realm primordial spirit? Fong Qin carefully sensed his primordial spirit, and he felt unprecedentedly carefree. His primordial spirit had undergone a qualitative leap. If it was before his primordial spirit was like a newborn baby, then now the strength of his primordial spirit was comparable to a peerless expert. Only those who had truly experienced it could understand the difference. Phew! He took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and raised his head to look at Ouyang Luoxue. How long has it been? Fong Qin asked. An hour. Hearing this, Fong Qin was stunned. Chapter 32:35. His physical body had broken through to the Emperor realm, and now his primordial spirit had also stepped into the realm that Soul Dao cultivators dreamed of. For Fong Qin, this was definitely not a simple breakthrough, but a sublimation of his primordial spirit. He now felt that his primordial spirit was very comfortable, as if his understanding of martial arts had deepened. Beside him, Ouyang Luoxue's eyes flashed with envy. The primordial spirit was the foundation of a cultivator's cultivation. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, it would be immortal. Someone once said that primordial spirits below the Emperor realm were all ants. In other words, as long as the primordial spirit did not enter the Emperor realm, it was at risk of collapsing at any time. Once the primordial spirit broke through to the Emperor realm, it meant that the primordial spirit had reached a higher level and was one step closer to the supreme laws. In the unseen world, the supreme laws were everywhere, protecting the primordial spirit of the Emperor realm. As long as it did not suffer heavy injuries, the primordial spirit would not shatter. Once upon a time, Ouyang Luoxue thought that with her potential in the dragon field, it was very likely that she would be the first person in the younger generation to break through to the Emperor realm. However, the guy standing in front of her had cultivated for less than half of her time, but his achievements were at a height that she might not be able to reach in her lifetime. After thinking for a moment, Ouyang Luoxue sighed, shook her head gently and turned away. Her deep eyes looked into the distance. Ouyang Luoxue saw Fong Qin's strong performance, one after another clearly, and her heart was greatly stimulated. She had already made up her mind that after sending Fong Qin away, she would return to the Ouyang family and enter seclusion. She would not come out until she broke through. Fang Chen patted Ouyang Luoshua's shoulder gently and comforted her. One day, you will also break through to the Emperor realm. Ouyang Luoshua squeezed out a smile. You have achieved your goal. Can you leave now? Ouyang Luoshua asked. Fang Chen nodded, and the two left the Soul Blood Mountain one after another. From beginning to end, no one knew what had happened on the Soul Blood Mountain. They also did not know that Fang Chen had destroyed a clone of the Sky Corp's Realm King with his own strength, absorbed the remaining aura of the Soul Blood Heavenly Spirit Grass, and broke through to the Emperor Realm with his primordial spirit. Dragon Field, in the Corpse Demon's nest. Bang! The sound of something shattering could be heard, as well as an angry roar. Damnable Skyheart, Realm Lord. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King's face was ferocious, blue veins protruding from his forehead. His heart was filled with anger. It wasn't easy for him to condense an avatar, but it was destroyed just like that in the hands of the Heaven Heart World Overlord. He wasn't willing to accept this, and he was furious. You'll have to pay a heavy price for destroying my clone. You won't be able to bear such a price. The Heavenly Corpse Realm King gnashed his teeth as he spoke. At the same time, he took out a communication jade pendant and sent a sound transmission to Elder Tree Wasp. The plan has failed. Use the power of the Ouyang aristocrat clan to encircle and annihilate World Lord Tianxin. At the same time, Elder Shufeng, who was in the Ouyang family, felt the anger of the Sky Corpse Realm King through the communication jade pendant. His heart was filled with doubts. The Sky Corpse Realm King's clone had personally entered the Soul Blood Forest to kill the Skyheart Realm Lord. Why did it fail? Could it be that there was more to this than met the eye? However, the Heavenly Corpse Realm King was furious, so he didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately passed down an order, and a large number of people set off for the Soul Blood Forest. The moment you attacked the disciples of the Ouyang family, the outcome was already decided. Elder Shufeng said in a deep voice. The death of the Ouyang family's 5 sons had always been a knot in his heart. This time, it wasn't just because of the Sky Corpse Realm King's words. More importantly, it was to avenge the Ouyang family's 5 sons, and to kill a genius, in front of the Soul Blood Forest. Crash! Fang Chen and Ouyang Luoshua appeared one after another. You're finally out. Before Elder Shufeng attacks you, hurry up and leave the dragon field. Ouyang Luoshua said anxiously. This is my medallion. Take it to Oolong City and use the teleportation formation to leave. If one wanted to take the cross-region teleportation array, one must have the token of the Ouyang family. Fang Chen glanced at Ouyang Luoshua and took the token. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly frowned as he felt that something was wrong. There's a fluctuation. Fang Chen felt an energy fluctuation in the void. His Emperor Realm spiritual consciousness instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, he saw that not too far away from him, there was a group of people from the Ouyang family rapidly approaching him. They're here. Hurry up and leave. Fang Chen withdrew his spiritual consciousness and said in a deep voice, You go first. I'll bring up the rear. Ouyang Luoshua shook her head. If Elder Shufeng personally took action, Fang Chen would be in trouble. Let's go. Fang Chen roared and pushed Ouyang Luoshua away. Then, his figure flashed and traveled through the void. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fang Chen's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Elder Shumeng stood at the very front, leading a large group of people forward in a majestic manner. Suddenly, he noticed that not far away, the void flickered, and a ray of light flashed past. Stop! Elder Shufeng roared and waved his sleeve, shattering the void. Fang Chen was forced out of the void. Realm Lord Tianxin. Seeing this, Elder Shufeng bared his teeth and said angrily, You killed the fifth son of the Ouyang family. Today, I'll make you pay with your blood. Let's go." Fong Qin did not waste any time. He stomped his foot and prepared to leave. "You're courting death." Elder Shu Feng released a violent energy. He took a step forward and tore the void apart to chase after Fong Qin. "Elder Shu Feng." A yell could be heard. A figure appeared in front of Elder Shu Meng and blocked his path. "Move," Elder Shu Feng said coldly. "Elder Shu Feng, why do you have to do this?" Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. "He's the enemy of the Ouyang family. If you stop me, you're going against the Ouyang family. Do you think I won't dare to touch you?" Elder Shu Feng said angrily. A terrifying aura surrounded his body. "Realm Lord Tian Xan has no enmity with the Ouyang family. The fifth son of the Ouyang family betrayed the family and colluded with the corpse demon. We wanted to make him our enemy, so he had no choice but to fight back," Ouyang Luoxue explained. However, this explanation was useless. "How dare you? Not only are you protecting your enemy, you're also slandering the fifth son of the Ouyang family. Men, capture her." Elder Shu Meng waved his sleeve, and a vast power swept up Ouyang Luoxue and threw him to the back, where he was controlled by the others. Luoxue. After seeing this, Fong Qin, who was fleeing at a rapid speed, stopped in his tracks and yelled out, "Leave quickly. I'm a member of the Ouyang family. They won't do anything to me." Ouyang Luoxue transmitted her voice. Fong Qin was furious. He wanted to go back and save Ouyang Luoxue, but he suppressed this thought in the end. "If anything happens to Luoxue, I'll kill you." Fong Qin's voice resounded in the heavens and earth. As for him, he transformed into a great rock and soared into the sky, disappearing into the horizon. Whoosh! Whoosh! After a while, Elder Shu Feng returned empty-handed. His face was extremely gloomy. Damnable fellow! He was furious in his heart. He had personally taken action, but Realm Lord Tian Xan had escaped. A trace of cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. He looked at Ouyang Luoxue and asked, "Where did he go?" Ouyang Luoxue shook her head. "I don't know." Bring him back." Elder Shu Feng snorted coldly and left first, in front of a hidden mountain stream. Fong Qin squatted by the stream and used water to wash his face. He clenched his fists tightly and was burning with rage. Ouyang family Elder Shu Feng. He bared his teeth and said coldly. Thinking back to how Ouyang Luoxue had risked her life to block Elder Shu Feng's attack, he felt guilty. "If anything happens to you, I'll destroy the Ouyang faction." Fong Qin said, "The day I return to the Dragon City will be the day Elder Shu Feng is destroyed." After speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared into the mountain stream. From that day onwards, no matter how hard the Ouyang family searched, they couldn't find any trace of Fong Qin. The latter seemed to have disappeared from the world. It was extremely strange. After Ouyang Luoxue was captured by Elder Shu Feng, she was imprisoned for the crime of betraying the Ouyang family. This incident became the fuse for the conflict between the Yin faction and the Yang faction. The Yang faction wanted to head to the world capital and force Fong Qin to appear, while the Yin faction strongly opposed. As a top faction of the Dragon City, they couldn't do such a thing. In the end, the two factions entered a stalemate. Chapter 32-36. The primordial chaos was vast and rich in cultivation resources. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. And where there were conflicts, there would definitely be conflicts. In every corner of the primordial chaos, there would be martial artists fighting to the death for cultivation resources almost all the time. Every day, there would be a large number of martial artists dying. However, all of this was the law of nature and fell under the supervision of the supreme law. Their deaths or the fight for cultivation resources would not really affect the primordial chaos. The supreme law was real and illusory, dominating the entire primordial chaos realm. As long as one was in the primordial chaos realm, they would be affected by the supreme law unless they could really jump out. However, since ancient times, how many people could do it? In the past, there was a rumor that the great emperors of the ancient era were able to do this. They were not affected by the supreme rules and jumped out of the cage. However, this was just a rumor and there was no evidence to prove it. In the current age of Dharma's end, there were even fewer supreme powerhouses. Those who could comprehend the supreme law were even fewer. However, this would not affect everyone's pursuit of the supreme law. The supreme ancestral I existed in every primordial chaos void. Fang Chen had once obtained 3 ancestral eyes when he was in the ancient saint chaos realm and refined the supreme ancestral eye. After coming to the primordial chaos realm, he also absorbed some supreme ancestral eyes. In this world, there were only 2 ways to comprehend the supreme law. The first way was to cultivate to the peak and step onto the peak of martial arts. With great perseverance, one could comprehend the supreme law. Normally speaking, this was the most difficult type, as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even the legendary reincarnation Sword Emperor, Tianyi Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and the others could not do it. The second method, on the other hand, was relatively simple. That was to constantly devour the supreme ancestral eye. After devouring to a certain extent, it was very likely that one could touch the threshold of the supreme law. Therefore, in the primordial chaos realm, there were countless experts who tried their best to find the supreme ancestral eye owner and rob them of their supreme ancestral eye. Primordial chaos realm, Western region. Today, the weapon pavilion was the only dominant force in the Western region. After countless years of development, the weapon pavilion had grown stronger. Not long ago, 2 Emperor Realm blacksmiths had appeared. As early as hundreds of years ago, the blacksmithing technique of Emperor Master Xenbing had already reached the half-step Emperor Realm. Now that he had accumulated enough, stepping into the immortal Emperor Realm could be considered as a matter of course. However, Grandmaster Dongfang's breakthrough was unexpected. Even Imperial Tutor Xanbing, who was also an Emperor Realm blacksmith, was full of praise for him. Impressive. On the square of the Weapon Pavilion's headquarters, Imperial Tutor Xanbing gave Great Master Dongfang a thumbs up. Voila! Master Dongfang waved his palms. Instantly, a scorching flame shot up into the sky. Within that flame, one could vaguely make out a weapon. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Grandmaster Dongfang stretched out his hand, and the scorching hot weapon landed in his palm. Imperial armament. This was the Emperor weapon that Grandmaster Dongfang had just forged. To be able to grasp the method to refine Imperial armaments in such a short period of time, this old man is truly impressed. The Heart Weapon Imperial Preceptor side. Master Dongfang shook his head at the mention of weapon refinement. You and I may have both stepped into the Emperor realm, but in terms of weapon refinement potential, that person is still stronger. Voila! Suddenly, the void flickered and the Monster King walked out of the crack. Seniors, the Monster King cupped his fists. Although he was the master of the Weapon Pavilion, the 2 of them were much more senior than him. What? You've come out? Imperial Tutor Xanbing grinned. The Monster King nodded. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I came out for a walk. By the way, seniors, did you find out the information that I asked you to find out? Hearing this, Imperial Tutor Xanbing and Grandmaster Dongfang exchanged glances, then shook their heads and smiled bitterly. All these years, we've been paying attention to the cultivators that came from other chaotic voids, but without exception, we did not find the aura of the Supreme Ancestor Eye on them. Imperial Tutor Xanbing said. Fang Chen nodded. Did anything happen in the Western region recently? Grandmaster Dongfang said. The Western region is very peaceful. Nothing much has happened. However, something seems to have happened in the Southern region. Oh. Hearing this, Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he asked hurriedly. Not long ago, our men sent back news that a large number of experts have secretly sneaked into the southern region to deal with someone. Deal with someone. We're not sure who exactly it is, Imperial Tutor Xen Bing said. Fang Qin pondered. I'll go out first. The western region was guarded by the Armament Pavilion, which could be considered as a top force. In the southern region, the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect were allies, and no force could shake their position. However, recently, many experts had appeared in the southern region, and among them were realm lords. This made the Ling family and the ancient Frigid sect very anxious. What are these people doing in the southern region? In the Ling family, Yunling, Er's beautiful eyes flickered as she pondered. Senior Yin, according to the news sent back by our spies, many famous experts have stepped into the southern region. It's said that their destination is Tianshu Yuan. What? Hearing this, a hint of anxiety appeared on Yunling Er's face. Oh no, they can't be. Thinking of this, Yunling flicked her sleeves and said coldly, pass down the order. Everyone in the Ling family is to prepare for war. At the same time, the experts in the family are to follow me to Tianshu Yuan. In addition to the Ling family, the ancient Frigid sect also received the news. The ancient Frigid sect and the ancient Frigid sect master led a large number of people to Tianshu Yuan. For a time, the wind and clouds gathered in Tianshu Yuan. At the edge of the southern region, within 100 miles of Tianshu Yuan, countless warriors were hiding in the dark. Whoosh! Suddenly, a brilliant glow flickered and disappeared. The warriors hiding in the dark cried out involuntarily. It's the Dark Dragon Realm Lord. I didn't expect him to be here too. Heavens! I just saw the Black Jade Realm Lord not long ago. I didn't expect the Dark Dragon Realm Lord to be here too. We can only wait for them to fight until both sides are injured before we take action. The atmosphere in Tianshu Yuan was very tense. A man in a green robe sat cross-legged on a green stone. Beside him were 3 puppets. The 3 puppets formed a triangle and surrounded him. An endless stream of power intertwined with each other to form a powerful defense. Senior Qing. The chief of Tianshu Yuan walked over slowly and cupped his fists at the man in green robe. Many experts have arrived outside Tianshu Yuan. Their target is you. Whoosh! Qing Ho opened his eyes and put away the 3 puppets. Now, the entire southern region is abuzz with rumors of your miraculous puppetry techniques. These people want to capture you and force you to hand over your puppetry techniques. They even want to imprison you and refine you into a puppet for them, said the chief of Tianshu Yuan. It's okay. I'll deal with it. Qing Ho was very calm. For countless years, after he left the ancient sacred chaos, he had been wandering in the realm of chaos. Now he had achieved success in his cultivation, and his puppetry had reached the point of perfection. He could even refine puppets at the half-step martial emperor level. Even if he faced a realm lord, he was confident that he could escape unscathed. I originally thought that after I stabilized my realm, I would look for my good brother. I didn't expect trouble to come knocking on my door so quickly, Qing Ho said lightly. He came to Tianshu Yuan to look for Fang Qin, and now, because he had exposed his trump card in a battle, the world knew of his puppetry skills. There were even some forces that sought out sector lords from the eastern region and the northern region to come over. Dong dong dong. At this moment, the earth trembled and Tianshu Yuan shook. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a terrifying aura spread out. Several figures appeared in the clouds. The aura they exuded suppressed all the disciples of Tianshu Yuan to the ground. Are you Qing Ho? One of them looked down at Qing Ho. Hand over your puppets and puppetry techniques, and I can spare your life. Refine 9 puppets for me. I didn't expect that a grandmaster puppeteer would appear in such a barbaric place. The aura of the several experts soared into the sky. As they talked and laughed, they decided Qing Ho's fate. In their opinion, the small Tian Shuyuan didn't dare to challenge them. However, a voice caused the smiles on their faces to gradually freeze. Sorry, I won't hand over my puppets and puppetry techniques, and I won't refine puppets for you. Chapter 32-37. Qing Ho stood in Tian Shuyuan with his hands behind his back. His expression was very calm, as if the powerhouses in the sky couldn't threaten him. Humph! One of them snorted coldly. What? Do you think you have the ability to fight against us just because you can refine half-step emperor-level puppets? Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve and a scorching flame condensed into a majestic fire dragon that swooped down. The methods of a sector lord aren't something you can imagine. His face was full of sarcasm, as if he was looking at an idiot. Boom! Seeing that the fire dragon was about to touch his body, Qing Ho's mind moved and the 3 puppets appeared again, blocking the fire dragon in a triangular formation. Crack! After the fire dragon collided with the 3 puppets, it exploded. Violent waves of flames rushed into the sky and swept the entire ground. Not good. Seeing this, Dean Tianshu quickly retreated and cursed inwardly. Many disciples prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Dong! Although the 3 puppets had blocked most of the fire dragon's attack, they were still sent flying by the waves of flames. Boom! Qing Ho's body retreated quickly, his clothes burned by the fire. Too weak. The person who attacked sneered, "Even if you have the puppets to protect you, you can't stop my attack. If you know what's good for you, you'd agree to our conditions." Countless martial artists in the dark sucked in a breath of cold air. Was this the method of a world king realm powerhouse? With a casual strike, he had defeated the 3 puppets and even forced the puppet grandmaster to retreat. Qing Ho stood there quietly without saying a word. He turned his head and glanced at the mayor of Tian Shuyuan and the others. He clenched his fists and glared at them. What? You want to fight? As soon as the voice fell, the person who attacked released a terrifying aura that directly suppressed Qing Ho. Don't think about escaping. If you escape, I will destroy Tian Shuyuan. Realm Lord Black Jade threatened. The reason why they didn't kill Qing Ho was because of his puppets. Sector Lord! Qing Ho raised his head and muttered. Boom! Several realm lords released their auras at the same time. Within Tian Shuyuan, thunder rumbled. The mayor of Tian Shuyuan and the others were bleeding from their 7 orifices. You have no choice. The Black Jade Realm Lord continued. Just when everyone thought that Tian Shuyuan would be destroyed and Qing Ho would be suppressed, a thick thunderbolt exploded in the sky. The entire ground was shaking. A figure bathed in lightning, looking like a god of war. Lightning flashed in his eyes, and his body was covered with lightning runes. You have no choice. His voice was like thunder, exploding in everyone's minds. Hoo hoo hoo! The violent aura suppressing Tian Shu Yuan instantly dissipated. Rip! The void was torn apart and lightning flashed. The sky gradually regained its calm. A tall figure stood in front of Qing Ho. You are courting death. Realm Lord Ink Jade roared in anger and attacked at lightning speed. Kill! The Demon King's throat trembled as he roared in a low voice. He lightly punched out with his fist. Crack! Realm Lord Ink Jade's body flew out as if he had been struck by lightning and smashed into the ground. Pucci! Realm Lord Ink Jade spat out blood and his face was pale. He instantly lost the ability to fight. How is this possible? The other realm lords in the sky were speechless. You! Realm Lord Ink Jade felt fear when he saw the Monster King walking towards him. I am Realm Lord Ink Jade from the Crimson Sun Realm in the Eastern region. You can't kill me. Crimson Sun Realm. The Monster King licked his dry lips. Then all the more you have to die. Dong! With a punch, Realm Lord Ink Jade's head shattered and he died. This sudden turn of events had thoroughly shocked everyone. The person who was hiding in the dark felt great waves in his heart. Who is he? Why is he so powerful? No, I think I've seen him somewhere before. He is the Monster King of the Western region. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Instantly, everyone knew Feng Chen's identity. You, in the sky! The remaining realm lords looked at each other after seeing Feng Chen's methods. Fellow Taoist, you might have misunderstood. We only came here to discuss the Tao with fellow Taoist Qing Ho. We have no other intentions. That's right, we will leave immediately. Realm Lord Dark Dragon said apologetically and turned to leave. You weren't like this just now. The Monster King sneered. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying sealing power sealed the void. Time stopped. The world fell silent. Realm Lord Dark Dragon and the others were imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Their hearts were surging with waves of fear. When greed appeared in your hearts, you should have been prepared to die. Dong, dong, dong. With every punch, a World King powerhouse would perish. Kacha! The invincible World King powerhouses in everyone's hearts couldn't even withstand a single blow. Bang! After the last World King died, the void regained its calm. The dark clouds in the sky also quickly dispersed. Since you've done it, you have to pay the corresponding price, the Monster King said indifferently to the void. Then he waved his hand, and the people hiding in the dark appeared in front of him one after another as if they couldn't control themselves. Lord Monster King, please be magnanimous and let us go. That's right, Lord Monster King. We were also blinded by greed. That's why we dared to have designs on Senior Qing Ho. The Monster King shook his head. Soul Tao power emerged and drilled into everyone's heads. Ah, miserable cries rang out. Someone glared. What did you do to us? Nothing. I just left a mark in your primordial spirits. The Monster King smiled indifferently. Guard Tian Shuyuan for an era. Once the time is up, you can regain your freedom. An era? You might as well kill me. Someone resisted. An era was 10 billion years. Even for them, it was a very long process. Pucci! The Monster King flicked his finger and killed this person. Who else wants to die? The Monster King's deep eyes looked around at everyone and asked coldly. Everyone lowered their heads and prostrated themselves on the ground, not daring to speak. Since no one objects, then from now on, you are the slaves of Tian Shuyuan. During this period, if anything happens to Tian Shuyuan, you will pay with your lives. Although 10 billion years was a long time, it was nothing compared to life. The Monster King used an incomparably domineering manner to kill realm masters and enslave many gods. Such methods shocked the entire Tian Shuyuan and even the southern region. The Monster King let the governor of Tian Shuyuan handle the aftermath. He and Qing Ho came to a quiet courtyard to catch up. You, Qing Ho punched the Monster King's chest and said with a smile, we cultivated together back then, but now you've left me so far behind. You're not bad either. Even the realm masters of the eastern and northern regions want your puppet technique. Qing Ho shook his head. Actually, your potential is not weaker than mine, but it's a pity that your ambitions lie elsewhere. After chatting with Qing Ho for a while and learning about his experiences over the years, the Monster King sighed. On the ancient chaotic land, Feng Qin was very happy to meet a brother who had once roamed the universe with him. By the way, I have something that I need your help with, the Monster King said. Although Qing Ho had not stepped into the realm of realm masters, he could escape unscathed from realm masters with his powerful puppetry techniques. He had traveled the chaotic realm and obtained many opportunities in the path of puppetry. His current puppetry techniques were even more incredible. According to him, given some time, he could even refine emperor-level puppets. Whoosh! A war puppet appeared in front of Qing Ho. This is one of my brothers. His name is Butian, and he was refined into a war puppet. I've been looking for a solution, but Fong Qin sighed. With your current attainments in puppetry, can you save him? War puppet. After seeing Butian, Qing Ho was also a little stunned. A war puppet was a type of war machine. It was too cruel to refine a living person into a war puppet. I know a little about the method to refine a war puppet. It's very difficult to revive a war puppet. However, I sensed that although his primordial spirit was shattered, it didn't dissipate because he had a strong obsession in his heart. As long as the primordial spirit was not destroyed, there was hope. After checking Butian's body, Qing Ho pondered and said, "Although I have a way, I'm not very confident, and I need your help." "What is it? Just say it." Chapter 32-38. With Qing Ho's current puppet skills, it wouldn't be easy to save Butian. Fortunately, there was still a glimmer of hope. Fong Qin didn't give up. Back when he had first arrived in the southern domain, Butian had helped him on many occasions. Even his own master had helped him. For so many years, Fong Qin had been looking for a way to save Butian. Now he finally grasped a glimmer of hope. "I can find 36 types of special blood for you. As for a half-step martial emperor body, it's not easy to find. Give me some time," the Monster King said in a low voice. "Try to hurry up. He has been in a coma all these years. His primordial spirit fragments can't hold on for too long," Qing Ho said. The Monster King nodded and then left Tian Shu Yuan. The Demon King had single-handedly killed a realm lord and suppressed many venerated gods, enslaving them. After this battle, no one dared to have any ideas about Qing Ho. Even if Qing Ho's attainments in puppetry were very high, they knew their limits. For a time, the southern region gradually calmed down. Not long after, the Ling family led by Yunling, and the Ancient Frigid sect, led by Ancestor Frost and Sect Master Ancient Frigid, arrived at Tian Shu Yuan one after another. When they learned of the situation, they instantly breathed a sigh of relief. They originally wanted to visit the Monster King, but they were told that the latter had gone out. In the end, they left hastily and returned to their respective bases. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, the Monster King had been bitterly looking for a half-step martial emperor body. In order to carry Butian's primordial spirit, it needed at least a half-step martial emperor body. However, it was easier said than done to find a body of this level. One day, the Monster King returned to Tian Shu Yuan. He shrugged and shook his head, helplessly. "It's almost impossible to find a half-step martial emperor body," the Monster King said. "Is there any other way?" Qing Ho's expression was a little serious. His mind flashed quickly. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and said, "I felt that your body should be very strong. What level has it reached?" "Me?" Fong Qin stared blankly. "My true body has broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Although my avatar hasn't stepped into the Great Emperor realm, it's still a peak half-step Great Emperor." "That's great." Hearing this, Qing Ho was overjoyed. "If that's the case, Butian can be saved. Are you willing to let your body carry Butian's origin spirit?" Seeing that Fong Chen was a little confused, Qing Ho explained, "I can find a way to take the fragments of Butian's primordial spirit out of his body, but I need a carrier. If you agree, I will drive the fragments of Butian's primordial spirit into your mind. Of course, don't worry. This will not affect your normal life. It will only temporarily use your soul power to nurture his primordial spirit. Once his primordial spirit recovers to a certain extent, he will be able to possess another body and be reborn." No problem. In order to save Butian, the Demon King was willing to give up everything. Then let's begin. The southern region was calm and peaceful. The Monster King and Qing Ho met and were thinking of a way to save Butian, who had become a puppet fighter. As for Fong Chen, who was in his original body, he arrived at a vast mountain range. He was standing on a small hill, surrounded by densely packed, towering trees. There was a scorching aura in the air. What is this place? After coming to the northern region, Fong Qin didn't walk around much. He only knew a little about the Realm City. As for the dragon field outside the Realm City, he was very unfamiliar with it. Now he was forced by the top force of the dragon field, the Ouyang family, and had no choice but to go far away. After a few months, he came to a huge mountain range. This should not be the dragon field. At a glance, the mountain range was winding up and down, like a giant dragon crawling on the ground. After passing through the mountain range, I should be able to see the city, right? Fong Chen murmured. Let's find a place with people first and find out where this place is, and then make plans. Just like that, Fong Qin entered the mountain range alone. Roar! In the majestic mountain range, the cries of monsters could be heard from time to time. Rumble! Just as he was going deep into the mountain range, he suddenly felt a black shadow flashing in the void. Then he felt a suffocating aura coming at him. Bang! He threw a punch out almost subconsciously, and with a bang, the black shadow disappeared again. The Emperor Realm primordial spirit was fully activated, and a powerful divine consciousness shrouded the surroundings. I didn't find anything. Fong Chen was shocked, and his eyes widened. His primordial spirit had stepped into the Emperor Realm, and the black shadow that attacked him previously couldn't be detected by his Emperor Realm divine consciousness. Who is it? Fong Chen pondered and frowned, and his face gradually became serious. Boom! Just as he was pondering, the black shadow appeared again and attacked him. Whoosh! Fong Chen didn't say anything and executed the rock movement technique. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. His body kept flickering, and the black shadow's attack missed, and it hid in the void again. Just like that, the black shadow attacked him many times in a row and finally stopped. Fong Chen stood on the ground and looked around vigilantly. Rip! Not far away, a sound could be heard coming from a towering tree. Fong Chen raised his head and suddenly discovered a great rock that covered the sky, flapping its wings and staring at him with eyes as large as copper gongs. Who are you? Why do you have the aura of the rock tribe? The great rock spoke in human language. Rock. Fong Chen was stunned. Whoosh! The giant rock flapped its huge wings and landed on the ground. Boom! A terrifying power burst out from its wings and went straight for Fong Chen. Stop! Fong Chen's body flashed and dodged the rock's attack. We're not enemies. Hearing this, the rock stopped attacking. Its eyes flickered as it stared at Fong Chen. It didn't understand why the human had the aura of the rock tribe. Do you know the rock movement technique? Fong Chen asked tentatively. When it heard the words rock movement technique, the rock's expression changed drastically. How do you know the supreme movement technique of the rock tribe? The rock flapped its wings, and a terrifying aura approached Fong Chen. Its huge body was also approaching Fong Chen. It was taught to me by your rock tribe's ancestor. Fong Chen said hurriedly. The rock's movement stopped abruptly. You're lying. The supreme movement technique of the rock tribe has been lost for a long time. How could you have learned it? The rock didn't believe Fong Chen's words. I once encountered the remnant consciousness of a pure-blooded rock. Before it dissipated, it taught me. I comprehended the rock movement technique from it. Fong Chen told the truth. How is that possible? The rock shook its huge head, unable to accept it for a moment. Roar! Suddenly, it roared towards the sky. The deafening sound spread throughout the entire mountain range. Roar! In the next second, the mountain range was filled with shouts and screams. Fong Chen's expression changed. Was the rock summoning its own tribe? If they surrounded him, how could he escape? Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, countless rock came here one after another and surrounded Fong Chen. Why did you summon us here? Is there a reason? The leader of the rock tribe was a rock with crimson black feathers. It seemed to be the leader of the rock tribe. Fong Chen sized up the rock seriously. The aura it emitted should be at the World King realm. However, with so many rocks, all of them were proficient in the Tao of space. If they attacked him, he would be in trouble. This human cultivates the long-lost rock movement technique of the rock tribe. The rock from before said, "What?" When the rocks heard the words Great Rock Movement Technique, they all revealed looks of shock. "Is that true?" The rock stared at Fang Chen and asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen briefly explained how he obtained the rock movement technique. "Demonstrate it for us," the crimson black rock said. "Voila!" Fang Chen nodded. With a thought, his figure disappeared into the void. In the next moment, the surrounding void was filled with his phantoms. Every time he shuttled, it would cause the space to tremble. This is really the rock movement technique. Chapter 30-39. Fang Chen could feel that the crimson black rock did not have a pure bloodline. In other words, he was not a pure-blooded demon beast. Do you know that the rock movement technique is the supreme secret technique of the Rock Clan? After laughing heartily, the crimson black rock's expression gradually turned serious. He stared at Fang Chen and pondered. Fang Chen nodded. Of course he knew. In the ancient times, the ancestors of the Rock Clan participated in the Battle of the Gods and eventually caused the overall decline of the Rock Clan. In the endless years that followed, due to the changes in heaven and earth, the pure bloodline of the Rock Clan became thinner and thinner. In the Age of Doom, there was not even a single member of the Rock Clan with a pure bloodline. The crimson black rock said in a deep voice. He did not want to recall this painful past. The disappearance of the pure bloodline was a fatal blow to the Rock Clan. In the war with other demon beasts, we retreated step by step. In the end, we could only live in this mountain range and seek survival. The Rock Clan's current situation was very difficult. Their enemies were too strong, and they did not dare to show themselves. They could only hide in this hidden mountain range, recuperate, and secretly accumulate strength. Originally, I thought that it would take a very long time for the Rock Clan to revive. In fact, I might not even be able to see it in my lifetime. After saying that, a golden light shot out from the eyes of the crimson black rock. However, the heavens pitted the Rock Clan and brought you to us. The entire Rock Clan was very excited. After all, Fang Chen had the supreme secret technique of the Rock Clan, the rock movement technique. If they could obtain it, the revival of the Rock Clan would be just around the corner. Fang Chen already understood what the crimson black rock meant. He sized up the latter seriously. When the pure-blooded Rock Senior taught me the Tao technique, he told me that if I had the chance to meet the descendants of the Rock Clan in the future, I could teach them the rock movement technique. After a slight pause, Fang Chen continued, "It's just that, but what?" The crimson black rock asked hurriedly. Fang Chen did not speak. The crimson black rock had a flash of inspiration and immediately said, "Are you suspecting us?" Then he flapped his wings and said, "I'll take you somewhere." Hoo. Before Fang Chen could say anything, the crimson black rock grabbed him and flew into the depths of the mountain range. The crimson black rock was extremely fast, traveling through space at an unbelievable speed. In the blink of an eye, it had brought Fang Chen to the depths of the mountain range. This was a valley. The surroundings of the valley were filled with the aura of the Rock Clan. In the valley there were many rocks. When they saw the arrival of the humans, they were stunned. "Patriarch, why did you bring humans here?" A clansman stepped forward and asked. The reason why the Rock Clan migrated here as a whole was to take refuge. The enemy was too strong, and the slightest carelessness could lead to the annihilation of the entire clan. The reason why they were able to struggle at death's door until today was entirely because of their cautiousness, as well as the foundation left behind by the ancestors of the Rock Clan in the ancient times. However, with the passage of time, the foundation left behind by the Rock Clan's ancestors was almost exhausted by them. They needed to change their demands and find another way out. Otherwise, It wouldn't be long before the Rock Clan was completely wiped out. At this critical moment, the patriarch brought a human to their nest. This was an extremely dangerous thing to do. Who could guarantee that this human wouldn't leak news of them? Let's go. I'll show you something. The Crimson Black Rock ignored the doubts of the clansmen and brought Fong Qin to an ancestral hall. In front of the ancestral hall, there was a huge stone tablet with 2 magnificent words engraved on it. Ancestral Hall. This was the ancestral hall of the Rock Clan. Inside were the memorial tablets of the Rock Clan's ancestors. Buzz, the Crimson Black Rock, walked to the front of the ancestral hall and gently touched the stone tablet with its large claws. Immediately, the ancestral hall opened. He took the lead and entered the ancestral hall. Fong Qin followed closely behind. As soon as he entered the ancestral hall, Fong Qin felt a strange power enter his body. Fong Qin raised his head and looked straight ahead. On a certain memorial tablet, there was an illusory rock shadow, and this rock shadow was the one who taught him the Tao back then. Senior, Fong Qin called out subconsciously. Buzz! The rock shadow dissipated, and an indescribable thought entered Fong Qin's mind. Dong! Fong Qin's body trembled slightly. Whoosh! He suddenly opened his eyes and bowed deeply to the memorial tablet. Then he said, I can give the rock movement technique to your Rock Clan. Thank you. The Crimson Black Rock thanked him gratefully. After leaving the ancestral hall, the Crimson Black Rock brought Fong Qin to their residence. The conditions here are relatively simple. Sit anywhere. The Crimson Black Rock smiled awkwardly and pointed at a stone in front of him. Fong Qin nodded and sat on the stone. He looked around and carefully sized up the current environment of the Rock Clan. Even if it's declining, the Rock Clan should be considered a top demon clan. Why have you become like this? Fong Qin couldn't help but ask. According to the records of the Tao technique passed to him by the pure-blooded Rock, when the Rock Clan was at its peak, the entire primordial era would be terrified. It was completely different from the scene in front of him. It's a long story, the Crimson Black Rock said slowly. Fong Qin brought the rock movement technique to them. It could be said that he was the savior of the entire Rock Clan. Now, he respected Fong Qin from the bottom of his heart. It took a full hour for the Crimson Black Rock to finish speaking. Fong Qin nodded. He finally knew the ins and outs of the matter. He couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. The Rock Clan, which was so powerful that even the ancient giants were afraid of them, had actually declined to such an extent. The Void WYRM clan. He learned from the Crimson Black Rock that the enemy of the Rock Clan was the Void WYRM clan, a top force among the demon clans. This clan was also a pure-blooded descendant of the ancient times. It was said that some of their clansmen had awakened their pure-blooded bloodline and were very terrifying. Since ancient times, the Void WYRM clan had always fed on the Rock Clan. In ancient times, the Rock Clan snatched many of them. The Void WYRM clan did not dare to attack the Rock Clan at all. However, the Rock Clan did not fall behind. The Void WYRM clan took advantage of the situation and kept attacking the Rock Clan. They almost exterminated the Rock Clan. Helpless, the Rock Clan moved. According to the Crimson Black Rock, the Rock Clan had moved here for hundreds of millions of years. Now, the Void WYRM clan seems to be plotting a very important plan and has no time to care about it. That's why our Rock Clan has a chance to catch our breath, the Crimson Black Rock said. As long as we have the rock movement technique, our Rock Clan will definitely be able to create glory again. At this point, the Crimson Black Rock stared at Fong Qin with burning eyes. Swoosh! Fong Qin flicked his finger, and a bright light entered the Crimson Black Rock's forehead. He condensed the rock movement technique into this light and passed it to the Crimson Black Rock. It's really the rock movement technique. That's great. The Crimson Black Rock immediately jumped up excitedly and began to cultivate. A few days later, The crimson-black rock's figure flashed, and the sky was filled with illusory rock shadows. Whoosh! Suddenly the void was torn apart, and the crimson-black rock's true body appeared. His face was filled with excitement. The rock movement technique is indeed powerful. After all, the bloodline of the rock clan's ancestors flowed in his body. Therefore, the speed at which he comprehended the rock movement technique was also extremely fast. In just a few days, he had comprehended some superficial knowledge. When I completely comprehend the rock movement technique, I will pass it on to my clansmen. The crimson-black rock said excitedly. At the same time, he was even more grateful to Fangchen. Brother, from now on, you are a distinguished guest of the Rock Clan. If you need anything in the future, just send a message. Even if the Rock Clan is separated by an endless distance, we will do our best to go there, the crimson-black rock said. Fangchen grinned and did not say anything. That night, the crimson-black rock gathered all his clansmen and held a meeting. After the meeting, he found Fangchen alone. In order to thank Fangchen for everything he had done for the Rock Clan, he shared a secret. Brother, do you know why the Rock Clan chose to live in seclusion here? The crimson-black rock asked. Fangchen shook his head. Although this place was hidden, it was not enough for the entire Rock Clan to move here. As expected, the crimson-black rock's next sentence instantly attracted Fangchen's attention. Because under the ground of this mountain range, there is the skeleton of a ruler. What? Fangchen exclaimed. The skeleton of a ruler was buried under the ground? Wasn't this too inconceivable? Chapter 3240. Ruler. Fangchen's heartbeat quickened. His eyes filled with excitement. Anyone who wished to transcend the heavens and earth had to comprehend the highest laws and control them. Such a powerhouse could be called a powerhouse of all time. In ancient times, powerhouses were born in large numbers. At that time, countless outstanding geniuses were born. Many monstrous geniuses stepped into the ruler realm. But because of the battle of gods and the changes in nature, it was nearly impossible for human martial artists to cultivate and become a ruler. And the immortal emperor was the last ruler. After him, although there were some powerhouses that approached his achievements, they were still a little lacking. For example, the Samsara Sword Emperor, the Sky One Sword Emperor, the Void Primogenitor, the Bloodline Monarch, and so on. Although they weren't rulers, their potential wasn't any worse. However, in the age of chaos, their bodies were restricted and they were unable to take that final step. At this moment, Fangchen's heart was filled with shock as he heard the words ruler. The skeleton of a ruler. Could it be the skeleton of the immortal emperor? Fangchen asked in a low voice. In this world, the only ruler was the immortal emperor. However, the immortal emperor had disappeared countless years ago. Some people said that the immortal emperor had been severely wounded in the battle of gods and had died. Some people said that the immortal emperor was still alive and that he had been controlling the entire chaos realm. Although there were many different opinions, no one had been able to confirm whether the immortal emperor was still alive or not. But the dark crimson rock said that there was a skeleton of a ruler beneath the ground of this mountain range. Besides the immortal emperor, who else could it be? Hearing Fangchen's question, the dark crimson rock shook its head. It should be a ruler that participated in the battle of gods in ancient times. A long, long time ago, my rock race was forced into a corner by the Void Flood Dragon race, and we inadvertently came here. We originally wanted to cross the mountain range and find some danger zones to live in seclusion, but I didn't expect to sense a vast aura beneath the earth. For this, I once went deep underground, but before I could approach the skeleton, I was forced back by a terrifying aura. The dark crimson rock continued. According to my rough estimates, that terrifying aura can instantly kill a world king powerhouse, unless... Unless what? Fangchen asked. Unless we use unimaginable speed to pass through the air layer. The crimson black rock said, Of course, this is just my initial guess. I'll need to test it out. No matter what, Fong Qin was very touched that the great Crimson Black Rock had told him such important news. Once I've mastered the Great Rock movement technique, I'll go with you, the Great Rock said. Fong Qin nodded. For the rest of the time, Fong Qin stayed in the Rock clan. Occasionally, he would exchange movement techniques with the members of the Rock clan. Big Brother Fong, let's compare our movement techniques. A young clansman of the Rock race smiled as he walked to Fong Qin's side. All right. Fong Qin nodded. The young Rock clansman's figure flashed as he spread his wings and soared. In an instant, black clouds covered the sky. The young Rock race's figure flashed and disappeared. Voila! Fong Qin closed his eyes slightly and carefully sensed the void. In the next second, he used the Great Rock movement technique and rushed to a certain place in the void at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Bang! He gently slapped out with his palm. Instantly, a trembling sound came from the void. Following that, the young Rock race clansman's body swayed and fell to the ground. As expected of Big Brother Fong, my speed is considered top-notch among the Rock clan sector lords. I didn't expect you to see through it with a glance and easily force me out of my original body. The young Rock race clansmen praised Fong Qin endlessly. They learned from the Great Rock that the person in front of them had returned the Great Rock movement technique that had been lost for a long time to the Rock race. This was definitely a historical moment for the Rock race. It was worth remembering. Fong Qin was their savior to the Rock race. Therefore, they treated Fong Qin with great respect. Big Brother Fong, you're quite knowledgeable about the Great Rock movement technique. Can you give me some pointers? The young Rock race clansman climbed up from the ground and asked with a smile. Your speed is rare in the sector Lord Realm, but as a member of the Rock race, speed is your forte. There's nothing to be proud of. Fong Qin muttered, I observed your speed just now and found some flaws. For example, it's good to pursue speed, but you can't be too blind. The Space Dao is much more inclusive and mysterious compared to speed. He paused for a moment and continued, You only pay attention to speed, but not the comprehension of the Space Dao. This is putting the cart before the horse. Fong Qin's pointers were very sharp. It was basically hitting the nail on the head. After hearing his pointers, the young Rock race clansman was overjoyed. He said excitedly, Thank you for your pointers, Big Brother Fong. I feel that I've learned a lot. Fong Qin nodded and smiled. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Fong Qin escaped from the Dragon Field. For a world deity, 3 years was just a blink of an eye. During these 3 years, Fong Qin had been cultivating in the Rock race's nest, and the Crimson Black Rock had also been cultivating the Rock movement technique day and night. Qing Ho, who was far away in Tianqiyuan in the southern region, sent a piece of good news. Western region, Weapon Pavilion headquarters. The Monster King sat cross-legged and was cultivating. Suddenly he opened his eyes, and a smile appeared on his face. Is it ready? His figure flashed and disappeared into the void. Not long after, he took a series of teleportation arrays and arrived at Tianqiyuan. How is it? After seeing Qing Ho, the Monster King hurriedly asked. Everything is ready. We're just waiting for you, Qing Ho said. That's great. Can we start now? Qing Ho nodded and brought the Monster King to the forbidden area in the back mountain of Tianqiyuan. He also specially instructed the governor of Tianqiyuan not to let anyone disturb them. The Monster King shook his wrist, and a powerful seal enveloped the forbidden area in the back mountain. Let's begin, the Monster King said. Sit here. Don't move without my orders. Qing Ho reminded him. Also, when I rescue his primordial spirit fragment from the puppet fighter, I will directly inject it into your mind. When the time comes, don't resist. You have to use your consciousness to guide and nourish it. The primordial spirit fragment was on the verge of collapse. What little consciousness it had left would automatically retreat when it sensed the dangerous aura of the outside world. Although the Monster King's primordial spirit had not reached the Emperor realm, it was still at the peak of the half-step Emperor realm. Even if it was not released, it would still make Bution's primordial spirit fragment feel fear. At this time, it was up to Fongqin to guide it. "You can start now," the Monster King said confidently. Buzz! Qing Ho shook his wrist, and a series of seals emerged from his palm. In the blink of an eye, the air above the forbidden area in the back mountain was filled with the aura of puppets. Whoosh! Qing Ho took out Bution's body. Crack! His large hand reached out and grabbed Bution's head. Bution, who was like a walking corpse, suddenly began to struggle violently. Subconsciously, he felt that someone was hurting him, so he struggled violently. Heaven Puppet Technique, Condense. Qing Ho used the Heaven Puppet Clan's technique, refining puppets and rescuing primordial spirit fragments worked the same way. At this time, Qing Ho reversed the method of refining puppet fighters and quickly took control of Bution's body. Then he began to try using the puppet technique to extract Bution's primordial spirit. Hiss! Hiss! After 3 years of preparation, everything was ready. The process was very smooth, and there were no problems along the way. In just a moment, Qing Ho had extracted Bution's primordial spirit fragment. "Be careful," Qing Ho warned. Then, the Monster King felt fragments appear in his mind. These fragments seemed to be terrified. Buzz! He released his primordial spirit, and a gentle aura surrounded the primordial spirit fragment. "Brother Bution, it's me." Perhaps Bution's primordial spirit fragment heard the Monster King's words and suddenly calmed down. Hiss! Hiss! After a moment, Bution's primordial spirit fragment completely stabilized. Endless soul power nourished the primordial spirit fragment. Whoosh! Chapter 3241. The method of refining a puppet fighter was extremely cruel. Under normal circumstances, if a martial artist was refined into a puppet fighter, he would be like a walking corpse without any consciousness. Even his primordial spirit would be on the verge of collapse. However, there were 2 reasons why Bution could be saved. First, it was because Tribulation Lord Xie's method of refining a puppet fighter was not very powerful. Strictly speaking, the puppet fighter that he refined could not be called a real puppet fighter. It could only be considered a semi-finished product. This also saved Qing Ho a lot of trouble when he saved Bution. Second, it was because Qing Ho had obtained countless opportunities in the puppet Dao over the years. His attainment in the puppet Dao had reached an extremely high level. He had a special understanding of puppet fighters. Combining these 2 points and the Demon King's ample preparation, Bution's primordial spirit fragment was able to successfully reside in the Demon King's mind. "Brother Bution, your primordial spirit is on the verge of collapse. If you are not careful, it will be completely destroyed. Don't resist. Rest in my mind for the time being. When your primordial spirit recovers sufficiently, I will reconstruct your physical body." The Demon King said. The primordial spirit fragment in his mind seemed to be able to hear the Demon King's words. It emitted a gentle light and quieted down. The Demon King's half-step martial emperor primordial spirit continuously released powerful soul Dao energy, completely enveloping the primordial spirit fragment and nourishing it. Phew! Seeing this, Qing Ho heaved a sigh of relief. He had finally solved a big problem. It's a success. The Demon King looked at Qing Ho and grinned. The process was very smooth. It's all thanks to your half-step martial emperor primordial spirit. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to let his primordial spirit fragment reside in it. Qing Ho said, "A half-step martial emperor primordial spirit transcends all living beings. It is protected by the supreme rules and can absorb the supreme aura between heaven and earth. You used your half-step martial emperor soul Dao energy to nourish his primordial spirit fragment. It won't take long for his primordial spirit to heal. As for when he can recover to the stage of reconstructing his physical body, we will have to observe. His primordial spirit had already reached the martial emperor realm. Although his clone had not yet reached the martial emperor realm, it had also reached the half-step martial emperor realm. His clone could clearly sense all the insights he had gained during his breakthrough. To a demon king, it was only a matter of time before his primordial spirit reached the emperor realm. Thank you for your hard work. The demon king stood up and patted Qing Ho's shoulder gratefully. There's no need to be so courteous between us. Qing Ho smiled. The two of them met on Trace Island, one of the 72 islands of the Old Hua archipelago in the universe. They cultivated together and were almost ambushed by the Demon Cloud clan leader. In the end, they fled to the Heaven Puppeteer race's hiding place. In fact, the Demon King's attainments in puppetry were no weaker than Qing Ho's. Back then, the two of them had received the inheritance of the Heaven Puppet race together. However, the Demon King had accidentally touched the realm wall and was lost in the sea. In the end, he had gone to Sky Passage Island. To him, martial Tao was the most important. Thus, he gradually gave up on the path of puppetry. As for Qing Ho, as time passed, his mastery of the Tao of puppetry grew stronger, which was why he was able to achieve what he had today. Your mastery of the Tao of puppetry is really impressive. The Demon King gave him a thumbs up. Qing Ho shook his head. He knew better than anyone how strong the Demon King's potential was. You used too much energy to save Butian. Rest for a while, the Demon King said. The Demon King had always been obsessed with turning Butian into a war puppet. Now that his obsession had dissipated, he instantly felt his heart become empty, as if he had entered a state of enlightenment. In the past 3 years, nothing much had changed in the outside world. The rock race's nest was as silent as ever. Boom! Suddenly, a terrifying aura soared into the sky. Following this, the blue sky turned dark in an instant. A wild aura spread across the place. Fang Chen's eyes stared straight ahead. His powerful divine sense instantly spread out. In an instant, he saw a huge rock race's shadow in the black clouds that covered the sky. Did it work? Fang Chen's eyes pierced through the black clouds like lightning. He saw the crimson-black giant rock controlling its huge body and flashing continuously. It was as if the entire world could not stop its footsteps. This was the mystery of the rock movement technique. Amazing! Fang Chen could not help but exclaim. The rock movement technique was obviously more compatible with the crimson-black giant rock. Although the crimson-black giant rock had just comprehended it, it could already exert 100% of the effect, as expected of the rock race's supreme movement technique. Fang Chen murmured. Buzz! The black clouds that covered the sky dissipated in an instant, and the world became clear again. The crimson-black giant rock flapped its wings and came in front of Fang Chen. Brother Fang, Brother Fang. The crimson-black giant rock's gong-sized eyes flickered with excitement. I've succeeded in cultivating it. The crimson-black giant rock said excitedly, If it weren't for you, how could I have such achievements? He was very grateful to Fang Chen in his heart. After cultivating the rock movement technique, he vaguely felt that the bottleneck of his bloodline seemed to have loosened. According to his guess, if he could cultivate the rock movement technique to the extreme, he would be as stunning as his ancestors in the ancient times. It was very likely that he would reactivate the pure blood bloodline hidden in his bloodline. The rock race was a pure blood race. Now that they had declined to such a state, the pure blood bloodline had long disappeared. If he could reactivate the pure blood bloodline, it would be of great significance to the rock race. The crimson-black giant rock transformed into his human form and bowed deeply to Fang Chen. Brother Fang, you are the savior of our rock race. Brother Rock, there's no need to do this. Fong Qin hurriedly helped the crimson-black giant rock up. The rock movement technique was a secret technique of the rock race. He had also benefited from it and had played a miraculous role in many battles. Returning it to the rock race was his promise to the rock ancestor. All right, I won't say anything else. If you have any difficulties in the future, just tell me. If I refuse, I will be punished by the heavens. The crimson-black giant rock made a martial oath. Whether it was humans, demons, or other races, martial oaths were very binding on them. The crimson-black giant rock made a martial oath in front of Fong Qin and expressed his attitude. Let's go. It's time to explore the bones of the rulers underground. After chatting with Fong Qin for a while, the crimson-black giant rock couldn't wait to explore. A few hours later, the crimson-black giant rock and Fong Qin left the rock race's nest and appeared in front of a valley. From this valley, you can go straight underground, the crimson-black giant rock said. Just as the two of them were about to enter the valley, Fong Qin suddenly stopped in his tracks. There's someone. Fong Qin frowned. His Emperor Realm consciousness spread out and easily captured the human warriors in the valley. What's going on? The crimson-black giant rock was puzzled. This valley was very hidden and rarely visited. Why would there be humans here? Could it be that they had discovered something? There's a total of 3 people. 2 of them are world kings, and the last one is a transcendent world lord. Fong Qin said. The crimson-black giant rock trembled. It couldn't sense anything, but Fong Qin could sense the specific number of people. The crimson-black giant rock looked at Fong Qin with shock in its eyes. This boy's primordial spirit was too terrifying. Humph! No matter what, this is still the edge of my rock race's nest. Human warriors actually dare to set foot here. They are truly courting death. The crimson-black giant rock directly said, Hoo! Soon, the 2 of them entered the valley side by side. At this time, in the center of the valley, there were 3 figures. They seemed to be laying down an array formation. Who is it? The 3 of them loudly shouted after sensing the fluctuations of aura. They turned around and saw Fong Qin and the crimson-black giant rock. A cold light shot out from their eyes. This is an important place of my rock gate. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite. One of the world kings stepped forward and reprimanded, Rock gate. Hearing this, the crimson-black giant rock was instantly enraged. Trash, like you dare to use the word rock? Are you even worthy? Who? The crimson-black giant rock transformed into its true form. The phantom of the rock race covered the sky and filled the void. It roared towards the sky and flapped its wings, instantly arriving in front of the 3. Kill. Chapter 3242. Bang. The crimson-black rock was a world king realm powerhouse. Moreover, as a monster, whether it was in terms of body or soul force, it was far superior to humans of the same realm. In addition, he cultivated the great rock movement technique. In the void, he was like a fish back in water. His huge body constantly shuttled through the void. Every time his wings flapped, huge waves would be created. Dong, dong, dong. Seeing this, the 3 joined forces to attack. Xiao! Resplendent light was released from the weapons of the 3 people. Dong! In just one strike, the crimson-black rock disintegrated their attacks. Kill! The crimson-black rock roared in anger, emitting a terrifying aura. Not good. After the 3 were forced back, the white-bearded world king's expression changed. The rock race specializes in the Tao of the void. We can't catch him at all and can only become his targets. As he spoke, his figure flashed, preparing to bring the other 2 away. You want to leave? The crimson-black rock's eyes spewed fire. He pushed his great rock movement technique to the limit, and his huge body appeared in front of the 3. Little Han, you leave first. The white-bearded world king pushed the transcendent World King away, and then resolutely rushed towards the crimson black rock. "We will block him. You leave quickly." The two World Kings used all their strength to block the crimson black rock. "Go." The transcendent World King's eyes flashed. He didn't stop and instantly disappeared into the void. Pum! However, not long after he escaped, he felt a terrifying strength attack him. He was forced to reveal himself. "You!" The transcendent World King's eyes widened as he stared at Fang Qin. Although they were both transcendent World Kings, he could feel a terrifying killing intent from the latter. "Gotcha!" In a flash, the white-bearded World King's arm was cut off by the crimson black rock. He let out a miserable cry. The other World King was also heavily injured. If it was before, the transcendent World King would definitely attack. But now, if the two World Kings were defeated, the crimson black rock would definitely attack him. Although he didn't fear the transcendent World King in front of him, he was somewhat afraid of the crimson black rock. As long as there is life, there is hope. As he thought of this, the transcendent world overlord leaped up and entered the void once more. Boom! Boom! Fang Qin punched out, tearing the void apart. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Rip! In the air, a drop of blood drifted out, but there were no traces of the transcendent world overlord. "I will come back for revenge." A resentful voice echoed in Fang Qin's mind. This is Fang Qin's large hand sucked, and the drop of blood in the void landed on his palm. Boom! The black hole bloodline erupted and swept the drop of blood away. Bloodline King candidate. Fang Qin's heart trembled. But why couldn't he sense the Bloodline King's aura? After checking it over and over again, Fang Qin was sure that this drop of blood had something to do with the Bloodline Monarch. Just now, his escaping method was godly. Even if I used the rock movement technique, I might not be able to catch up to him. How could a small sect give birth to such a monster? Combining all these, Fang Qin concluded that the transcendent world overlord who escaped was a Bloodline King candidate. It seems like he has a powerful treasure on him that can isolate the Bloodline King's aura. Fang Qin muttered. "Gotcha!" The battle in the valley gradually came to an end. Two World Kings, one dead and one injured. Dong! The crimson black rock turned back into its human form and stepped on the Whitebeard World King's body. Voila! The Whitebeard World King's body was on the verge of collapse. He fell into a pool of blood and was on the verge of death. Just as the crimson black rock was about to kill him, Fang Qin walked over and stopped him. "What are you doing here?" Fang Qin asked. "You dare to attack the people of the Rock Gate? You will regret it." The Whitebeard World King roared hysterically. Who was that transcendent world overlord? Fang Qin continued to ask. "Ha ha ha!" The Whitebeard World King suddenly laughed out loud. "Just you wait. As long as Little Han escapes, you will never have a day of peace. Little Han will avenge us. What awaits you is an endless bloody hell." Fang Qin shook his head. It seemed that he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. Bang! The crimson black rock punched out and killed him. Rock Gate? I will remember them. The crimson black rock's eyes flashed with a cold light. Shaking his head slightly, Fang Qin walked to the center of the valley. His palm gently touched the void. Wang! Ripples flickered in the void, and a powerful array Dao aura spread out. Complex runes flickered, illuminating the valley. Why did they set up an array here? The crimson black rock asked. Fang Qin frowned as he stared at the array in front of him. What an evil array! He could feel that this half-finished array contained an extremely evil aura. Suddenly he noticed a shocking scene. Could it be? He quickly thought in his mind and turned to look at the crimson black rock. Did you sense it? Damn Rock Gate! The crimson black rock clenched his fists and roared towards the sky. The evil aura contained in the half-finished array contained an extremely weak aura of the Rock clan. This meant that they had hunted down some Rock clansmen and absorbed their power to set up the array, killing my Rock clan's disciples. I swear that I will destroy the Rock Gate. Now that the Rock clan had declined, the number of Rock clan's disciples was getting fewer and fewer. They were in danger of being exterminated at any time. And the Rock Gate actually dared to hunt down Rock clan's disciples. This was intolerable. Don't be rash. If the Rock Gate dares to do this, they must have a backup plan, Fangchen said. Could it be that they have discovered the bones of the rulers under the ground? The crimson-black rock shook its head. There are powerful restrictions around the bones of the rulers that isolate them from the outside world. Unless they go deep underground, it's impossible to discover them. Then the Rock Gate set up an array here and hunted down the Rock clan's disciples. Could it be that they want to attack the Rock clan? Hearing this, the crimson-black rock's expression suddenly changed drastically. Have we been discovered? The first thing the crimson-black rock thought of was the Void WYRM clan. Don't be rash. Perhaps that's not the case. Fangchen said, if the Void WYRM clan finds traces of your Rock clan, they will definitely attack with all their might and directly destroy the Rock clan. They won't use such despicable methods. Then why? The crimson-black rock asked. Fangchen shrugged. I'm not sure either. Let's not think about this for now. Exploring the bones of the rulers is more important. Okay, come with me. The crimson-black rock gathered its thoughts and brought Fangchen deep into the valley. After walking for a long time on the winding path, they arrived at a rock. Do we enter from here? Fangchen asked. The crimson-black rock nodded and plucked a feather from its body. It turned into specks of starlight and entered the rock. In the next instant, the two were covered in white light and disappeared from the valley. Who? Outside the mountain range, there were towering trees. A figure was flying quickly. We're finally out. After leaving the mountain range, he stopped and let out a sigh of relief. He felt the pain and subconsciously lowered his head to take a look. He suddenly discovered that there was a thumb-sized wound on his abdomen. Drops of blood were flowing out from the wound. That person's strength is terrifying. The eyes of the Rock Gate's transcendent sector Lord flashed. I've always thought that I was invincible in the sector Lord realm, but today I met such a monster. Unfortunately, my bloodline power hasn't fully recovered. Otherwise, I would definitely fight him. Something's not right. As the Transcendent Sector Lord spoke, he suddenly frowned. He sniffed with his nose and then pointed at the wound with his finger. Scarlet blood stained his fingertip. He seriously looked at the scarlet blood. A moment later, his eyes shined with a golden light. Bloodline King candidate. After making such a shocking discovery, he was very excited. If my bloodline power is fully recovered, it will be hard to find a match in the World King realm. A mere rock, I can kill it with a wave of my hand. The Transcendent Sector Lord said, killing a bloodline king candidate and absorbing his strength is the fastest way. I didn't think that I would meet a bloodline king candidate here. The Transcendent Sector Lord licked his dry lips. Back then, I sneaked into the Rock Gate to obtain the drop of blood left behind from the ancient era. Unfortunately, in these years, with the protection of the Rock Gate's treasure, I couldn't get close to that drop of blood. Chapter 3243. Rumble. Fangchen felt that his body was falling rapidly, surrounded by endless lava. It seemed that he would be drowned by the lava if he was not careful. The temperature of the lava was extremely high. If an ordinary martial artist came here, their primordial spirit would definitely be corroded. However, Fangchen was fine. His primordial spirit had reached the Emperor realm. With a thought, his soul path power enveloped his body, isolating him from the lava. How are you? Suddenly, the crimson-black rock's voice came from behind him. Fangchen subconsciously turned his head. The crimson black rock had transformed into its true form. Its huge wings covered his entire body, isolating him from the lava. "I'm fine," Fong Chen said. Seeing this, the crimson black rock's eyes flashed with shock. An Emperor Realm primordial spirit. As the leader of the rock race, how could he not know how terrifying an Emperor Realm primordial spirit was? "I was worried that your primordial spirit would be burned when passing through the lava. Now it seems that I was worrying too much." The crimson black rock spoke in human language. An Emperor Realm primordial spirit was too terrifying. Even the rock was ashamed of its inferiority. There is an independent space under the ground. The skeleton of the sovereign is in it. If you want to enter it, you have to pass through layers of lava. As the two fell, the crimson black rock explained to Fong Chen, this flaming lava didn't originally exist. It was attracted by the skeleton of the sovereign. After the baptism of time, it gradually evolved into this powerful lava. The magma was imperceptibly infected with the aura emanating from the skeleton, and it subconsciously protected it. Any martial artist who wanted to pass through the lava would be stopped by the lava. Rumble. Just as the great crimson black rock finished speaking, a huge change suddenly occurred in the surrounding magma. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying magma gathered together to form a terrifying whirlpool. A frightening aura was emitted from the whirlpool. Many beautiful flaming flowers were emitted from the whirlpool. Not good. Fong Chen had the fire origin bloodline, so he was extremely sensitive to all flames in the world. After seeing the beautiful flowers, he immediately felt a dangerous aura approaching. "We can't fight it head-on," Fong Chen shouted. He stomped his foot, and his body fell rapidly. As for the crimson black rock, it flapped its wings and moved extremely quickly. Under the ground, the monstrous lava surged and turned into fiery dragons, chasing after Fong Chen and the crimson black rock. After an unknown amount of time, the two of them felt their bodies sink. With a bang, they fell to the ground. Whoosh! The monstrous lava instantly without a trace. Fong Chen raised his head and suddenly discovered that he and the great scarlet black rock were standing in front of a void door. "Is this the entrance to the independent space?" Fong Chen asked. The crimson black rock nodded. "That's right. This is the entrance. Let's go." The great crimson black rock was very familiar with the process. Its figure flickered and soon opened the gate in the air, bringing Fong Chen in. The independent space was completely different from the outside world. The aura here was gentle, as if it was a paradise, aloof from worldly affairs. It was hard to imagine that they had just passed through the life and death test of the scorching lava, but now they had appeared in such a beautiful place. "Do you feel it?" The crimson black rock said in a deep voice. It looked around with its gong-sized eyes and was very vigilant. Fong Chen's powerful consciousness instantly spread out and merged into the void bit by bit. In the next second, Fong Chen felt a mysterious aura. He wanted to capture it, but he didn't know where to start. However, Fong Chen knew very well that this aura was real and had a great impact on him. Hiss! When his primordial spirit sensed this aura, it was as if the whole world was under his control. Boom! In his mind, the power of the soul path completely erupted. He stomped his foot and floated in the air, trying to find that aura. But in the end, it was to no avail. What aura is that? Why is it so shocking? Fong Chen was very shocked. That aura was mysterious, and he had never felt it before. No, suddenly a light flashed in Fong Chen's mind. Then his eyes burned, and an extremely excited expression appeared on his face. "I once felt this aura when I received the inheritance of the immortal emperor in the immortal sacred palace," Fong Chen said in a deep voice. He finally remembered. At that time, although he felt this aura, he didn't pay much attention to it. Now, combined with the independent space, the skeleton of a sovereign, and other elements, he suddenly realized a problem. Could this aura be the aura of a sovereign? But that couldn't be right. Whoosh! His eyes flickered. The supreme ancestral eye, which had been silent for a long time, suddenly twitched involuntarily. Fong Chen blurted out almost subconsciously, "The power of the supreme law." His body trembled, and a storm rose in his heart. Is this the aura of the supreme law? The supreme law was everywhere, but no one knew of its existence. In the primordial chaos, all martial artists had a common goal, and that was to control the supreme law and transcend heaven and earth. However, since ancient times, only the sovereigns who stood at the top of the pyramid could truly achieve this. It seems that the skeleton of a sovereign really is here. Fong Chen's heart surged. With a thought, he landed in front of the crimson black rock. "Let's look carefully," the crimson black rock said. The skeleton of a sovereign contained the supreme law. If it didn't want you to see it, you wouldn't be able to see it. Everything was up to fate. The black domain was a large domain like the dragon domain. It also occupied a certain position in the northern region. The domain was vast and boundless, and the experts were as numerous as the clouds. The rock gate was a first-rate force in the black domain. In terms of actual combat strength, the rock gate's strength was inferior to the Ouyang family of the dragon domain. Today, the atmosphere in the rock gate was very tense. "Little Han, why did you call me here?" An old man in gray clothes came to Little Han's side. If Fong Chen was here, he would definitely recognize this person as the transcendent world lord that had escaped from his hands. "I feel that my cultivation has reached the limit. If I take another step, I will reach the World King realm." Little Han said. No one knew his name. Besides some of the higher-ups of the Rock Gate, who called him Little Han, everyone else respectfully called him Realm Lord Han. Really? Hearing this, the Rock Gate Lord's face revealed an excited expression. "That's great. You are able to suppress a peak World King at the Transcendent World Lord realm. If you step into the World King realm, you will be able to sweep the world." The Rock Gate Lord could already see the scene of the Rock Gate rising because of Little Han. "I want to try again," Realm Lord Han said. The Rock Gate Lord's expression changed, but he still nodded in agreement. I will accompany you." Before long, the Rock Gate Lord brought Realm Lord Han to the Forbidden Palace. On the walls of the palace, runes flashed and an oppressive aura filled the air. In the empty palace, there was only a bronze coffin placed quietly. The oppressive aura came from the bronze coffin. "Little Han, you must be careful. That drop of blood is the most precious treasure left behind by my Rock Gate's ancestor. Until now, no one has been able to take it out." The Rock Gate Lord warned, "If you feel any danger, immediately stop." In the history of the Rock Gate, there were many outstanding geniuses that had tried to forcefully take the blood, only to die in the end. The ancestor once said that this drop of blood was the hope of the Rock Gate's revival. If a descendant could take it out, their name would shake the world and they would become a hegemon. Unfortunately, although the blood was strong, the Rock Gate was helpless. This wasn't the first time Realm Lord Han had tried. Without exception, all of his previous attempts had failed. "Xiao!" Realm Lord Han's figure flashed, and he instantly arrived above the bronze coffin. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the bronze coffin, as if the entire world was about to explode. A terrifying aura surged from the bronze coffin. "Open!" Realm Lord Han roared as he opened his hand and grabbed the edge of the bronze coffin. The power in his body instantly erupted. However, the bronze coffin was too heavy, and he couldn't move it no matter how hard he tried. CSISI, the vast bloodline power in his body, crazily flowed into the bronze coffin through his hand. Dong dong dong. The bronze coffin suddenly became restless. Realm Lord Han could clearly feel that the drop of blood seemed to have become restless. Kacha! Just as he was thinking about how to open the bronze coffin, a corner of the bronze coffin suddenly opened and a terrifying power surged towards him. Not good. Realm Lord Han cursed in his heart. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. CSISI. Although he dodged in time, his sleeves were still burned. What a powerful blood! Realm Lord Han's eyes flashed with a shocking light. This drop of blood seems to be related to the Bloodline King. Realm Lord Han thought, when I used my bloodline power, that drop of blood actually became restless. It seems that my strength isn't enough to open the bronze coffin. Thinking up to here, Realm Lord Han couldn't wait to kill Fong Qin and absorb his bloodline power. If I can absorb that fellow's bloodline power, I can definitely open the bronze coffin. The blood in the bronze coffin was extremely important to Realm Lord Han. He had been in the Rock Gate for so many years for this drop of blood. Little Han, are you all right? The Rock Gate Lord asked. Realm Lord Han shook his head. I'm fine. Right. How many puppets do we have in the Rock Gate? The ancestor left behind 9 great puppets. Countless years ago, 3 of them were destroyed by the enemy. Of the remaining 6, 3 of them are guarding the Great Guardian Mountain Formation and are unable to leave. The remaining 3 are the trump cards of our Demon Rock sect. Gate Lord. Realm Lord Han turned around and looked seriously at the Rock Gate Lord. I found a strange place in the boundless mountain range. There seems to be a treasure there, and I need 3 puppets. This, the Rock Gate Lord pondered. Chapter 3244. Endless Mountain Range, Mysterious Valley. Realm Lord Han had returned, but this time he had brought his trump card with him. The 3 god-slaying puppets were enough to deal with the rock. As for the remaining Transcendent World Lord, although he was extremely strong, Realm Lord Han was confident he could kill him. In the same realm, Realm Lord Han had never been afraid of anyone. Voila! Realm Lord Han leaped into the valley. The array they had set up had completely collapsed, and there was no aura of Fong Qin or the crimson black rock. Where did they go? Realm Lord Han muttered. Could it be that they also discovered the abnormality underground? The last time Realm Lord Han and the others came here, it was because they accidentally discovered the abnormality underground. They concluded that there must be a supreme treasure underground. So they set up an array here to kill the rocks and use their blood to irrigate the array, allowing them to pass through the magma and enter the underground. Humph, the supreme treasure underground is mine. No one can take it away. After saying that, Realm Lord Han entered the valley and controlled the 3 god-slain puppets to set up another array. A moment later, a monstrous array spread out. Seeing this, Realm Lord Han entered and controlled the array. His figure gradually disappeared into the void. The independent space had a very elegant environment. If one stayed here for a long time, they would forget about the competition outside. It's really a paradise. Fong Qin couldn't help but sigh. If there is a day when I can reach the peak of martial arts, I will bring my wife and find a place like this to live in seclusion. Rip. The crimson-black rock shuttled through the void, searching for the skeleton of a sovereign. It spread its wings and soared, its speed reaching the extreme. In just half a day, it circled around the independent space. Did you find anything? Seeing the crimson-black rock return, Fong Qin asked. The crimson-black rock shook its head. The independent space is very quiet. I searched the entire space, but couldn't find anything. Continue searching. Fong Qin said. It wasn't easy to come here, so he naturally wouldn't give up. This was the skeleton of a sovereign. If news of this spread out, wouldn't the entire ancient chaos be shaken? Even a peak existence that surpassed a world king would go crazy over this. 3 days later, another person appeared in the independent space. After spending a total of 3 days, Realm Lord Han finally passed through the lava and arrived here. Sure enough, there's another paradise beneath the earth. After discovering the independent space, Realm Lord Han was even more certain of his guess. However, the magma outside is indeed very powerful. If it weren't for the 3 god-slaying puppets blocking the magma for me, it would be rather difficult for me to pass through the layers of magma, said Realm Lord Han. He was very clear about his own situation. His weakness was his primordial spirit. If my primordial spirit can reach the immortal Emperor realm, magma is nothing to me. However, he also knew that breaking through to the immortal Emperor realm with his primordial spirit was something that was far beyond his reach. Let's find that guy first, kill him, and absorb the bloodline power in his body. Right now, the most important thing for Realm Lord Han was to absorb Fong Chen's bloodline power and obtain the terrifying drop of blood in the rock gate coffin. At that time, he would become the most powerful existence among the candidates for the Bloodline King. At that time, I will definitely search the primordial chaos and kill all the candidates for the Bloodline King. Only I am the true candidate for the throne. Realm Lord Han clenched his fists, his heart pounding. When he became the only candidate, he would definitely inherit the mantle of the Bloodline King. Thinking of this, he laughed heartily. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura in the void. Immediately after, his expression abruptly changed, and he laughed sinisterly. It's really a case of traveling far and wide looking for something, only to find it without any effort. I didn't expect to meet you so quickly. Whoosh! Realm Lord Han traveled through the void and soon arrived at a plain. Fong Chen and the Crimson Black Rock were seriously looking for the bones of the sovereigns. Someone's here. Fong Chen's expression changed slightly when he saw the newcomer. Who is it? The Crimson Black Rock turned around and looked into the distance. It's him. How did he find this place? Could it be? Thinking of how the Rock Gate had set up an array in the valley to kill the rocks, the Crimson Black Rock was furious. I'll go kill him. Voila! The Crimson Black Rock stomped his feet and quickly appeared in front of Realm Lord Han. Brat, you still dare to appear? Why wouldn't I dare? Realm Lord Han stood with his hands behind his back, floating in the air and laughing coldly. Humph! You're just a transcendent Realm Lord. In my eyes, you're nothing. The Crimson Black Rock said. Your rock gate actually hunted my rocks. You deserve to die. Today, I'll personally kill you. Seeing the furious Crimson Black Rock, Realm Lord Han laughed eerily. Since I dare to appear in front of you, do you think I don't have any trump cards? Kill. The Crimson Black Rock didn't care about that. He reached out with his hand and grabbed at Realm Lord Han. Your opponent is not me. Voila! 3 god-slaying puppets appeared in front of the Crimson Black Rock, completely surrounding him. Roar! The Crimson Black Rock felt the threat of the god-slaying puppets. He roared towards the sky and transformed into his true form. A huge rock shadow covered the sky as though it was going to devour the earth. He clashed with the 3 god-slaying puppets. God-slaying puppets? Fong Chen immediately recognized the god-slaying puppets. He hurriedly warned, Be careful, those are god-slaying puppets. Realm Lord Han looked at Fong Chen, and his lips curled up, revealing a strange smile. After so many years, you're the first person of the same realm that I've taken seriously. Realm Lord Han shrugged. To be able to force me to use my full strength, even if you die, you should be proud. Fong Chen remained silent. What a dense bloodline power. As expected of one of the Bloodline King candidates. If I can absorb your bloodline power, my strength will definitely rise to another level. In order to increase his strength, Realm Lord Han would do anything. He walked towards Fong Chen step by step, emitting a powerful aura. Among all the transcendental realm lords I know, your potential is considered top-notch. However, death is still unavoidable today. Is that so? Why do I feel that the one who will die in the end will be you? Fong Chen raised his head and faced him head-on. There was no fear on his face, only calmness and indifference. Pretentious. Realm Lord Han thought that Fong Chen was purposely pretending to be calm to make him wary. "Do you see that?" Realm Lord Han pointed at the crimson black rock that was surrounded by the god-slaying puppets. He was in a slightly sorry state. "Without his help, how will you block my attack?" However, Fang Qin didn't care about Realm Lord Han's threat. Instead, he looked at the three god-slaying puppets with interest. "These god-slaying puppets are really powerful." Fang Qin smiled. "If I kill you, these god-slaying puppets will become ownerless items, and I can easily take them for myself. With just you?" Realm Lord Han's heart was filled with anger. He was extremely displeased to be mocked. "Die!" Realm Lord Han attacked at lightning speed, releasing a terrifying bloodline power from his body. Crack! Realm Lord Han clenched his fists as bloodline power crazily gathered in his palms. A simple punch was thrown out, but it caused the entire void to tremble. Rip! A deep ravine was torn in the void, swallowing and spitting out terrifying power. It was extremely terrifying. Seeing this, Fang Qin was even more calm. Wong! Sword-shaped runes flashed, and his body was enveloped by invincible sword chi. He fully activated his Emperor Realm physical body, and his defense reached the highest level. "You're courting death." Seeing Fang Qin being so arrogant, Realm Lord Han was even more furious. He roared and increased the strength of his fist towards Fang Qin. Dong! 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 When his fist hit Fang Qin's body, the terrifying power was instantly devoured by the invincible sword chi. Boom! A deafening sound resounded in the sky. Both of them retreated a few steps back. When Realm Lord Han stabilized his body, his heart trembled as he cried out, "Emperor Realm physical body?" He shook his head hard and looked at Fang Qin again. He never thought that his opponent's physical body had reached the Emperor Realm. "No wonder you dare to be so arrogant and use your physical body to block my attack." Chapter 32:45. The air was filled with a heavy aura. The three god-slaying puppets had surrounded the crimson black great rock. Although it was the current patriarch of the rock race and had the supreme rock movement technique, its strength could be said to be at the peak of the World King realm, it was useless. It couldn't break through the blockade of the god-slaying puppets at all. What was a god-slaying puppet? It was an extremely powerful puppet. This puppet was even more terrifying than a war puppet. A war puppet could only be considered the lowest level of a war machine. The three god-slaying puppets in front of them were already considered top existences among war machines. Most importantly, their defense had reached the pinnacle and was comparable to an Emperor Realm body. In addition, they didn't have thoughts and didn't know pain. They didn't need to defend at all and only needed to attack with all their might. But the crimson black great rock was different. The god-slaying puppets' attacks were very powerful. On one hand, it had to attack, and on the other hand, it had to defend. Therefore, it was a little flustered at the moment. Not far away, Realm Lord Han, who was emitting a shocking aura, clenched his fists. Runes flashed around his body, and his eyes shot out a murderous light. He stared at Fang Qin. Although the latter's Emperor Realm body shocked him, it wasn't to the point of fear. An Emperor Realm body is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too weak. If the person in front of him was a World King Realm expert, he would definitely be afraid. Unfortunately, he was just a transcendent Realm Lord. In the same realm, he didn't fear anyone. Even Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua, whose names had shaken the ancient chaos, he could suppress them at this realm. After a short exchange of blows, Realm Lord Han's mind was rapidly thinking. He knew that if he didn't use his full strength, he wouldn't be able to kill the person in front of him. In the next second, under Fang Qin's gaze, his body emitted a monstrous aura. Voila! He clenched his fists and suddenly opened them. The void trembled and a terrifying power swept across the land. Hoo hoo hoo! Strong winds blew, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. Realm Lord Han stomped his foot, His figure flickered unceasingly. In an instant, countless illusions of him appeared in the air. Die! Following Realm Lord Han's furious roar, his voice reverberated throughout the entire world, making it impossible to tell which was his true body. Fang Chen's eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the densely packed phantoms that were charging towards him. Finally, his eyes locked onto a figure. He slowly opened his palm, and the star-hidden sword appeared in an instant. The loud and clear sound of the sword resounded through the world. Invincible sword technique, immortal sword. Facing Sector Lord Han, Fang Chen didn't dare to be careless and directly used the immortal sword. With Fang Chen's current strength, the power of the immortal sword was unimaginably powerful. The hidden star sword drew an unimaginable trajectory in the void and stabbed at one of the figures. At the same time, the 9 immortal star cores in his body shook violently. Extremely rich immortal star power emerged and gathered in his other hand. Immortal hand! He abruptly raised his palm. Golden light shone brightly as an enormous handprint appeared out of thin air. With boundless power, it swooped down, courting death. Realm Lord Han sneered. Thousands of phantoms released their powerful bloodline power. Whoosh! Whoosh! The terrifying bloodline power gathered together and condensed into a blood-red battle spear. On the battle spear, a scarlet aura circulated and boundless killing intent surged. Bloody battle spear, destroy the heavens and earth. A roar resounded through the world. The blood-red battle spear whizzed out. With the help of thousands of phantoms, it fiercely shot out and collided with the hidden star sword. Break! Realm Lord Han roared and controlled the blood-red battle spear, wanting to break the hidden star sword. However, he still underestimated the attack of the hidden star sword. The immortal sword was Fang Chen's invincible sword principle that he had created himself. He had combined it with the immortal star power to create a sword technique. Once this move was used, heaven and earth would become immortal. Boom! The hidden star sword carried boundless power and collided with the blood-red battle spear. Bloodline power? Fang Chen muttered when he saw this. He sensed that the blood-red battle spear was filled with a strong bloodline power. This bloodline power actually caused the black hole bloodline in his body to have a trace of palpitation. What's going on? Fang Chen exclaimed. With a thought, the power of the immortal hand increased again. A terrifying palm print swooped down. Crack! Realm Lord Han's face was full of disdain. Just a mere palm print, and you want to stop me? Ridiculous. However, before he could finish his words, his face suddenly changed, because he sensed a terrifying power in the immortal hand. Not good. When Realm Lord Han was ready to retreat, it was already too late. The immortal hand covered the sky and covered all of his phantoms. Break! A melodious voice entered his ears. Then, under his dumbfounded gaze, thousands of phantoms all shattered, leaving only his original body standing in the void. Dong! The immortal hand that burst out a dazzling attack did not seem to have any signs of stopping and continued to press down. Battle Spear Sky Splitter. Realm Lord Han's heart suddenly had a tinge of anxiety. He waved his hand and forcefully withdrew the blood-red battle spear, wanting to block the attack of the immortal hand. Boom! Boom! However, the immortal hand was too strong. When it got close to the blood-red battle spear, it instantly suppressed it. Whoosh! After the hidden star sword was freed, it carried an invincible sword chi and pierced through the void, turning into a long rainbow as it charged forward. Pucci! It easily penetrated the defense of the blood-red spear and severely injured it. Crack! Originally, the blood-red spear was still able to resist the hidden star sword. However, after being hit twice, the blood-red spear could no longer hold on, and terrifying cracks appeared on its body. The cracks spread rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, it completely shattered. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the blood-red spear shattered, a terrifying shockwave swept across the land. Realm Lord Han seemed to have also suffered a backlash. His body kept retreating, and a tinge of shock appeared in his eyes. How is this possible? Realm Lord Han shook his head crazily, not daring to believe what he was seeing. I used the blood in my heart to form a battle spear, but I still couldn't block his attack. Realm Lord Han's deep eyes were filled with a complicated expression. However, before he could react, the immortal hand covered him once again. Damn it! Realm Lord Han fell into a state of madness. He couldn't accept the reality in front of him. All along, he had prided himself as the strongest realm lord in history. Now that he was suppressed by an unknown realm lord, he couldn't accept it. Divine soul soar, burn everything. As he spoke, a vast amount of sold-out energy appeared above Realm Lord Han's head. My primordial spirit is at the great circle of the half-step Martial Emperor realm. It's only a step away from the Martial Emperor realm. If I destroy your primordial spirit, how are you going to fight me? At this moment, Realm Lord Han could only use his powerful primordial spirit to turn the tables. He had schemed for so many years, and he wouldn't allow anyone to destroy his plan. Rumble. A mighty soul-doubt energy soared into the sky. Time stop. Fang Chen controlled the hidden star sword while controlling the immortal hand. At the same time, he shouted out these 4 words. Instantly, the trembling sky quietened down. Even Realm Lord Han's body was imprisoned in the void. His pupils constricted as he used his will to control the soul-doubt energy to suppress Fang Chen. He wanted to escape. However, in the next second, he was on the verge of despair. Boom! Fang Chen opened his palm, and his Martial Emperor realm, primordial spirit, soared into the sky. The entire world became dark. No, Realm Lord Han was on the verge of madness. He couldn't imagine that the primordial spirit of the person in front of him had reached the Martial Emperor realm. The Martial Emperor realm, primordial spirit, and Martial Emperor realm, physical body, appeared in the same person. How terrifying was that? I can't accept this. At this moment, Realm Lord Han no longer had the heart to fight. He only wanted to escape. Poochie! He clenched his teeth and spat out a mouthful of essence blood. It burned, and in the blink of an eye, his body began to grow dim until he disappeared into thin air. Crack! His soul-doubt energy was completely suppressed by Fang Chen's Martial Emperor realm, primordial spirit. The power of the hidden star sword and the immortal hand gathered in the void where he was before and exploded. The entire independent space trembled. The void was filled with the aura of death. However, Fang Chen's face was unusually solemn. Chapter 3246. Although Fang Chen was prepared, Realm Lord Han still managed to escape. Looking at Realm Lord Han, who had disappeared into the distance, Fang Chen did not chase after him. It was not that he did not want to chase after him, but even if he used all his strength and used the rock movement technique, he would not be able to catch up. What is hidden in his blood? Fang Chen murmured as a complicated expression appeared in his deep eyes. Just now, he clearly sensed that there was an extremely strong and evil power in Realm Lord Han's blood. This power seemed to have the innate ability to move through space. Even if he wanted to chase after him, there was nothing he could do. Fang Chen shook his head and retracted his gaze. He looked at the crimson black great rock that was fighting with the 3 god-slaying puppets. In order to escape, Realm Lord Han did not hesitate to give up the 3 god-slaying puppets. Sealed Sky Tablet. With a flick of his sleeve, the Sealed Sky Tablet soared into the sky and continued to expand. A vast sealing power descended. In the blink of an eye, the 3 god-slaying puppets were sealed by the power of the Sealed Sky Tablet. Then, the crimson, black, great rock, and Fang Chen worked together to completely suppress the 3 god-slaying puppets. Swoosh! In the end, a terrifying vortex appeared on the Sealed Sky Tablet. A terrifying suction force instantly shot out and sucked the 3 god-slaying puppets into it. Dong! The god-slaying puppets were too powerful. With Fang Chen's strength, he was not able to erase the marks on their bodies. Once they broke free, a battle would definitely break out. Therefore, for the time being, he could only use the power of the sealed sky tablet to seal them. Phew! Brother Fang, you have a lot of treasures on you. The crimson black great rock said with a smile. As the leader of the rock tribe, he naturally recognized the sealed sky tablet at a glance. It looked like a small tablet, but it contained an unimaginable sealing power. In the ancient era, it was the sealed sky tablet that made people tremble when they talked about it. It was the most precious treasure of the sealed sky great emperor and had sealed countless immemorial ancient era experts. But now, it had fallen into the hands of Fang Chen. That guy is hiding some secrets, Fang Chen said in a low voice. If we let him escape this time, he will always be a disaster. Since he was able to find this place, he must have some understanding of the sovereign's skeleton. The crimson black rock said, I believe that he is unable to resist the temptation of the sovereign skeleton, so he definitely won't leave the isolated space so easily. In the crimson black rock's eyes, Realm Lord Han should be hiding temporarily. When the time was right, he would make a move on them. Right now, his 3 god-slaying puppets, which are his strongest trump cards, have been suppressed by you, Brother Fang. Even if he appears again, with the 2 of us working together, he will definitely die. That's why we don't need to worry about him. Our top priority is to find the sovereign's remains. Fang Chen nodded. Indeed, although Realm Lord Han was strong, he was still unable to threaten him and the great crimson black rock. Their goal was the sovereign skeleton. Let's continue our search. Fang Chen said. In the following period of time, Fang Chen and the great crimson black rock continued their search for the sovereign skeleton. The monster king in the southern region of Tianshu, Yuan, also learned of what had happened to his true body. He immediately sought out Qing Ho. Brother Qing Ho. Upon seeing Qing Ho, the monster king cupped his fists in greeting. There's no need to be so formal between us. If there's anything you need, just tell me, Qing Ho said with a smile. My true body suppressed his 3 god-slaying puppets during the battle, but now I can't erase the imprints on them. I can only use the sky-sealing tombstone to suppress them. Before Fang Chen could finish, Qing Ho knew what he wanted to ask. God-slaying puppets are much, much stronger than battle puppets. The value of 1 god-slaying puppet surpasses even that of a transcendent realm lord and is comparable to a realm king. The process of refining them is even more difficult. In the entire primordial chaos, the number of puppeteers who can refine god-slaying puppets can be counted on one hand. Qing Ho pondered. For the time being, I don't have any effective methods. However, don't be anxious. I'm currently comprehending a very profound puppet Tao art. Once I fully comprehend it, I'll have a method. Fang Chen nodded, a hint of hope appearing on his face. If he could really erase the imprints on the god-slaying puppets and take them for himself, his battle prowess would increase exponentially. At that time, he wouldn't even need to fear a peak realm king who had reached the level of great perfection. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen and the great crimson black rock had been searching in the independent space for half a year. In this half a year, the 2 of them had found nothing. On this day, the great crimson black rock seemed to want to give up. He transformed into his human form and sat on a rock, exhausted. His face was full of helplessness. He raised his head and glanced at Fang Chen. He shrugged and said, We've been searching for half a year. We've searched through the entire independent space. During this period, we've even found that guy's hiding place 7 times. However, we haven't found a single clue about the sovereign skeleton. After a moment of silence, the great crimson black rock continued. Could it be that our guess was wrong? There isn't a sovereign skeleton here. The great crimson black rock suspected that everything in front of him was just a fantasy. A peerless powerhouse had fallen here. After experiencing the baptism of time, His skeleton had dissipated into the world, ultimately forming this unique environment. Feng Chen shook his head. The sovereign's skeleton definitely exists. This was because his supreme ancestral eye was constantly pulsing. It seemed to resonate with the supreme aura in the air. Thus, he concluded that there was definitely a sovereign skeleton in this independent space. But why is it that after searching for half a year, we still haven't found anything? Feng Qin racked his brains. In his mind, he constantly recalled everything that had happened to him since he entered the independent space. In the air, I can clearly feel the supreme aura everywhere. Moreover, my supreme ancestral eye has been acting strangely. Feng Chen muttered to himself. Many scenes flashed through his mind. These scenes were all his experiences in the past half a year. On a certain day, when Feng Chen and the great crimson-black rock were passing through an area, some black clouds suddenly flickered in the clear sky. In just an instant, the black clouds had completely disappeared. At that time, Feng Chen didn't pay too much attention to it. He thought that it was just a normal change in the weather. But now he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. The scene in his mind froze at this moment. That trace of black clouds. Suddenly, Feng Chen seemed to have grasped something. He frantically studied the flashing black clouds. Gradually, he sensed a unique power contained within the black clouds. The black clouds went to the northwest. Feng Chen's eyes were filled with a fiery passion. He leaped to his feet, feeling somewhat excited. What's wrong? Seeing this, the great crimson-black rock hurriedly asked, I think I know where the sovereign skeleton is. With that, Feng Chen's figure flashed and disappeared into the air. Wait for me. The great crimson-black rock transformed into its true form, spread its wings and soared in pursuit. Soon, Feng Chen arrived at the place where the black clouds had flickered. He stood there, his feet stepping on the ground, slowly walking step by step. He carefully sensed the pulse and aura of the earth. At the same time, he fully released his primordial spirit, enveloping the entire sky. Hiss! The void seemed to have become incomparably transparent at this moment. Feng Chen's primordial spirit sensed a terrifying torrent at the end of the endless void. Time and space aura. Feng Chen sensed the time and space aura in the void. With this discovery, he continued to release his powerful primordial spirit, completely dissecting the aura of the void and analyzing it bit by bit. Gradually, he discovered the power of time within it, the power of time and the traces of space. Feng Chen murmured. His eyes became deeper, and the black light became stronger, as if it was going to devour the world. He concluded that the sovereign who had lost his skeleton was proficient in the Tao of time and space. What a profound Tao of time and space. Feng Chen couldn't help but sigh. At first, he didn't notice it at all. If it weren't for the flashing black clouds, he wouldn't have noticed it with his powerful attainments in the Tao of time and space. Too powerful. Chapter 3247. In the void, the flow of time was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. This discovery caused Feng Chen to be instantly stunned. He was proficient in the Tao of time and could make time stop. However, it was difficult to change the flow of time so naturally and smoothly. Is this time reversing? He immersed himself in the void and sensed that time was flowing backward. Even he was shocked by such a heaven-defying technique. It must be here. He was even more certain that the location of the sovereign's skeleton was hidden in the void. Continue searching. His powerful Emperor Realm primordial spirit was released in a frenzy, gradually merging into the void. Gradually, Feng Chen's eyes blurred as if he had lost himself. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. Seeing this, the crimson-black rock hurriedly called out. However, no matter how he called out, he didn't get a response from Feng Chen. Seeing the latter's change, he became even more anxious. What's going on? The crimson-black rock was puzzled. His primordial spirit had already stepped into the primordial spirit realm. With such power, he shouldn't be affected by the outside world. However, his body was out of control now. His eyes were blurred as if he was being controlled by a powerful force. Could it be the sovereign skeleton? Suddenly, the crimson black rock was horrified. He thought of a terrifying possibility. Oh no! Brother Fong must have been disturbed by the sovereign skeleton, causing his primordial spirit to become chaotic. He fell into the space-time vortex and can't extricate himself. Thinking of this, the crimson black rock pulled hard on Fong Chen's arm, trying to wake him up. However, in the end, he failed. Bang! A mighty space-time power emerged from Fong Chen's body and forced the crimson black rock's body back. What kind of power is this? His heart was trembling. This power actually gave birth to a feeling of terror in his heart. Is it related to time? He could feel that the flow of time around him was changing. This is unbelievable. The crimson black rock was extremely shocked. He opened his eyes wide and stared at Fong Chen. Roar! He reverted to his true form. His huge body floated in the air. As he flapped his wings, a gust of wind rose. He wanted to pull Fong Chen out of the illusion. Apart from that, there was no other way. Hoo hoo hoo! His wings flapped, but Fong Chen's body didn't move at all. Every time the terrifying power got close to his body, it seemed to be swallowed up. The great crimson black rock widened its eyes in shock. Fong Chen stood quietly on the ground. His primordial spirit merged with the void, and the flow of time around him increased. In his mind, a powerful space-time power gradually emerged. Wang! The two completely different space-time powers collided with each other, causing sparks to fly everywhere. The entire world changed color. Rumble! Suddenly, multicolored light fell from the sky. From afar, it looked like a rainbow-like waterfall flowing straight down. The source of this power was a statue shining with golden light. That is, as soon as the sculpture appeared, an anomaly occurred in the isolated space. In an extremely hidden place, Realm Lord Han, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes. He raised his head and his eyes were filled with endless shock. What is that? Realm Lord Han's heart trembled, and his body trembled uncontrollably. It's too powerful. There must be a supreme treasure in the statue. Thinking of this, Realm Lord Han's eyes were filled with madness. No matter who it is, they can't stop me. Whoosh! His figure flashed, and he tore through the void and flew towards the statue. At this moment, the multicolored light fell, and Fong Chen was submerged. His consciousness suddenly returned to his body. Wang! His mind trembled for a moment before he gradually regained consciousness. The power of space-time, Fong Chen murmured. Perhaps even he himself could not believe that he had just experienced reincarnation. The power of space-time in the void brought his primordial spirit into the world of space-time. It made him feel the strongest and purest space-time power in the world. His heart resonated with the power of the world of space-time, and it led to the statue at the end of the void. The multicolored light contained powerful space-time power, and it crazily rushed into Fong Chen's body. The skeleton of the sovereign is in the statue. Now, Fong Chen was completely sure that the sovereign must have been a supreme expert of the Tao of space-time when he was alive, using space-time to enter the Tao. Fong Chen muttered, but soon he shook his head and collected his thoughts. The most important thing now was to open the statue and obtain the skeleton of the sovereign inside. Intuition told him that if he could obtain the skeleton, his attainment in the Tao of space-time would definitely increase greatly. Whoosh! Fong Chen stomped his foot and flew out of the multicolored light. In the blink of an eye, he was in the sky and very close to the statue. The closer he got to the statue, the more Fong Chen found that the black hole bloodline in his body was abnormally active. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this, the crimson black rock also used the rock movement technique and followed. What happened? The crimson black rock asked. I once cultivated the Tao of space-time. When I released my primordial spirit and fused it with the void, it triggered the space-time world in the void and resonated with the space-time power, leading to this statue. Fong Qin said, I think that the skeleton of the sovereign that we have been unable to find should be in the statue. Hearing this, the crimson black rock was shocked, and at the same time, its face was filled with excitement. Really? Fong Qin nodded, his eyes fixed on the statue. The statue was surrounded by complex patterns. Whoosh! Suddenly, the multicolored light that fell from the statue dissipated into the void. Then, a line of words appeared above the statue. Hidden in space-time, perished in space-time. These words seemed to have been poured with gold, standing in space-time, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes and incomparably shocking. What does this mean? The crimson black rock asked. He even had the illusion that he had returned to the ancient era, and the scenes of his ancestors fighting to restore the rock race flashed through his mind. Buzz! The 8 golden characters contained an unimaginable Tao of time and space. Fong Chen's gaze was extremely hot. He had never thought that someone could achieve such an incredible achievement in the Tao of space-time. Compared to this sovereign, the Tao of space-time that he and his master, the bone progenitor, created was not worth mentioning at all. This is the true, great Tao of space-time. What I cultivate is only a small Tao of space-time. Fong Qin laughed, self-deprecatingly. The funny thing was that he had always thought that the Tao of space-time was created by the bone progenitor. But now he was extremely shocked. The sovereign's comprehension of the Tao of space-time had probably reached the peak. These 8 words contained all his comprehension of the Tao of space-time. Hidden in space-time, perished in space-time. Fong Qin softly muttered these 8 words. He vaguely seemed to understand. Hidden in space-time, it should be said that this sovereign could fuse with space-time, and he existed in every corner of space-time. This meant that he had an extremely strong comprehension of the Tao of space-time. And the other sentence, perished in space-time. This should mean that he had climbed to the peak with the Tao of space-time. In the end, he had perished because of the Tao of space-time. Who is it that has such great ability to kill a sovereign who is proficient in the Tao of space-time? Just as Fong Qin and the crimson black rock were shocked, Realm Lord Han hurried over from the distant horizon using a unique escape technique. The supreme treasure is mine. Realm Lord Han's face was ferocious, his eyes filled with madness. He took a step forward, crossed the sky, and arrived in front of the statue. You still dare to appear? Seeing Realm Lord Han, the crimson black rock was instantly enraged. This person had hunted down members of the Rock clan and had an irreconcilable hatred for them. Moreover, half a year ago, he had wanted to use the 3 god-slaying puppets to kill them. Die. The crimson black rock furiously attacked. His speed soared to the extreme, and in the blink of an eye he arrived in front of Realm Lord Han. Humph! Realm Lord Han snorted and prepared to counterattack. Whoosh! However, at this moment, a strange change occurred in the statue. Realm Lord Han and the crimson black rock could clearly feel that their bodies were both retreating uncontrollably. Only Fong Qin was slightly calm. This was because he had already experienced it before. Chapter 3248. Realm Lord Han stretched out his hand, wanting to grab the 8 golden words. His speed soared to the extreme, and he was only a step away from the 8 words. However, at this moment he was shocked to find that his body was moving back uncontrollably. No, his heart was in turmoil as he cried out involuntarily. It wasn't his body that was moving back, but time. This shocking discovery caused him to be incomparably shocked. No, he raised his head, and his pitch-black eyes looked at the 8 words that were moving further and further away from him. He was extremely angry. Hiss! The void was in chaos and time flowed backwards. A terrifying aura emanated from the 8 golden characters. That aura seemed to reflect the ancient times, giving people a feeling of vicissitudes. Boom! The huge body of the crimson black rock charged forward, fiercely crashing into Realm Lord Han's body. The two collided, and a deafening sound erupted. Then, 2 black figures were sent flying back. Bang! The body of the crimson black rock fell to the ground, creating a huge pit. Cracks appeared on his wings, and blood flowed out. He was severely injured. "How are you?" Fang Chen helped him up and asked in a low voice. "I won't die." The crimson black rock's huge eyes stared at Realm Lord Han, who was not far away. "You killed my Rock Clan's clansmen, and the Rock Clan is irreconcilable. I will kill you in this life." The crimson black rock stared at Realm Lord Han angrily. The latter's eyes flickered with killing intent. However, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and raised his head to look at the 8 golden words in the void. Hidden in time and space, die in time and space. These 8 words seemed to have existed since ancient times, and a terrifying aura swept through the entire sky. Facing Realm Lord Han's provocation, the crimson black rock was even more furious. He wanted to attack, but was stopped by Fang Chen. "Let me." Fang Chen's pitch-black eyes were filled with the power of time and space. He stomped his foot, and his entire body soared into the air. He used the rock movement technique, and his comprehension of time and space was fully activated. The flow of time around him was changing. The closer he got to the 8 words, the clearer he could sense how terrifying the dead ruler's understanding of the space-time Tao was. "The supreme treasure is mine." Realm Lord Han roared in rage. He took a step forward and unleashed a tyrannical attack, wanting to stop Fang Chen. However, his attack missed. Boom! The vast and mighty power rapidly retreated under his gaze, unable to advance at all. And just as he was in a daze, Fang Chen's figure flashed. He turned around and chased after Realm Lord Han. "Time, stop." At that instant, the whole place fell silent. For a moment, the 8 golden characters in the sky seemed to have stopped for a moment, but they quickly returned to normal. "Kill." Fang Chen cleverly made use of the space-time power emanating from the 8 golden characters and used the method of time reversal to perform time stop. Once this technique was unleashed, Sector Lord Han had no way to resist at all. His body was completely trapped in the void. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen stomped his foot and the void trembled. He took out the hidden star sword and performed the 9th move of the invincible sword technique, the immortal sword. Swoosh! With one sword, heaven and earth became immortal. The sword light that seemed to be eternal pierced through time and space, piercing towards his chest. Pucci! Even though Realm Lord Han had raised his defense to the maximum, he still couldn't block the attack of the hidden star sword. A crisp sound rang out. In the next second, blood splattered across the sky. Realm Lord Han's body heavily smashed onto the ground. A miserable cry came from his mouth. His body became battered and exhausted. A trace of fear flashed across his scarlet eyes. "You!" Realm Lord Han hurriedly stood up. He burned his origin blood essence and performed a forbidden secret technique, wanting to kill Fang Chen. Boom! The huge body of the crimson black rock rushed over. Although it didn't cause any damage, it affected his attack to a certain extent. This also bought some time for Fang Chen. The latter once again used the invincible sword technique. At the same time, the immortal scepter also attacked with all its strength. Kacha! 9 immortal star cores left his body and quickly embedded themselves into the immortal scepter. It pierced through the void and turned into a rainbow that pierced towards Realm Lord Han. Immortal Hand. Since he was going to attack, he had to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Fang Chen used his trump card, the Immortal Hand. A terrifying immortal power filled the entire sky. A giant palm print swooped down from the void, covering the entire earth. No. At this moment, Realm Lord Han finally felt fear. He roared in anger and desperately tried to escape. However, it was to no avail. Invincible sword technique, immortal scepter, immortal hand. These three attacks superimposed on each other. Even a peak world king powerhouse wouldn't dare to directly resist, let alone him. I'm not willing. With a piercing sound, Realm Lord Han's chest was pierced through by the hidden star sword. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body was covered in a scarlet aura. Kacha! In the next second, the immortal scepter also carried a powerful immortal star force and pierced through his scarlet defense. As the two attacks fell, Realm Lord Han's defense was completely shattered. In the end, he couldn't resist the immortal hand at all. Stop! Realm Lord Han crazily shouted, Emperor Blood! Faintly, Fang Chun heard Realm Lord Han shout out the two words Emperor Blood. Instantly, his pupils constricted as he stared straight at Realm Lord Han. At the same time, the immortal hand that was swooping down also froze in midair. It was like a black cloud that covered the sky, as if it was the end of the world. A terrifying aura enveloped Realm Lord Han. As long as you let me go, I can give you the Emperor Blood. Realm Lord Han's face was pale as he gasped for breath. You have Emperor Blood? Fang Chen was surprised. In this world, the only thing that could be called Emperor Blood was the blood of a great emperor. In the rock gate, there is a drop of Emperor Blood left behind from the ancient era. Realm Lord Han said, Originally, I planned to take it out and use it myself, but now the situation has forced me to give it to you. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. It was impossible to say that he wasn't interested in the Emperor Blood. Even World King realm powerhouses were very interested in the Emperor Blood. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if the secret of the Emperor Blood was spread out, it would definitely set off a bloody storm. Tell me the details of the Emperor Blood. Fang Chen said, After I tell you, you have to promise to let me go. Realm Lord Han said, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The immortal hand that was frozen in midair suddenly dissipated, and the sky became clear again. Seeing this, Realm Lord Han heaved a sigh of relief. He walked slowly and arrived in front of Fang Chen. He whispered in his ear, The Emperor Blood is... Halfway through his words, a blood-red ball suddenly appeared in his palm. This ball contained an extremely terrifying power. Go to hell. He suddenly slammed his palm toward Fang Chen. The blood-red ball exploded on the spot, and the scarlet power instantly drowned Fang Chen. Whoosh! Realm Lord Han's figure quickly escaped. You're courting death. Seeing this, the crimson black rock furiously chased after him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Fang Chen stood quietly in the scarlet aura. On his body, the black hole bloodline erupted, turning into a terrifying black hole that was rapidly absorbing the scarlet aura. If I'm not wrong, this person should have killed many Bloodline King candidates, right? Otherwise, the bloodline power in his body wouldn't be so strong. Fang Chen muttered, Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In just a breath's time, the black hole bloodline had completely absorbed the power of the explosion of the blood-red ball. If you were an ordinary candidate, you might have fallen for it. Unfortunately, you met me. Fang Chen sneered, turned into a stream of light, and chased after him. In the independent space, Realm Lord Han hurriedly escaped. Every time he thought of how terrifying Fang Chen was, his heart was filled with fear. Behind him, the crimson black rock had been chasing, but he didn't put the other party in his eyes. When I escape from here, I will definitely massacre the entire rock race. Realm Lord Han said gloomily. Just as they were about to reach the exit, dark clouds suddenly gathered in the sky, blotting out the sun. Then, a massive handprint descended from the sky. Not good. Seeing this, Realm Lord Han shouted. However, it was too late. Chapter 3249. Even Fang Chen couldn't help but admit that Realm Lord Han was truly a genius. It wasn't easy for a Realm Lord to reach realm Lord Han's level. Even Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua were only at this level. If it was an ordinary person, he might have already killed him. Unfortunately, he met Fang Qin, who was even more monstrous than him. It was no exaggeration to say that Fang Qin, who had gathered many Taoist techniques, was the strongest among those in the same realm as him. Now he could easily kill a realm lord as a transcendent. Facing realm Lord Han's attack, he didn't move and used the immortal hand to suppress him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The huge immortal hand suppressed realm Lord Han to the ground. His eyes were filled with anger. You can't kill me. At this time, realm Lord Han was still thinking of threatening Fang Qin. I am the disciple of the demon region's lord. If you kill me, you will be hunted down by the demon region. The demon region was similar to the dragon region. It was a region of its own, and the lord was the strongest person in the region. Fang Qin didn't expect realm Lord Han to be the disciple of the demon region's lord. After being stunned for a moment, he quickly regained his senses. Fang Qin lowered his head and looked at realm Lord Han mockingly. If I let you go, I will be hunted down by the demon region. Fang Qin grinned. If I kill you in this independent space, who will know? Plus, you and I are both Bloodline King candidates. Even if I don't kill you, you will do everything you can to kill me. Rather than that, it was better to eliminate the source of trouble. No, as long as you don't kill me, I can ask my master, the demon region's lord, to protect you forever. Realm Lord Han's eyes were filled with fear. He wanted to say something, but he didn't have the strength to. Crack! The immortal hand swooped down and heavily hit his body. Realm Lord Han's body was instantly shattered. At the same time, the black hole bloodline fully opened and absorbed all the bloodline power in realm Lord Han's body. At the same time, he also absorbed the Bloodline King's aura from his body. After doing all this, Fang Qin retracted his aura, glanced at the ashes of realm Lord Han, and lightly shook his head. Wang! The bloodline power in his body grew stronger and stronger. After absorbing realm Lord Han's power, he felt that he had reached a critical point. What does the Bloodline King mean by choosing so many candidates? Fang Qin muttered to himself. Look, those words have disappeared. Suddenly, the crimson-black rock's voice pulled Fang Qin back to reality. He abruptly raised his head to take a look. The 8 golden characters floating in the sky had disappeared. Wang! His Emperor Realm primordial spirit instantly spread out and covered the entire sky. He closed his eyes, and a powerful space-time energy surged out and merged with the void. Hiss, hiss, hiss. He could sense a special power hidden in space-time. It didn't disappear. Rip! Fang Qin abruptly opened his eyes and stomped his foot. He instantly appeared in the sky. He opened his palm, and a vast amount of space-time power sprinkled down on the world like starlight. Hidden in space-time, I see. Fang Qin's mind was suddenly enlightened. All the doubts he had before were cleared up. He finally understood what it meant to be hidden in space-time. He waved his hand, and a series of hand seals floated out. Each hand seal represented his understanding and comprehension of the space-time Tao. When thousands of hand seals were densely packed and covered the sky, Fang Qin finally made his move. His mind flashed with the understanding of the space-time Tao that he had gained over the years. When the last bit of understanding appeared, he clenched his hands into fists and punched the void. Dong! 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 The 8 golden words appeared once again with a boundless space-time force. Crack! Fang Qin's fist landed heavily on the 8 golden characters. A terrifying force swept out. A great change took place between the heavens and earth. Rip! Hidden in space-time. As soon as the 4 characters made contact with Fang Qin's fist, they shattered and turned into dots of starlight that gathered somewhere in the void. The remaining 4 words died in time and space, gradually faded until they finally disappeared. The whole process happened very quickly. Fang Qin did not even have time to think before he saw a shocking scene. At the place where the starlight gathered, a piece of bone slowly appeared. The skeleton of a ruler. After seeing the skeleton, Fang Chen's heart was filled with great astonishment. His body began to tremble. It's too powerful, too terrifying. The aura released from the skeleton alone was enough to make Fang Chen feel terrified. He could not imagine how he could resist the aura of the skeleton if his primordial spirit had not reached the martial monarch realm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A strong gust of wind blew. The crimson-black giant pung soared in the storm and quickly left the place. He could not resist the terrifying force, so he could only retreat first. Dong! A terrifying gust of wind bombarded Fang Chen's body, forcing him to retreat continuously. However, his martial monarch realm physical body and martial monarch realm primordial spirit circulated wildly, and Fang Chen was surrounded by the power of space-time. Finally, the skeleton floated in the air. In a few breaths' time, the skeleton was completely exposed in the void. Fang Chen looked at it and saw that it was a finger bone. What a terrifying finger bone! Is this the ruler's finger bone? Fang Chen murmured. Fortunately, my attainments in the Tao of space-time are so strong that I have comprehended the profound meaning of hidden in space-time. Otherwise, I would not have been able to resist the might of the ruler's finger bone. Looking at the skeleton, Fang Chen said with lingering fear. He had comprehended the profound meaning of hidden in space-time, so the skeleton did not repel him or even attack him. He slowly approached the skeleton. His martial monarch realm primordial spirit quietly spread out and enveloped the skeleton. Buzz! A powerful force burrowed into his primordial spirit. Time is everything. Only space-time is unbreakable. A melodious sigh seemed to have crossed the endless void and traveled from the past. What does this mean? Fang Chen's head buzzed and his body trembled slightly. Were these the words left behind by the owner of the skeleton? However, no matter how hard he tried, he could not find any information. The skeleton gradually calmed down. The power of space-time flowed around it. Multicolored light flickered and runes circulated. Suddenly, the skeleton turned into a ray of light and flashed over. Fang Chen could not resist at all. The skeleton drilled into his palm. Hiss! This is... Fang Chen was extremely shocked because he found that the finger bone was actually fusing with his finger. The owner of the skeleton had recognized him. The Tao of space-time is vast and boundless. The melodious voice sounded again. Chaotic space-time will eventually come. Chaotic space-time. When Fang Chen heard these words again, his heart was filled with doubts. What's going on? He was extremely anxious and wanted to find out the truth. However, he did not know that when the finger bone fused with his finger, the power in his body was rapidly depleted. Bang! All of a sudden he fell to the ground. Brother Fang, Brother Fang. Seeing this, the crimson-black rock spread its wings and rushed over to help Fang Chen up. However, the latter had already fallen into a coma and could not be woken up at all. Hiss! The aura on Fang Chen's body gradually disappeared, and the sky regained its calm. The entire independent space became extremely silent, giving off a very oppressive feeling. Only the great crimson-black rock helped Fang Chen to the side and allowed him to rest. As for the great crimson-black rock, it personally protected him. Brother Fang is the chosen one. His luck is so strong that no one can compare to him, since he can discover the mystery of the 8 golden words. The ruler's skeleton should not hurt him. Looking at the unconscious Fang Chen, the crimson-black rock muttered to itself. In his coma, Fang Chen came to a space-time world. Everything here was related to space-time. Most importantly, he felt the aura of chaotic space-time here. He was shocked when he saw the flickering starlight in the void. He wanted to reach out and touch it, but he could not touch anything. Is this an illusion? Fang Chen murmured. He lowered his head and looked at his finger. Ancient blood flowed in the middle finger of his right hand, and star patterns were faintly discernible. Space-time, he whispered, and in the next second, his body collapsed. At the same time, in the independent space, Fong Qin suddenly woke up. Chapter 3250. After comprehending space-time intent, Fong Chen's mind was filled with the power of space-time. At the same time, he sensed that the bone had completely fused with the middle finger of his right hand. He opened his eyes and carefully examined the finger. He could sense the powerful energy flowing within it. Such power, but suddenly Fong Qin frowned. He seemed to have sensed something. After a long while, he sighed and stood up. That's right. A ruler is above the primordial chaos and can control supreme laws. How could such a supreme expert die so easily? Fong Qin grinned. They had always thought that this bone was the bone of a ruler, but after fusing with it, he discovered that it wasn't the bone of a ruler. Strictly speaking, it was a half-step ruler. Half-step ruler. He was only a step away from the ruler realm. This was the cultivation level of the owner of the finger bone. Even a half-step ruler was not something that ordinary people could compare to. After fusing with the finger bone, Fong Qin sensed that his comprehension of the space-time Tao had reached a whole new level. This was a realm that he had once dreamed of. The space-time Tao. Fong Qin clenched his fists, his heart stirring. The space-time emperor was the title of the owner of the finger bone. From this title, one could see that his attainments in the space-time Tao were unparalleled in the entire primordial chaos realm. Even the immortal emperor, known as the ruler of all time, could not compare to him in the space-time Tao. Unfortunately, in the end, he still died in the space-time Tao that he was so proud of. Dense information appeared in Fong Chen's mind, the majority of it introducing the space-time emperor's deeds. The Dark Knight Demon Emperor? Fong Chen's eyes flashed as he received an extremely important piece of information. From the information, he learned that the space-time emperor's death had a lot to do with the Dark Knight Demon Emperor. Fong Chen made a mental note of this name. If he had the chance and the strength in the future, he might as well take revenge for the space-time emperor. Of course, there was no point in thinking about this now. How is it? The Crimson Black Rock asked curiously. The owner of this finger bone was not a ruler, Fong Qin said. Not a sovereign. Clearly, the great Crimson Black Rock was astonished. The aura emanating from the finger bone terrified even him. It wasn't a ruler. Half-step sovereign, Fong Qin continued. The great Crimson Black Rock came to a sudden realization and nodded gently. Fong Qin obtained a lot of benefits from the finger bone. Firstly, after fusing with the phalanx, his fingers became even stronger than the physical body of an immortal emperor. Secondly, it was the mysterious space-time profundity contained in the finger bone. This was of great significance to Fong Qin. He could comprehend the space-time ultimacy at all times. If he could fully comprehend it, his space-time Tao would most likely reach the level of the space-time emperor. Who? Fong Qin heaved a sigh of relief and turned his head to look at the great scarlet black rock. He said somewhat apologetically, "The finger bone has already merged with me. I'm sorry, I will compensate you." The great crimson black rock had told him about this area. In the end, he had obtained the bone, while the great crimson black rock had obtained nothing. Fong Qin felt somewhat apologetic. He didn't expect the great crimson black rock to not care about this at all. He waved his hand and grinned. "You are the savior of my rock clan. The skeleton of a half-step sovereign is more compatible with you." Fong Qin looked deeply at the great crimson black rock, but didn't say anything in the end. In the nameless mountain range, Rip, in the depths of a valley below a rock, two figures suddenly emerged from it. Phew, we're finally out. The great crimson black rock heaved a sigh of relief. Every time it passed through the lava, it felt as if it was about to be burned to ashes. It was very uncomfortable. Now they were finally out. Although I fused with the finger bone, it has attracted vast amounts of lava over the years. This lava contains powerful space-time power. I'm skilled in the Tao of formations. I can use formations to completely activate the lava below and form a peerless formation to protect your rock clan, Fangchen said. This was what he thought of on the way. Now his attainments in the Tao of formations had reached an unimaginable level. It wouldn't be too difficult for him to use the lava to set up a formation. The great crimson-black rock looked at Fangchen curiously. If it succeeds, once the formation is activated, the lava underground will fill the entire formation space. Even a peak world king powerhouse won't be able to escape unscathed. Fangchen said confidently. There was a grand idea in his mind. If this formation could really succeed, then his attainments in the Tao of formations had a high chance of stepping into the Emperor Realm. An Emperor Realm Array Master was a whole new level for him. Do you need me to prepare anything? The great crimson-black rock asked with burning eyes. Summon all the rock clansmen back. For the time being, don't wander around, Fangchen said. Okay, I'll do it now. A few days later, all the rock clansmen appeared in the rock clan's nest. They were very curious about why the patriarch had summoned them. All right, all of you step back. I'm going to start. Fangchen said. The great crimson-black rock led the rock clansmen back, leaving plenty of space for Fangchen. Buzz! Fangchen spread out his hands, and the mighty power of the Tao of formations erupted from his body. At the same time, his body floated in the air. With a stomp of his foot, cracks appeared in the void. Hiss! The mighty power of the Tao of formations surged crazily, forming a terrifying vortex in the void as if it was going to swallow the heavens. At the same time, Fangchen took out the sealed sky monument. There were many similarities between the Tao of formations and the Tao of seals. If he wanted to trigger the lava underground, he needed to borrow the power of the sealed sky monument. Help me! Fangchen's voice echoed in the void. In an instant, the sky sealing monument became bigger and bigger. It stood in the air, and its sealing power fell down. In the blink of an eye, a very powerful sealing power gathered around Fangchen's body. So strong! The great crimson-black rock couldn't help but exclaim. He thought he knew Fangchen well enough, but he didn't expect the latter to have so many tricks up his sleeve. He's really a genius. With such potential, he's the first in history. The great crimson-black rock muttered. The rock clansmen behind him were even more dumbfounded. They never thought that the person who helped the rock clan through this crisis would be a human. Moreover, this human's cultivation was only at the Sector Lord realm. If someone had said this before, they would have thought that the other party was crazy. But now they believed it. Perhaps in the near future he will step onto the peak of the primordial chaos and become the ruler of the supreme laws. A bold and crazy idea appeared in the minds of many rock clansmen. Whoosh! Whoosh! When the sealing power completely gathered on his body, Fangchen gently raised his right hand and extended his middle finger. Buzz! The sealing power completely enveloped his middle finger. In the next moment, his finger lightly tapped the ground. Rumble! The boundless sealing power transformed into a long dragon and rushed into the ground. Dong! 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 Many rock clansmen could clearly feel that the ground was trembling. There seemed to be a huge dragon roaring underground. Is he really going to succeed? The great crimson-black rock exclaimed. He never thought that he could use the hot magma underground to set up a formation. It had to be said that Fangchen's idea was too bold. It would be fine if he succeeded, but if he failed, the rock clan would be annihilated. However, the great crimson-black rock's heart was filled with trust in Fangchen. Rise! Fangchen raised his hand and spat out a word. Immediately, the magma underground broke out of the ground like a volcanic eruption. In the blink of an eye, the rock clan's nest turned into a sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, scorching hot magma crazily surged. Around it, a powerful sealing power was slowly circulating. Hiss! The hot magma underground constantly surged out. Fang Chen's finger had been maintaining the circulation of the sealing power. Not enough. Fang Chen continued to activate the sealed sky monument and increased the output of the sealing power. Chapter 3251. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The vast magma was like a flood, crazily flooding the array formation space. The originally quiet rock clan's nest had fallen into a sea of fire. Although the sea of fire was strong enough to burn a world lord to ashes, it didn't damage the rock clan's nest in the slightest. Moreover, many rock clansmen were inside, their faces filled with excited smiles. Success, we really succeeded. Ha ha ha, with such a great array formation, what does my rock clan have to fear? We don't have to live in fear anymore. Many rock clansmen laughed, venting their emotions from all these years. Voila! Suddenly, the mighty flames disappeared and the boiling magma also disappeared into the void. The array formation space dissipated and the rock clan's nest regained its tranquility. The crimson black rock appeared beside Fang Chen and excitedly said, Brother Fang, on behalf of the rock clan, I sincerely thank you. I have fate with the rock clan. This is how it should be. Moreover, he had obtained the finger bone in the independent space, and the crimson black rock hadn't obtained anything. He felt a bit guilty. This array formation is called the Magma Rock Shadow Array. I use the magma underground as the foundation, the sealing power of the heaven sealing monument, the power of space and time, and the rock movement technique as the core to create this array formation. Fang Chen smiled and said, This array formation is the most outstanding and also the most powerful array formation I have ever laid down. When an enemy attacks, the array formation will automatically activate. The magma will immediately fill the array formation space and burn the enemy. Even if the enemy's mortal body is strong and can resist the burning of the magma, the power of space and time that follows will imprison and bind them. The rock movement technique and the power of space and time perfectly fused into this array formation. Strictly speaking, as long as the person controlling the array formation didn't die, he would be the absolute master of the array formation space. Even if a peak world king powerhouse enters, they will be imprisoned. During the process of their struggle, you can control the array formation and kill them. Fang Chen continued, as long as it wasn't an unrivaled supreme elder that surpassed the world king realm, the rock clan wouldn't be in any danger. After listening to Fang Chen's introduction, the crimson black rock's breathing became a bit rushed. He did not expect the formation to be so powerful. That's great. From today onwards, our rock clan won't have to worry about the void WYRM clan's attacks anymore. The great crimson black rock was very happy. Brother Fang, you are the great benefactor of our rock clan, said the crimson black giant rock. Fang Chen taught the method of controlling the magma rock shadow formation to the crimson black rock. After a few trials, the crimson black rock was able to perfectly control it. Boom! With a thought from the crimson black great Pong, terrifying lava surged forth. Ripples of the formation flickered in the air. The formation was fully activated, completely covering the entire Pong race's nest. Ha ha ha. The crimson black rock laughed heartily. Perhaps not even Fang Chen knew that the spell formation he had created to thank the crimson black rock for helping him obtain the half-step sovereign's fingerbone would soon become famous throughout the primordial chaos. When the Pung race once again appeared in front of the world, this formation would shock the world and set off waves in the primordial chaos, causing countless formation masters to raise their eyebrows. Of course, this was a story for later. A small stream, stone and towering trees. In this beautiful environment, it was so quiet that only the sound of the stream could be heard. Sunlight shone through the gaps in the leaves of the towering trees and landed on the stone. Fang Chen and the crimson black rock each sat on one side of the stone. 2 jugs of wine were placed on the stone. How is it? Fang Chen asked after the crimson black rock took a sip. The crimson black rock licked its lips, savoring the taste. It's too delicious. Brother Fong, you actually have such good stuff on you. This was the soul-tempering wine that the god of wine, Lu Xingxing, had given to him. It had the effect of strengthening the primordial spirit and was extremely delicious. The crimson black rock couldn't stop praising it. How great would it be if I could drink such good wine every day? The crimson black rock said with a grin. I still have some here. I'll leave them for you. Fong Chen waved his sleeve, and more than 10 jars of soul-tempering wine landed on the stone. This, the crimson black rock, was a little stunned. Such delicious wine was actually given away, just like that? For a moment, he didn't know what to say. This is the wine that my brother refined. I happen to be looking for him. When I find him, I'll ask him to refine some more, Fong Chen said. Hearing this, the crimson black rock accepted the wine. Thank you, brother Fong. Fong Chen raised his head, looked at the crimson black rock, and suddenly asked, I'm preparing to leave. Suddenly, the crimson black rock fell into silence. After a long time, he raised his head and squeezed out a smile. Brother Fong, I'm very happy to be with you these days. You're the benefactor of the Rock Clan. You've brought hope for the Rock Clan to rise. The entire Rock Clan will never forget your kindness. The crimson black rock said, if I were just an ordinary Rock Clan member, I would really want to follow you to explore the world, but over the years, the Rock Clan has declined too much. We need time to accumulate. After this farewell, I don't know when we'll meet again. The crimson black rock said, but don't worry, brother Fong. When I step into that realm, I'll definitely look for you. At that time, you have to treat me to good wine. Of course. Fong Chen raised his cup and clinked it with the crimson black rock. In the next few days, Fong Chen stayed in the Rock Clan's nest for a few days. After obtaining the map of the Black Domain and some simple information, he left quietly. I hope that when the Rock Clan reappears, your name will resound throughout the ancient times. In front of the stone, the crimson black rock looked deeply in the direction Fong Chen left and muttered. This mountain range was just a small interlude in Fong Chen's life. He returned the rock movement technique to the Rock Clan and set up a super powerful formation to protect them. He had already fulfilled his promise to the Rock Clan's ancestors. Next, he would leave the mountain range and head to the Black Domain. The Black Domain was close to the Dragon Domain and was separated by this mountain range. There was no news of him looking for the star and moon. Fong Chen took a step back and looked for the Dead Star Realm Lord, or Lu Xingxing. Then he would see if he could get some information from them. Whoosh! After walking for an unknown period of time, Fong Chen finally crossed the mountain range and arrived at the Black Domain. Is this the Black Domain? He turned his head and looked behind him. On the other side of the mountain range was the Dragon Domain. The top faction of the Dragon Domain, the Ouyang family's Yang faction, had colluded with the Corpse Demon and wanted to kill him. He had no choice but to leave his home and step on this path. The world capital has Ouyang Luoxue and the Yin faction behind her. I think there shouldn't be any problems. Fong Chen pondered. The day I return to the Dragon Domain will be the day the Yang faction is destroyed. Fong Chen thought to himself. But now he needed to find a city and ask for information. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With his speed, after traveling for several days, he finally saw a city. There seems to be a city up ahead, Fong Chen said. However, just as he was about to enter the city in front of him, he suddenly discovered that there was a battle taking place on a mountain peak behind him. A battle between world kings? Fong Chen spread out his powerful divine sense and quickly saw the battle scene. There were a total of 5 world king powerhouses. 4 of them were attacking a world king covered in blood. Forget it. I'm new here. There's no need to meddle in other people's business. After thinking for a moment, Fong Chen shook his head and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a shout suddenly sounded. Then, a violent force pierced through the void and shot towards him. Bang! Fong Chen punched out as fast as lightning and blocked the incoming force. He stopped and turned his head. Across the mountain, he saw one of the world kings looking at him with contempt. Anyone who sees this will be killed without mercy. This person was very arrogant and wanted to kill Fong Chen. Fong Chen frowned. He didn't want to cause trouble, but that didn't mean he was afraid. Since you saw it, then leave your life here. After saying that, the world king leapt up, moving as fast as lightning from another mountain peak. He crossed the void and arrived at the mountain peak, where Fong Chen was. His aura was like a rainbow, suppressing Fong Chen. Chapter 3252. This sudden turn of events caused Fong Chen to be stunned. Soon after, an icy expression surfaced in his eyes. He wasn't worried about these people, but from across the courtyard, he had inadvertently seen them encircle a world king and were about to kill him to silence him. Seeing the world king's ferocious attack, Fong Chen opened his palm and fully activated his Emperor Realm strength. Sword-shaped runes flickered and covered the surface of his skin. The Chaos Sword body was pushed to the extreme. Boom! The World King's fist carried a powerful force as it slammed into Fong Chen's body. Kacha! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The entire mountain peak was filled with a terrifying aura. However, Fong Chen stood quietly in the dust. He easily blocked the World King's attack. As this World King powerhouse saw this, a strange change appeared on his face. Soon he coldly snorted and clenched his fists. He stomped his feet and the ground shook. A terrifying aura spread out from his body and gathered on his fists. Die for me. With a low growl, he punched out with both fists at lightning speed. In the void, the two dazzling fist radiants contained boundless power. Wherever the fist radiance passed, cracks appeared in the void. It was impossible for a mere transcendent world lord to block such an attack. The World King could already see the scene of Fong Chen being killed. However, in the next second, a perilous storm was set off in his heart. Dong dong dong. Fong Chen didn't move. He stood on the mountain peak and allowed the World King's fists to land on his body. The most shocking thing was that when his fists landed on Fong Chen's body, they didn't break through his defense. Instead, the power of the fist lights seemed to sink into a bottomless pit. How is this possible? At this time, the World King finally realized that something was wrong. He cried out and prepared to retreat. Are you done attacking? Is it my turn to attack now? Fong Chen smiled eerily. He used the rock movement technique and instantly appeared in front of the World King. Boom! A simple punch was like a mountain. In an instant, the World King's body seemed to be imprisoned in the void, unable to move. Kacha! When Fong Chen's fist light landed on his body, it was as if he was struck by lightning. He was smashed into the foot of the mountain, creating a large pit. Hoo! Dust flew into the air as a terrifying energy fluctuation gradually spread out. On a mountain peak, not too far away, the several powerhouses that were encircling the World King stopped their attacks as they saw this. Damn it! Their figures flashed and quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. They helped the World King, who was injured by Fong Chen. How is this possible? When they saw the injuries on the World King's body, their complexions suddenly changed. Who are you? They couldn't imagine how a transcendent World King could have such a terrifying combat strength. They suspected that this person was a peak World King that was deliberately pretending to be a transcendent World King. Hoo! They arrived at the mountain peak and surrounded Fong Chen, their auras soaring to the heavens. In this region, there aren't many that dare to attack our rock gate. Which influence do you belong to? The leader of the World Kings coldly said. They knew all the World Kings in this region, like the back of their hands. But this person in front of them was unfamiliar. Sky Pillar Pavilion? Or the Dream God School? Another World King coldly asked. Fong Chen remained silent. Humph! Do you really think that my rock gate is afraid of you? Fang Chen's expression completely enraged the several world kings. They released their powerful energy in unison, preparing to attack. Attack together and kill him. For a time a battle erupted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. On the mountain peak, a deafening sound reverberated through the skies. Fang Chen slowly raised his head. His pitch-black eyes were somewhat cold. Rock Gate? How tyrannical! Fang Chen muttered. He was only passing by, and these people wanted to kill him. If he was really an ordinary transcendent world king, he would inevitably die here. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. Xiao! He took out the hidden star sword and used an invincible sword technique. Time stop. In an instant, the world fell silent. The bodies of several world kings were instantly imprisoned in the void. No. They angrily roared, wanting to break free, but to no avail. Puchi! Fang Chen slashed out with his sword. The immortal sword's powerful pressure instantly pierced through the world, killing the closest world king. A single sword killed a world king. This scene completely shocked the other world kings. Their bodies trembled and they were tongue-tied. How is this possible? Even if they were all world kings, they couldn't kill a world king so easily. However, this guy in front of them was just a transcendent world king. How did he do it? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Who are you? Why do you want to kill our Rock Gate world king? The leading world king quickly asked as he retreated. Xiao! With another sword strike, a world king from the Demon Rock sect fell. With just 2 slashes, 2 Rock Gate world kings were killed. It was too unbelievable. At this moment, the remaining world kings were filled with bitterness. Stop it! Stop it! The leading world king hurriedly shouted, wanting to stop Fang Chen. Let us go, and the Rock Gate will definitely reward you. Fang Chen shook his head. I just happened to see you encircle and annihilate the enemy, and you want to kill me to silence me. Is this how the Demon Rock sect does things? If today my strength was weak and I was suppressed by you all, have you all ever thought of letting me go? Facing Fang Chen's questioning, the Rock Gate world kings lowered their heads. Brother, my Rock Gate is in the Black Domain. I don't dare to say that I'm in the top 3, but I'm at least in the top 5. If you insist on killing us, the Demon Rock sect will not let you off. In the following days, you will not be able to move an inch in the Black Domain. After muttering to himself for a moment, the leader of the Realm Kings clenched his teeth and threatened. Threatening me? Fang Chen laughed. His laughter was very sarcastic. Brother, you're not a member of the Heavenly Pavilion, nor are you a member of the Dream God School. Why do you want to be enemies with my Rock Gate? Seeing that Fang Chen was unmoved, the leading world king continued. Brother, you must be from another domain. Since you've come to the Black Domain, you must have a backer. If you join my Rock Gate, you can immediately become the Deputy Gate Master. In the future, you can do whatever you want in the Black Domain. Fang Chen shrugged. Your reason is not enough for me to let you go. Fang Chen said, even if I don't join any forces, I can still do whatever I want in the Black Domain. In a domain, the strongest person is the Domain Master. Under the Domain Master are the World King powerhouses. With Fang Chen's current strength, as long as he doesn't go against the Domain Master, no one can hurt him. Hearing this, the faces of the World Kings suddenly changed. Brother! Halfway through his words, the leading World King suddenly released a dazzling light from his palm and slapped toward Fang Chen. Go to hell! He glared fiercely at Fang Chen and roared. Bang! However, when his palm landed on Fang Chen's body, it did not cause any harm. Since you've already made your choice, don't blame me for being impolite. Whoosh! A bright sword light flashed in the sky. Cries of agony echoed across the rift. In a few breaths of time, the rock gates World King died under the hidden star sword. Boom! Fong Chen waved his hand, and a scorching flame burned all the corpses. He looked up and happened to see the heavily injured World King on the opposite mountain. Although his aura was weak, his eyes were still full of shock. Fong Chen thought for a moment, then jumped and arrived at the mountain peak. "Who are you? Why does the rock gate want to kill you?" Fong Chen asked. After a long while, the man came back to his senses and said in a hoarse voice, "I'm an elder of the Dream God School. Not long ago, I accidentally found a secret treasure. Who would have thought that the rock gate would also find it? When I was on my way back to pass the news, I was ambushed by them. Fortunately, I met you." Speaking of this, the elder of the Dream God School nodded gratefully at Fong Chen. "If it weren't for you, I might have already died." Fong Chen looked at the man thoughtfully, thinking quickly in his mind. G_Cup Female Idols, first video. Valiantly wins the championship. Please follow our WeChat public account. Female Beauty Lu 123. Press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 3253. The Dream God School was as famous as the Sky Pillar Pavilion. They were considered 2 of the top powers in the Black Domain. In comparison, the Rock Gate was slightly worse. But now, an elder of the Dream God School was being encircled by several World King powerhouses from the Rock Gate. If this news were to spread to the Dream God School, it could be imagined how furious they would be. Fong Chen learned of this Dream God School elder's name as he chatted with him. He was Elder Desun of the Dream God School. His cultivation had reached the level of a peak World King, but he was still powerless in the face of the encirclement of 4 or 5 World Kings. Pucci! Suddenly, Elder Desun's complexion paled. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Rip! The blood splattered on the ground, instantly burning the weeds on the ground. Fong Chen looked down and saw that the blood was mixed with black impurities. This was a sign of poisoning. "You've been poisoned, and it's a highly toxic poison," Fong Chen muttered. "If you don't remove it in time, it will penetrate deep into your bones. At that time, even an unrivaled Supreme Elder will be helpless." Cough, cough. Elder Desun was coughing violently. He could feel the venom rapidly penetrating into his internal organs. Despicable. He cursed inwardly and helplessly shook his head. He could feel that the poison in his body was incomparably toxic. With his strength, it was impossible for him to expel the poison. "No matter what, thank you, little brother, for helping me. If I die, I implore you to send this token to the Dream God School. If the sect master sees it, he will reward you greatly." As he spoke, Elder Desun took out a palm-sized token from his bosom. Fong Chen hesitated for a moment, but in the end he took the token in his hand. Whoa! A scorching aura flowed out from the token. It passed through Fong Chen's palm and drilled into his body. At first, Fong Chen didn't think much of it, but suddenly his body trembled. His eyes widened as he stared at the token. "Where did you get this token?" Fong Chen asked hurriedly. "I found it by accident. I got it from the periphery of the hidden treasure." Elder Desun didn't try to hide the truth. "Where is the secret treasure?" Fong Chen asked. However, after saying this, he felt that he had lost his composure. He smiled knowingly at Elder Desun. Then he calmed down and said, "I won't take advantage of you. If you tell me where it is, I will help you get rid of the poison in your body. What do you think?" No matter what, there was no need to talk about fairness. For Fong Chen, the hidden treasure was very important. But for Elder Detu, his life was more important. Elder Desun weighed his life against the secret treasure. "Can you really help me get rid of the poison?" Elder Dakuin didn't believe this. After all, this was a potent poison that even a peak World King powerhouse like him couldn't do anything about. How great could a mere, transcendent world, Lord's attainments in the path of poison be? If I'm not wrong, then this poison must be the method of the Blood Poison World King. Within my black domain, no one has been able to dispel the Blood Poison World King's poison. Even my Dream God School's sect master is only barely able to suppress it. Feng Qin shrugged. I just happen to be skilled in the path of poison. In any case, you have no other way, so why not give it a try? Moreover, even if you tell me where the hidden treasure is, it won't have too great of an impact on your Dream God School. I only want to find someone. After thinking for a moment, Elder Dasun nodded. All right, I promise you. If I lose my life, then what use is the hidden treasure? Little brother didn't hesitate to save me just now, and I can't thank you enough. But because this involves my Dream God School, I cannot easily tell you where the hidden treasure is. But if you can really help me dispel the poison, then not only can I tell you the exact location, but I will also report it to the sect master and have you become an honored guest of my Dream God School. Sit down first. Then Feng Qin began to dispel the poison from Elder Dasun's body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feng Qin placed his hands on Elder Dasun's back. He could immediately feel the scorching hot poison rapidly spreading throughout his body. Soon he learned of the properties of the poison as well as the details. This Blood Poison World King has some methods, but this mere demonic poison isn't much at all to me. Feng Qin said to himself. His palms were constantly forming hand seals as the poisonous gas in his body surged out silently. The poison Tao was the most powerful poison Tao in the world. In ancient times, the Poison Tao Pill Association was able to rise to prominence in the primordial chaos with the poison Tao and strike fear into the hearts of the world. This was enough to show how high their attainments in the poison Tao were. Although the Poison Tao Pill Association had long been destroyed, Feng Qin had devoured the Poison Tao Pill and obtained the true teachings. His attainments in the Poison Tao had long reached an unimaginable level. He used the Poison Tao gas to personally dispel the poison from Elder Dasun's body. In just an hour, he could see the results. Puchi, Elder Dasun, kept spitting out black blood from his mouth. Cough, cough. Suddenly, Feng Qin slammed his palm on Elder Dasun's back. Elder Dasun's mouth opened wide as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The aura in his body gradually recovered. Elder Dasun's complexion became much rosier. Feng Qin withdrew his palm and asked, How do you feel? Elder Dasun turned around and stared at Feng Qin with his eyes wide open. After a long while, he recovered. Too strong. You have such attainments in the Poison Tao at such a young age. Even the Blood Poison Realm King is no match for you. Elder Dasun could clearly feel that the blood in his body had returned to normal, and the poison had been completely dispelled. This also meant that he had narrowly escaped death. Phew! Elder Dasun still had lingering fears as he recalled what had happened. Fortunately, he had met Feng Qin. Otherwise, he would have died on this mountain peak. After a short period of recovery, Elder Dasun stood up and cupped his fists at Feng Qin to thank him. Thank you, little brother. This old man's life is yours. If you encounter any trouble in the Black Domain in the future, don't hesitate to ask. This old man will do his best to help you. Feng Qin waved his hand and didn't care too much. The reason he had taken action was to obtain the location of the secret treasure. By the way, the secret treasure is at, Elder Dasun whispered into Feng Qin's ear. The secret treasure is of great importance. Don't spread it, or it will cause a war, Elder Dasun warned. Feng Qin nodded. Little brother, I still need to report this matter to the sect master. Do you want to come with me to the Dream God School? Elder Dasun asked. I won't be going. All right. In that case, we'll meet again. After all, this was the territory of the Rock Gate. Elder Dasun was also afraid that something unexpected would happen. Therefore, after bidding farewell to Feng Qin, he hurriedly left with the token. Looking at his departing figure, Feng Qin raised his hand to his nose and gently sniffed it. That token has the aura of the soul-tempering wine. Fang Qin said, "Could it be that big brother Lu Xingxing has also been to this secret treasure?" On the token, there was the aura of the soul-tempering wine and Lu Xingxing. Therefore, Fang Qin asked for the location of the secret treasure. He wanted to personally investigate it. I wonder how big brother Lu Xingxing is doing now. Thinking of Lu Xingxing, Fang Chen thought of the time he spent with Lu Xingxing in the immortal Divine Mountain. He vaguely remembered that before Lu Xingxing left, he told him that if he had time in the future, he could come to the Starry Sky Villa in the northern region to find him. Does the Starry Sky Villa exist in the Black Domain? For a moment, many thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. He still clearly remembered that before Lu Xingxing left, he had promised to help him refine the soul-tempering wine. That was a divine wine that could change a warrior's potential. Even with the god of wine Lu Xingxing's ability, it was not easy to refine it. Big brother Lu must have been to the secret treasure. If I follow the secret treasure and find some clues, it would be great to find big brother Lu. Fang Qin thought to himself, Rock Gate, Forbidden Grounds. The Rock Gate Lord's face was pale as he looked at the bronze coffin through the stone wall. There was a drop of Emperor's blood in the bronze coffin. Little Han is dead. Suddenly, the Rock Gate Lord muttered to himself. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. He is the hope of the Rock Gate in the future. He is also the disciple who is most likely to obtain the Emperor's blood and achieve supreme supremacy. The Rock Gate Lord said, "No matter who he is, no matter how strong he is, I will kill him to avenge little Han." However, before that, he wanted to try again to see if he could open the bronze coffin and retrieve the Emperor's blood. Dang, dang, dang. At this moment, the first elder's figure floated over. How is the Starry Sky Villa? Chapter 3254. In terms of size, the Black Domain was comparable to the Dragon Domain. However, the cultivation resources in the Black Domain were not something the Dragon Domain could compare to. Moreover, the overall strength of the Black Domain's martial artists was much stronger than that of the Dragon Domain. There was more than one top force. It was unlike the Dragon Domain, where only the Ouyang family could be considered a top force. A faction like the Demon Rock sect, placed in the Dragon region, that was a powerful existence comparable to the Ouyang family. However, in the Black Domain, there were several forces stronger than him. The Dream God School was one of them. Fang Qin learned the location of the secret treasure from Elder Dexian. He immediately used the rock movement technique and hurried to the location of the secret treasure. Being forced to leave the Dragon Domain, he had a great burden on his shoulders. He had to work hard to improve his strength. When he stood at the peak and looked down on the other mountains, it would be the day he returned to the Dragon Domain. He had originally planned to find a city and inquire about the specific situation of the Black Domain. Then he would wait for an opportunity to take action and see if he could find any clues about the star and moon. He didn't expect to unexpectedly learn about Lu Xingxing. Several days later, Fang Qin appeared on a barren plain. The plain was surrounded by towering mountains, tightly encircling it. The sky above the wasteland was also filled with powerful black clouds. The aura was very gloomy. Shadow flame plains. Fang Qin looked around and muttered. Elder Dexian had told him that the secret treasure was on the Shadow Flame Plains. Fang Qin was a little curious. The Shadow Flame Plains was considered a forbidden land in the Black Domain. According to rumors, this place was filled with powerful Yin flames. If one was not careful, one's primordial spirit would be burned. Ordinary world king powerhouses were not willing to come here. Elder Dexian had also accidentally discovered the secret treasure hidden on the Shadow Flame Plains. Elder Dexian said that he found the secret treasure on the Shadow Flame Plains. But now I haven't found anything. Fang Qin was a little puzzled. The Yin Flame Plains that he saw was completely different from the rumors. Although the aura in the void is very oppressive, there isn't a trace of corrosive power, and there isn't the legendary Yin Flame. Why is that? Fang Qin couldn't help but wonder if this was really the legendary Yinyan Plains. Hoo! He used the great rock movement technique and shuttled through the void. Moments later, he arrived at the center of the wasteland. What's that? He saw pieces of huge rocks standing in great numbers. They appeared to be in a complicated shape as they sat on the wasteland. Around the boulders, there were complicated patterns that connected them perfectly. A ray formation. Fang Qin was stunned. He took a closer look and was surprised to find that the formation formed by these boulders was actually a natural formation. It seems that the secret treasure is most likely in this natural formation. Whoosh! With a leap, he arrived in front of the huge rock. Though he boasted that his array skills were great, he wasn't too blind. After all, the mysteries of natural formations were boundless, and the slightest carelessness would cause one to fall into them. He stopped and walked around the huge rock, carefully sizing up the natural formation. Moments later, he roughly grasped the structure of the huge rock formation. Inside this formation, I can feel an extremely cold temperature, as well as a flash of white flame. If my guess is correct, that should be the legendary Yin Flame. Yin Flame was an extremely powerful flame. Once the Yin Flame invaded the mind, it could instantly freeze a martial artist's primordial spirit or even burn it. The most terrifying thing about the Yin Flame was that as a flame, it wasn't known for its high temperature, but for its low temperature. It was said that some extremely powerful Yin Flames could release an extremely cold temperature that could freeze heaven and earth. However, Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of Fire were extremely high, so naturally he wasn't afraid of the Yin Flame. Rip! He waved his hand gently, and a bright light shot out from his finger. When the light touched the complicated patterns in the void, it immediately disrupted the trajectory of the huge rock formation. In the sky, the thick black clouds also trembled and then began to sway. In the blink of an eye, a crack appeared in the huge rock formation, and a crack appeared on one of the huge rocks. Fang Qin stepped out and easily entered the huge rock formation. Buzz! As soon as he entered the huge rock formation, he felt a cold aura rushing towards him. His body involuntarily trembled, and the power of the fire origin bloodline instantly spread throughout his body. The power of the Emperor realm covered the surface of his skin, alleviating the cold feeling. Huff! Fang Qin took a deep breath. Although he was prepared for the Yin Flame, he still underestimated the power of the Yin Flame. Such power! Fortunately, my primordial spirit has reached the Emperor realm. Otherwise, it would definitely be damaged. Fang Qin couldn't help but sigh. After slightly adjusting his state of mind, he began to examine seriously. The huge rock formation seemed to have formed a space of its own, and the void inside was filled with extremely powerful Yin Flames. As Fang Qin walked around, he could feel a cold aura assaulting his face. However, after experiencing the previous panic, he was now able to completely resist the corrosive power of the Yin Flame. After walking a few steps, he saw a palm-sized object on the ground. Taking a closer look, he found that it was exactly the same as the token that Elder Desun had shown him. A token! He quickly walked over and picked up the token. Immediately, he felt the aura of the spirit tempering wine. Why does every token have Brother Lu's aura? What does this treasure have to do with Brother Lu? Fang Qin was even more puzzled. Someone's here. Suddenly, he felt an aura fluctuation coming from the void. His figure flashed, and he hid in the void. In the next second, cracks appeared on the huge rock formation again, and it temporarily stopped operating. Two black figures entered one after another. As expected of a natural formation. If we didn't have the supreme treasure of our clan, it would be very difficult to enter. One of them said eerily, "Yeah, I don't know how that guy Lu Xingxing did it." The other person said, "That damned guy actually dared to reject our clan's invitation. He's courting death." The first person said coldly, Originally, the higher-ups of our clan thought that the spirit-tempering wine he made was very effective and could increase the potential of our younger generation. We wanted to invite him to make a large batch of wine for our clan. Who would have thought that this guy didn't know how to appreciate our kindness and actually rejected it? Does he think that he can escape from our pursuit by hiding in this natural formation? By the time we kill him, the rest of the clan would have razed the Starry Sky Manor to the ground. The two black figures talked as they walked into the depths of the huge rock formation. Whoosh! After the two shadows had left, Fang Chen appeared with a frown on his face. Corpse demon! A cold, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the corpse demon to target Lu Xingxing. Follow them. Let's find Big Brother Lu first. Fang Chen leaped and disappeared into the natural formation. In a dark place, Lu Xingxing, who was dressed in a blue robe, wiped the sweat from his forehead. Starlight flickered around his body. He stared at the stream in front of him with a burning gaze. His expression was very excited. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect to obtain the inheritance of the ancient god of wine here. This is great. Lu Xingxing clenched his fists and said excitedly, he had devoted his entire life to the way of wine. After returning from the immortal Divine Mountain, he returned to the Starry Sky Manor and immersed himself in the study of the way of wine. It is said that in the ancient times there was a peerless almighty who could make wine that could allow a warrior to become a world god with a wave of his hand. His knowledge of the way of wine has reached an incredible level. Although I have some achievements now, the gap between me and the ancient almighty is too big. After a while, Lu Xingxing suppressed the excitement in his heart and said slowly, this stream and the god of wine's heart under it should be the most precious thing in this secret trove, right? Thinking of this, Lu Xingxing bowed sincerely to the stream. The corpse demon actually tried to use the Starry Sky Manor to threaten me and make me help them make the soul-refining wine. What a joke! Lu Xingxing said coldly, the only pity is that they stole a portion of the soul-refining wine that was made for Brother Fang. However, I, Lu Xingxing, swear that I will take revenge. Chapter 3255. Lu Xingxing was a wine addict. Now, in front of him was the inheritance of the ancient god of wine. Compared to the ancient god of wine, his god of wine was nothing more than an empty title. At this moment his eyes were red. He wished he could rush into the stream and search for the god of wine's heart. However, his reason told him that there were unknown dangers in the stream. He couldn't be impulsive. Who? Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he took a deep breath and began to think of a way to deal with it. At this moment, he was completely unaware that two corpse demon powerhouses were rapidly approaching him. On the Inflame Plains, there were huge boulders. Within the formation, two black figures were rapidly moving forward. Hoo! Unknowingly, the two shadows arrived at the core of the array formation. They stopped here and looked around. He should be hiding here, right? One of them muttered, this is the core of the array formation. If we destroy it, we will be able to force him to show himself. As they spoke, the two corpse demon prepared to attack. They wanted to destroy the core of the array formation and force Lu Xingxing to show himself. Fang Chen knew that he couldn't continue to hide. It was time to attack. Xiao! A resplendent fist light appeared out of thin air and enveloped the two corpse demon. A vast and mighty power swept through the sky. You're courting death. The two corpse demon sneered as they saw this. Their attacks all landed on the fist light. Bang! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. However, in the next second, the smiles on the two corpse demons' faces froze. They were horrified to discover that the power contained within the fist light made them feel a trace of fear. Not good. When the two realized this, they angrily roared and retreated. However, it was too late. Fang Chen's fist contained the strongest power in his body. Even a peak world king powerhouse wouldn't be able to block it. Gotcha! The fist light surged and shattered the two's attacks. It continued to chase after them and exploded in front of them. Dong, dong, dong! The two were sent flying by the explosive power of the fist light. Their clothes were tattered, and they were battered and exhausted. Cough, cough, cough! Amidst the powerful energy fluctuations, the two of them steadied themselves and stared ahead with their pitch-black eyes. Fang Qin slowly walked out from the void. Who are you? One of the corpse demon asked in a deep voice. Another person glared at Fang Qin. How dare you ruin my corpse demon's plans? You're courting death. Whoosh! Dazzling sword light whizzed out, piercing through the void and instantly appearing in front of the corpse demon. The latter was pierced through by the sword light without any resistance. No. He roared hysterically, but it was no use. The power of the ninth move of the invincible swordsmanship, the immortal sword, was too strong. How could he resist Fang Chen's all-out attack? Crack! After being pierced by the sword light, the corpse demon's body exploded with a loud bang, and both its body and soul were destroyed. The sudden turn of events stunned the other corpse demon. His heart was in turmoil, and his eyes were filled with terror. How is this possible? He shook his head hard, unable to believe what he had just seen. How is it possible to kill a world king powerhouse in one strike? Why do you want to deal with Lu Xingxing? Fang Chen approached the corpse demon step by step and asked in a cold voice. The corpse demon stammered and kept retreating. It was very afraid of Fang Chen. Fang Chen raised a hidden star sword in his hand and pressed the tip of the sword against the corpse demon's throat. I don't want to repeat myself. The corpse demon struggled again and again before finally succumbing to Fang Chen's pressure. He said in a trembling voice, The higher-ups of my corpse demon want Lu Xingxing to refine fine wine for my corpse demon. He told the truth of the matter in full detail. He even told Fang Qin how he obtained Lu Xingxing's movements. There's a traitor in the Starry Sky Manor? Fang Qin frowned. The corpse demon quickly nodded. Yes, there's a spy in the Starry Sky Mountain Villa. Otherwise, it would be impossible to obtain his movements. It's time to tell you. Can you let me go? Haha, let you go? Who would let go of the Starry Sky Mountain Villa? Fang Chen revealed a sinister smile. He waved the hidden star sword in his hand, and the corpse demon's body fell to the ground. Fang Chen glanced at the center of the array formation and said, Big brother Lu should be in the center of the array formation. I will go in and find him. With Fang Chen's attainments in array formations, he quickly found a flaw in the center of the array formation. He took a step forward and entered. There was a dense forest in the center of the array formation. Fang Qin could hear the sound of running water not far away. Big brother Lu. Fang Chen's Emperor Realm consciousness had already discovered Lu Xingxing. He leaped and arrived in front of the mountain stream. Lu Xingxing was currently deep in thought. When he suddenly heard Fang Chen's voice, Lu Xingxing was stunned and immediately turned his head to look. Brother Fang? Lu Xingxing couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Fang Qin. He rubbed his eyes hard and his face was filled with an excited smile. Big brother Lu. Fang Chen walked over and hugged Lu Xingxing. The two of them had a pleasant conversation in the immortal divine mountain. Lu Xingxing had treated Fang Qin as a good brother and had refined soul-tempering wine for him. He had even promised to refine soul-tempering wine for him. Now that the two of them were reunited, there was an indescribable joy in their hearts. After a long time, the two of them gradually calmed down. Lu Xingxing asked, Brother Fang, I didn't expect to see you here after we parted. That's right. Back in the immortal divine mountain, it was all thanks to Big Brother Lu's help. Fang Qin smiled. That's right. How did you find this place? Lu Xingxing asked curiously. Fang Qin told Lu Xingxing about his experiences in the eastern and northern regions. After the latter learned of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Amazing. Lu Xingxing gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. Back in the immortal divine mountain, I could see your potential. Later on, you entered the immortal academy of good fortune to temper yourself. Now, you finally accumulated enough strength to reach your current level. When Lu Xingxing learned that Fong Qin had entered the transcendent realm in one step and even killed a world king as a transcendent world lord, his face was filled with shock. Before Lu Xingxing entered the immortal divine mountain, he was also a world lord. However, due to certain reasons, his cultivation realm fell. Later on, he returned to the world lord realm in the immortal academy of good fortune. After returning to the starry sky manor, he studied wine day and night and unknowingly stepped into the world king realm. Initially, Lu Xingkong had thought that his improvement was already considered fast. However, after looking at Fong Qin, Lu Xingkong instantly felt that he had aged. His heart was filled with perilous waves. The person in front of him had greater potential than Lin Qian and Gu Tianhua. Big Brother Lu, when I came in, I encountered 2 corpse demon. They seemed to want to deal with you, but I dealt with them on the way. Hearing the words corpse demon, Lu Xingxing's face darkened. The corpse demon is really haunting me. Lu Xingxing gnashed his teeth. After chatting with Lu Xingxing for a while, Fong Qin also learned that the most important thing in this secret trove was the stream in the mountain, as well as the wine god's heart at the bottom of the stream. I didn't think that this secret trove was left behind by the ancient wine god. Fong Qin said. Lu Xingxing nodded. After I obtain the stream and the wine god's heart, I'll immediately return to the starry sky manor. As long as I'm here, the corpse demon won't be able to behave atrociously in the starry sky manor. Big Brother Lu, do you need my help? Fong Qin asked. Lu Xingxing pondered for a moment and then said, Brother Fong, little Brother Fong, your current strength far surpasses mine. I won't stand on ceremony. This stream is very corrosive. If you want to collect it, you have to go deep into it and find the source. Only then can you collect it. However, you also know that I'm not good at refining my body. My physical body can't withstand it at all. Fong Chen waved his hand. Leave it to me. Lu Xingxing knew that Fong Qin had an Emperor Realm physical body, but he was still a little worried. Although your Emperor Realm physical body is strong, the stream's corrosive nature can penetrate into your mind and corrode your primordial spirit. Buzz! Fong Qin released his Emperor Realm primordial spirit with a thought. The terrifying power of the soul, Tao, instantly spread out. Lu Xingxing's body trembled and he was tongue-tied. After a long time, Lu Xingxing recovered from his shock. Good, very good. As expected of my brother, Lu Xingxing. With an Emperor Realm primordial spirit and an Emperor Realm physical body in one body, you're definitely the chosen one. Chapter 3256. He still remembered that the last time they met in the immortal divine mountain, Fong Qin was only a divine master. At that time, Lu Xingxing's cultivation had fallen to the divine master level, and he was trapped in the immortal divine mountain. However, he was very arrogant, and there were not many divine masters who could catch his eye. However, he was able to drink and chat merrily with Fong Qin, which was enough to show that he approved of Fong Qin. Now, many years had passed, and the little brother in his eyes had long surpassed him in strength. This made Lu Xingxing very emotional. He briefly explained what Fong Qin needed to do in detail. After that, Lu Xingxing walked to the stream and made preparations. Big Brother Lu, after we enter the stream, you don't have to worry about anything. You just have to find the source. Fong Qin said confidently. His powerful consciousness had already entered the stream and carefully sensed it. In his opinion, although the stream's corrosiveness was strong, he could still resist it. Okay. Lu Xingxing took a deep breath and immediately jumped into the stream with a splash. In the next moment, a powerful sealing force enveloped his body. Fong Qin followed closely behind and also entered the stream. Hiss! The stream's corrosiveness was extremely strong, and it was extremely xenophobic. Sensing the presence of humans, the entire interior of the stream was filled with a vast amount of energy. The stream surged, forming a terrifying whirlpool. Within the whirlpool, a large amount of energy was released, as if it wanted to crush the two of them. At this time, the heaven-sealing monument played a big role. The powerful sealing force enveloped Lu Xingxing, while Feng Chen used his Emperor Realm physical body to resist the stream's corrosive power. Splash! Feng Chen spread out his big hands, resisting the stream's corrosive power to his heart's content. This also bought a lot of time for Lu Xingxing. Whoosh! Whoosh! Lu Xingxing quickly searched. In just a moment, he found the source of the stream. Over there. Under Lu Xingxing's guidance, the two quickly dived to the bottom of the stream. In front of a certain patch of mud, there was a dazzling lotus leaf. This seemingly ordinary lotus leaf was constantly releasing a powerful force. Pull him up. Lu Xingxing roared. Feng Chen nodded. His Emperor Realm strength was fully activated. He gripped the lotus leaf with both hands and pulled with all his might. Crack! The lotus leaves were uprooted, and at the same time, a shocking change occurred within the stream. The terrifying whirlpool collapsed with a loud crash. The raging stream water turned into huge waves that battered Feng Chen and Lu Xingxing. Whoosh! Feng Chen put away the lotus leaf. Find the wine god's heart. Lu Xingxing nodded. His attainments in the wine Dao had reached an unimaginable level. After solving this big problem, he could relax and focus more on finding the wine god's heart. As for the backlash of the stream water, Feng Chen resisted it alone. After a long while, at the bottom of the stream, Lu Xingxing found the wine god's heart. Found it. Lu Xingxing looked at the heart-shaped treasure lying quietly in his palm with an excited smile on his face. This seemingly ordinary heart-shaped treasure emitted a gentle light. He could clearly feel the power of the wine Dao. This was the legendary wine god's heart. Rumble. After Lu Xingxing obtained the wine god's heart, the stream water seemed to be about to collapse. Suddenly, the stream water became violent. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The stream water surged and condensed into water dragons, attacking the two of them in a frenzy. Boom! Seeing that a water dragon was about to hit him, Feng Chen punched out and shattered the water dragon. Let's go! He and Lu Xingxing looked at each other, and their expressions changed drastically. Their figures flashed, and they quickly rushed out of the stream water. Splash! When the two of them rushed out of the stream water had completely collapsed. The liquid inside instantly evaporated. The entire pool cracked open, and a murderous aura filled the air. Dong, dong, dong! The ground shook. Feng Chen and Lu Xingxing steadied themselves and looked at the cracked pool. Then they looked at each other. Phew! Lu Xingxing breathed a sigh of relief. He held the wine god's heart tightly in his hand, and his eyes were filled with uncontrollable joy. Brother Feng, I won't say any words of thanks. I'll remember it in my heart. Only Lu Xingxing knew how important the wine god's heart was to him. However, it was all thanks to the help of the person in front of him. Big brother Lu, you're too polite. Even without me, you could still obtain the wine god's heart. Feng Chen smiled. He wasn't being modest. It was the truth. Even without him, Lu Xingxing could still obtain the wine god's heart. However, it wouldn't be so easy. It would take a long time. Lu Xingxing shook his head. The stream water is so corrosive. If I were alone, I don't know how long it would take me to obtain it. With this wine god's heart, my attainments in the wine Dao will rise to another level. When the time comes, I'll refine even stronger wine for you to drink. Then I'll have to drink a few more cups when the time comes. Feng Chen smiled. At the mention of wine, Lu Xingxing's face suddenly darkened. The corpse demon stole a portion of the soul refining wine I refined for you. Now it's time to collect the debt, Lu Xingxing said. Moreover, there was another more important reason. The corpse demon actually wanted to destroy his Starry Sky Mountain Manor. "Let's return to the Starry Sky Mountain Manor first," Lu Xingxing said. The two of them walked out of the secret treasury and left. A few days after they left, the people from the Dream God School quietly arrived at the Yinyan Plains. The team, led by Elder De Sun, was looking for the entrance to the secret treasury. However, they didn't know that the owner of this secret treasury was the ancient wine god. What was left behind was the wine god's heart. The Starry Sky Mountain Manor was built by Lu Xingxing. Back then, he was called the Wine Sage because the wine he refined was very important to cultivators. For example, the soul refining wine could change a cultivator's physique if they drank it over a long period of time. There was also the higher grade soul refining wine that could change a cultivator's potential. In short, back then, Lu Xingxing was considered a famous person in the northern region. Many big forces and important people competed to invite him to make wine. However, Lu Xingxing was a carefree person and didn't like the chaos of the world. Therefore, he found a quiet place and built the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. At that time, the front of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor was packed with people every day. Some people queued in front of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor day and night just to drink the wine he personally brewed. However, he mysteriously disappeared later on. Everyone thought that he was dead, and the front of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor gradually quieted down. Over time, the Starry Sky Mountain Manor was forgotten by the world. Many rising stars had never even heard of Lu Xingxing's name as the Wine Sage. This time, Lu Xingxing's return was relatively low-key. Not many people knew about it. The Starry Sky Mountain Manor was located in the northernmost part of the Black Domain. It was close to the border and was deserted all year round. Only the Starry Sky Mountain Manor stood there. However, there were many people in front of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor today. "Elder Schwescher, we have already surrounded the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. When do we attack?" Someone quickly walked over and asked in a low voice. Elder Schwescher stood with his hands behind his back. His scarlet eyes stared at the Starry Sky Mountain Manor, and a sly smile appeared on his face. "What a beautiful building! It's a pity that from today onwards, it will be turned into ashes and disappear in the river of history." The Starry Sky Mountain Manor was built on a majestic mountain peak. From afar, it looked like it was connected to the blue sky. The surroundings were filled with the faint fragrance of wine, giving people a solemn feeling. After a while, Elder Schwescher gave the order, "Attack." Yes. After the corpse demon and the others received the order, they immediately attacked. Boom! The mountain gate of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor was instantly destroyed. "Kill them all. Leave no one alive." As the war horn sounded, miserable cries could be heard in the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. One by one, the martial artists fell into a pool of blood. "Protect the Starry Sky Mountain Manor with our lives." Some of the martial artists roared in anger. They didn't fear death and tried their best to protect the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. However, the reality was too cruel. The corpse demon was too strong, and they couldn't withstand it. Pucci, one of the corpse demon's realm kings, attacked and instantly pierced the Starry Sky Mountain Manor's housekeeper's chest. "Manor Master will avenge us. Starry Sky Manor will never disappear." After hearing his words, the Realm King's face turned sinister, and he sneered, "Humph, your so-called Manor Master is probably waiting for you in the underworld." Bang! As his voice fell, the housekeeper's body directly exploded. Kill! In the Starry Sky Mountain Manor, the sound of killing shook the sky. Whoosh! 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 In the void, two figures were flying at high speed. Their faces were filled with anxiety. "There are fluctuations of battle. That damned corpse demon." Suddenly, Lu Xingxing sensed the fluctuations of battle and roared in anger. "Let's go." Fang Qin increased his speed and brought Lu Xingxing with him. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. Stop! When they saw the Starry Sky Mountain Manor covered in blood, they were completely enraged. All of you have to die. With a boom, Lu Xingxing's aura completely erupted as he stepped forward. With every step he took, the void would tremble. Die. Lu Xingxing leaped and arrived in front of the Realm King. Lu Xingxing. The latter also saw him and was slightly surprised. However, he quickly regained his composure. I didn't expect you to escape. However, it doesn't matter. You will die without a doubt. Boom! The attacks of the two collided and they both retreated. You want to kill me with just you? I will let you see the Starry Sky Mountain Manor turn into ashes with your own eyes. The Corpse Demon's Realm King pointed at the Starry Sky Mountain Manor and said coldly, "And these people died because of you." His words provoked Lu Xingxing even more. The latter's face turned sinister as he roared in anger. Buzz! All of a sudden, the void fell silent. Big Brother Lu. Fong Qin transmitted his voice. Lu Xingxing glanced at him and understood Fong Chen's meaning. He immediately attacked. Crack! Chapter 32:57. The Starry Sky Mountain Villa was built by Lu Xingxing with his life's blood, sweat, and tears. Even though he had been trapped in the immortal divine mountain for countless years, the Starry Sky Mountain Villa still stood. But now the Corpse Demon was actually trying to destroy the Starry Sky Mountain Villa. This was something that Lu Xingxing couldn't tolerate. The Corpse Demon's Realm King had obviously underestimated Lu Xingxing's strength. Furthermore, Fong Chen had used the space-time Dao's ability to stop time and seal the void. This allowed Lu Xingxing to succeed in one strike and kill him. The sudden change stunned the Corpse Demon's army. Immediately, they felt a strong killing intent coming from Lu Xingxing. Invading the Starry Sky Mountain Villa. You should all be prepared to die. Lu Xingxing looked down at the many corpse demon below him. The black eyes of the leading corpse demon realm kings were filled with killing intent. Lu Xingxing, you're really lucky. I didn't expect you to walk out of the shadow flame, plains alive. Elder Xue Shi's expression changed slightly. He obviously didn't expect Lu Xingxing to appear at this time. However, even if you can escape from the shadow flame plains, so what? I will let you see with your own eyes that the Starry Sky Mountain Villa will be destroyed because of you. Elder Xue Shi laughed sinisterly. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying power swept through the entire Starry Sky Mountain Villa. He wanted to suppress Lu Xingxing with absolute power. Scram! Suddenly, a clap of thunder sounded in the sky, followed by a furious voice that resounded through the sky. With a boom, Elder Xue Shi's hand was forced back by a terrifying power. Dang, dang, dang! Elder Xue Shi retreated a few steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared at Fong Qin. Who are you? Although they had only interacted for a short while, Elder Xue Shi felt a trace of fear when facing Fong Qin. He shook his head and stared at Fong Qin. Transcendent World Lord. Elder Xue Shi didn't believe that Fong Chen's true cultivation was that of a transcendent world lord. He even suspected that Fong Chen was a high-level human that pretended to be a transcendent world lord to confuse them. Thinking of this, Elder Xue Shi's body emitted a powerful aura that pressured Fong Chen. The corpse demon is really everywhere. Fong Chen shook his head and sighed, ignoring Elder Xue Shi. Elder Xue Shi's ghost. Xue Shi. Xue Shi. Xue Shi. Xue Shi. Xue Shi. Elder Xue Shi. Die. From his point of view, Fong Chen was just a transcendent world lord. How could he be compared to a world king? Boom, boom, boom. An evil black aura spread out from his body. He clenched his fist tightly, and with endless pressure, he threw a punch at Fong Chen. Looking at the incoming attack, Fong Chen smiled faintly. He stood there quietly and allowed the opponent's attack to land on his body. Whoa! when the corpse demon world king's fist smashed into Lin Ming's body. Layers of sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin. They immediately spread out, forming a powerful defense that easily blocked the attack. CCC. The sword-shaped runes spun rapidly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the corpse demon world king's fist was completely absorbed. Dong! At this moment, Fang Chen's Emperor Realm's strength suddenly erupted, causing a powerful backlash to the corpse demon world king. The latter's body flew out and smashed onto the ground. This scene was clearly seen by Elder Schwescher. His eyes were wide open, and his body was trembling. His heart was in a state of shock. Emperor Realm, physical body. At this moment, he already knew who the person in front of him was. At such a young age, he had an Emperor Realm physical body and was also a transcendent world lord. Other than Fang Qin, whom the corpse demon wanted to kill, who else could it be? Why would he appear here? After being stunned for a moment, Elder Schwescher took a deep breath and stared at Fang Qin with his black eyes. Ah! The world king that was sent flying by Fang Qin quickly got up and roared towards the sky. He was enraged. His entire body was filled with a bloody aura. He activated his full strength, wanting to fight against Fang Qin. However, he was stopped by Elder Schwescher. You're not his opponent. Elder Schwescher stared at Fang Qin and said in a deep voice, Elder Schwescher. The world king widened his eyes, unwilling to accept this. However, he couldn't disobey Elder Schwescher's orders. Clap, clap, clap. Elder Schwescher raised his hand and clapped lightly, as if he was praising Fang Qin. If I'm not wrong, you should be the legendary Sky Heart World, Lord Fang Qin. Elder Schwescher squinted his eyes and said, When I heard about you in the past, I didn't care about you. However, now that I've met you, you really live up to your name. Elder Schwescher even felt that the tribe's information on Fang Qin was far less than his actual strength. While talking to Fang Qin, Elder Schwescher sighed inwardly. He didn't expect Fang Qin's strength to rise to such a level in such a short period of time. It was truly shocking. At the same time, he made a decision. He was going to kill Fang Qin. He couldn't let him continue to grow. Otherwise, he would definitely become a threat to the corpse demon. Die. Suddenly, Elder Schwescher attacked. He raised his palm, and a bright red light emerged from his palm. Upon closer inspection, a red stone could be seen lying quietly in his palm. What's that? Fang Qin was surprised. He could feel that the blood-red stone contained an extremely strong power. This stone contains a trace of pure blood power. If I devour it, I can strengthen the pure blood power in my body. The pure-blooded beast cub's voice rang in Fang Qin's ears. Kill! Elder Schwescher stomped his foot and shot up into the sky. When the power in his body was pushed to the extreme, he swung his hand and the blood-red stone with endless power instantly swooped down. Wang. Fang Qin activated the sealed sky monument and released the sealing power crazily, enveloping the entire starry sky manor. Brother Fang, don't worry about this old man. Leave the rest to me. As soon as Lu Xingxing finished speaking, his body flickered and began to kill the corpse demon's clansmen one by one. Fang Qin took a step forward and tore the void apart. In an instant, he appeared in front of the blood-red stone. Wang. First, he used his Emperor Realm primordial spirit to bind the blood-red stone. Then he fully activated his Emperor Realm physical strength and reached out his hand to grab the blood-red stone. Humph! Elder Schwescher snorted when he saw Fang Qin's action. His face was full of sarcasm. This blood-red stone was his most powerful treasure. No one could imprison it with their bare hands. The guy in front of him was too arrogant and crazy. The outcome was already decided. He would die at the hands of the blood-red stone. Explode! As Elder Schwescher roared, the power inside the blood-red stone surged wildly as if it was about to explode. However, at this moment, a strange scene occurred. Fang Qin used the immortal hand. The huge handprint overlapped with his palm and firmly grasped the blood-red stone. Hiss! Hiss! The power in the blood-red stone was rapidly weakening. The smile on Elder Shir's face suddenly disappeared. His body trembled and he cried out involuntarily. No! His heart was filled with terror. He knew better than anyone how powerful the blood-red stone was. However, the guy in front of him could bind it with his bare hands. How is this possible? He cried out involuntarily and was a little flustered. He found that his connection with the blood-red stone had been cut off. This meant that the blood-red stone had been completely suppressed by Fang Qin. He could not accept this fact and shook his head frantically. At the same time, he fell into a state of madness and attacked hysterically. Rip! The immortal hand was too powerful. The blood-red stone could not resist at all. It was bound by Fang Qin and then thrown into Ming Cave Mountain. It's time to end this. Seeing Elder Shir's full attack, Fang Qin murmured. He took out the hidden star sword and used the immortal sword. Swoosh! In the void, a dazzling sword light pierced through the sky and pierced towards Elder Shir at lightning speed. Crack! Elder Shir's attack was instantly interrupted. At the same time, a terrifying force attacked him. He felt that his body could not move. Pucci! Without any resistance, his chest was pierced by the hidden star sword. Blood splattered across the sky, and miserable screams could be heard. The corpse demon will not let you go. These were Elder Shir's last words. Unfortunately, he would never see this day come. Bang! Fang Qin's wrist shook and the hidden star sword rotated. Elder Shir's body exploded. He then waved his sleeve and a majestic flame burned him to ashes. The strongest corpse demon in the siege of Starry Sky Manor was Elder Shir. Even he had died in the hands of Fang Qin. The other corpse demon was terrified to the extreme. Pucci! At this time, Lu Xingxing also used his powerful strength to kill the other clansmen of the corpse demon with the help of the sealed sky monument. The remaining few world kings wanted to escape when they saw that the situation was not right. Whoosh! The hidden star sword pierced through the void and killed them with a few strikes. In just a few minutes, the crisis of Starry Sky Manor was completely resolved. Voila! The mighty flames turned into a majestic sea of fire and burned the evil aura in the void. The fire lasted for a full day before it completely purified the evil aura in Starry Sky Manor. During this period, Lu Xingkong was also constantly dealing with the aftermath and dealing with some matters in the Starry Mountain Villa. 3 days later, Starry Sky Manor looked brand new. The other top forces in the Black Domain had no idea what had happened here. In the pavilion, Lu Xingxing and Fang Qin looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Brother Fang, Lu Xingxing said. His words were filled with gratitude towards Fang Qin. Chapter 3258. Today's Starry Sky Mountain Villa had experienced the devastation of war, but it had not completely fallen. Instead, in a very short period of time, it had once again become brand new. In the pavilion, Lu Xingxing took out a jar of wine from his spatial ring and poured it into 2 cups. He picked up one of the cups and handed it to Fang Qin. He smiled and said, Brother Fang, have a taste?" Fang Qin took the wine cup and gently took a sip. Suddenly his body seemed to freeze. When the wine entered his body, it gave off a strange aura that quickly drilled into his primordial spirit. In an instant he felt as if his primordial spirit had been nourished and was very comfortable. Fang Qin opened his eyes. His face was full of surprise as he looked at Lu Xingxing. The latter laughed and said, "This is the soul refining wine that I refined for you." Soul refining wine. After hearing these 3 words, Fang Qin's expression was also shocked. Immediately, an excited smile appeared on his face. No wonder I felt that this wine had a unique aura that could nourish the primordial spirit and even strengthen the physical body. Although he had only taken a sip, Fong Qin could already feel that this wine was extraordinary. When he heard Lu Xingxing say that this was the soul refining wine, he was relieved. The soul refining wine was a divine wine that could change a warrior's potential. In the entire ancient chaos, besides Lu Xingxing, no one else could refine it. From this point, it could be seen how difficult it was to refine the soul refining wine. Back then, Lu Xingxing promised that as long as Fong Qin provided enough materials, he would refine the wine for him. After so many years, he had finally fulfilled his promise. This soul refining wine doesn't have an obvious effect on warriors at the world god level. But to ordinary warriors, it's like a divine medicine. Drinking a drop can rebirth one's body and enhance one's potential. Lu Xingxing said slowly as he raised his cup and drained it. Fong Qin nodded. On the path of martial arts, besides cultivation resources, the most important thing was one's own potential. It could be said that potential determined a martial artist's upper limit. Some human martial artists had great potential. Their upper limit might be the ancient god realm or the god realm. As for some other warriors, they would never be able to step out of the miniature universe. This was the difference between them. The gap in potential was hard to make up for. The potential of those peerless geniuses was unprecedented. If one's potential was not strong enough, one's future achievements would not be too high. Therefore, all the major forces in the primordial chaos were scrambling to find geniuses with monstrous potential and nurture them. With this soul refining wine, my family and friends back home can all increase their potential. Fong Qin thought of the Star River universe, the Shuri universe, and his family and friends. This was especially true for his parents. Their potential was too low and they were not suitable for cultivation. It was only with his help that he stepped onto the path of martial arts. It's a pity that there were originally 10,000 jars of soul refining wine, but half of it was stolen by the corpse demon. Just as Fong Qin was thinking, Lu Xingxing's voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. Hearing that, Fong Qin's expression changed slightly. The value of the soul refining wine was too great. Half of it was stolen by the corpse demon. This was an immeasurable loss. Brother Lu, do you know where the corpse demon's lair is in the black domain? Fong Qin's expression changed as he asked in a low voice. Why, you want to snatch it back? Lu Xingxing glanced at Fong Qin and said. Fong Qin nodded, not hiding his true thoughts. However, Lu Xingxing dissuaded him. Brother Fong, although you are strong and can easily kill a World King realm powerhouse, the corpse demon is deeply rooted in the black domain. It has been hiding in the black domain for who knows how many years. Their background is deep. With just you and me, it is impossible to move them. Wanting to take back the stolen soul refining wine is harder than ascending to the heavens. Hearing this, Fong Qin fell silent. To him, these 5,000 jars of soul refining wine were simply too much. Do you know anything about the corpse demon's lair? After a long time, Fong Qin continued to ask, somewhat unwilling. The corpse demon is extremely cunning. I don't have much information on them, but I can go and ask around. Lu Xingxing said. After chatting with Fong Qin for a while, Lu Xingxing directly left. A few days later, Lu Xingxing brought back news about the corpse demon. Brother Fong. In the same pavilion, Lu Xingxing said, I've already inquired. The corpse demon's lair in the black domain is in the black abyss. Black abyss? Fong Qin had just arrived and didn't know much about the black domain. However, after listening to Lu Xingxing's explanation, he understood. The so-called black abyss was a danger zone in the black region. Normally, no martial artist would go there at all. The environment there was very harsh, and it was also extremely remote. Is the information accurate? Fong Qin asked. In the corpse demon's lair in the black domain, the strongest powerhouse was a perfect World King powerhouse. He was much stronger than the peak World King powerhouses he had killed before. Lu Xingxing nodded. I personally went to the Dream God School's headmaster, and he was the one who told me. Moreover, the Dream God School seems to be preparing to make a move on the corpse demon, but what? Fong Chen asked. The Dream God School has always been enemies with the Rock Gate. Recently, the Rock Gate has been restless and seems to be preparing to launch a surprise attack on the Dream God School. Therefore, the Dream God School has no time to spare. If we want to take back the soul refining wine, we will have to go there ourselves. The Rock Gate. Fong Chen narrowed his eyes as a terrifying light flashed through his mind. He vaguely remembered that before Realm Lord Han died, he said that the Rock Gate had a drop of Emperor blood left behind from ancient times. Fong Chen shook his head and looked up at Lu Xingxing. Big brother Lu, the Starry Sky Mount Villa has just suffered heavy losses. We need someone to guard. However, before he could finish his sentence, he was stopped by Lu Xingkong. Brother Fong, the reason my Starry Sky Mountain Villa was able to survive is because of you. Besides, the soul refining wine was stolen from me by the corpse demon. How can I let you take the risk alone? Lu Xingxing said, Since Brother Fong wants to give it a try, I will accompany you in this madness. As he spoke, Lu Xingxing was eager to give it a try. Indeed, it had been a long time since he had been so impulsive. His body was overflowing with battle intent. Fong Chen stared at Lu Xingxing for a long time before finally nodding. Then let's go, the Black Abyss. It was shrouded in strong winds all year round. It was desolate and contained an extremely fierce and domineering aura. Usually no one could be seen here. However, today there were two figures rushing toward the Black Abyss. Along the way, the two were in a bad mood. Ever since Realm Lord Han died, the sect master has been very irritable. Recently, he has been even more mysterious. I don't know what he is doing. One of them said helplessly. The other person nodded. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we have already arrived at the Black Abyss according to the sect master's wishes. The people from that force will definitely come to pick us up. Rip. Just as the two of them finished speaking, a crack suddenly appeared in the void. Immediately after, an iron chain appeared out of thin air. It carried endless power as it pierced through the void and enveloped the two of them. Not good. Their expressions changed drastically as they prepared to make a move. However, at this moment a hoarse voice was heard. You are from the Rock Gate, right? Who are you? The people from the Rock Gate asked in a low voice as they looked around cautiously. I am the person your sect master is looking for. Grab the chain, and I will bring you in. Hearing this, the two people from the Rock Gate trembled. After hesitating for a moment, they finally grabbed the iron chain. Rip! The iron chain swayed, making the sound of metal intertwining. It formed a chain storm in the void and carried the two of them away, disappearing into the Black Abyss. A few seconds later, the world returned to normal. The chain disappeared as if nothing had happened. At this moment, Fong Chen and Lu Xingxing appeared out of thin air where the two people from the Rock Gate had disappeared. The Rock Gate is actually colluding with the corpse demon? Lu Xingxing's expression was extremely gloomy. He took out his communication jade pendant and sent the message to the master of the Dream God School. Soon, the master of the Dream God School responded. The Dream God School is already preparing for war with the Rock Gate. Moreover, they have already spread the news. The other forces in the Black Domain will also join the battle against the Rock Gate. Fong Chen's expression was cold as his eyes flickered. How do we get in? Lu Xingxing looked around and carefully sensed the void. Here. Fong Chen stomped his foot and arrived at a certain spot in the void. His primordial spirit in the Emperor realm had very strong perception. He easily found a void gate. They've hidden it well, Lu Xingxing said. He didn't notice it at all, but Fong Chen easily found it. Should we blast it open directly? Lu Xingxing asked. No need. Whoosh! The little mouse appeared from Dark Cave Mountain. Fong Chen briefly communicated with him. The little mouse said confidently, Boss, don't worry. It's just a void gate. Watch how I bite a big hole in it." As soon as he finished speaking, the little mouse used his special ability. He opened his bloody mouth and directly bit the void gate. The little mouse was getting stronger and stronger, and his special ability was also getting stronger. Under Lu Xingxing's astonishment, the little mouse quickly gnawed a hole in the void gate. Buzz! An evil aura erupted. Fang Qin turned to Lu Xingxing and said, "Let's go in." "Won't we be discovered like this?" Lu Xingxing asked in surprise. "If I can't even do such a small thing, how can I, Lord Mouse, survive in the future?" The little mouse raised his head and said proudly, he was a god-devouring mouse. When he reached his peak, he could devour everything in the world. The void gate in front of him was no obstacle to him. As long as he wanted to, he could devour the void gate in an instant. However, Boss said not to alarm the corpse demon inside, so he only bit a hole. Hearing this, Lu Xingxing sighed. Chapter 3259. Even Fang Qin didn't expect that the Black Abyss, the forbidden land of the Black Domain that everyone talked about, would have a completely different world. More importantly, the corpse demon had made this place airtight. Anyone who wanted to enter their lair had to go through the void gate. Buzz! Fang Qin and Lu Xingxing came through the crack in the void gate. Their bodies landed on the ground, and they were instantly shocked by the scene here. The sky was filled with an evil aura that made people tremble. The blue sky was completely covered by dark clouds. The whole world was very oppressive, and it made people feel extremely frightened. However, Fang Qin was very familiar with the aura that filled the void, the aura of the corpse demon. Fang Qin clenched his fist and said in a deep voice, his Emperor Realm primordial spirit was instantly released, and with him as the core, it constantly spread out. Buzz! Soon, Fang Qin found that the corpse demon's lair was surrounded by a powerful array. "This is the corpse demon's killing array," Fang Qin said in a low voice. "How is it? Is there a way to break it?" Lu Xingxing also found the corpse demon's killing array. His face was very serious. With his strength alone, it was not enough to break this array, so he could only pin his hopes on Fang Qin. Fang Qin nodded. His attainments in array formation had reached the half-step Emperor Realm, and he was only one step away from the Emperor Realm. A mere corpse demon's killing array was nothing to him. Of course, this did not mean that the corpse demon's killing array was not strong. The corpse demon in the Black Domain could only be regarded as a branch of the huge corpse demon. Their strength was limited, and their ability to control the killing array was definitely not enough. This also gave Fang Qin an opportunity to break the array easily. "Let me check the situation inside the formation first." Fang Qin gestured to Lu Xingxing not to be anxious. His primordial spirit circled the corpse demon-killing formation and began to investigate. A moment later, Fang Qin put away his primordial spirit and said, "There are over 1,000 corpse demon clansmen in the killing array. Among them, there are 19 World King, Realm Corpse Demon, and over 300 World Lords." 19? Lu Xingxing was a little hesitant. After all, there were only 2 of them, while the other side had 19 people. This was a fundamental difference. Of the 19 World Kings, I don't fear the other 18, but I can faintly feel a dangerous aura from one of them. Fang Qin thought for a moment. The man in the mink fur coat had a deep scar on his face. Although he looked the most ordinary of the 19 World Kings, Fang Qin could clearly feel just how terrifying he was. With Fang Qin's current strength, he didn't fear even a peak World King powerhouse. An Emperor Realm primordial spirit, an Emperor Realm mortal body, invincible sword arts, and the immortal hand. With all sorts of methods added together, his striking power was nearly invincible in the World King realm, unless he met some monstrous genius that defied the heavens. Big Brother Lu. Fang Qin thought for a moment and then said, If you have the Heaven Sealing Tablet, can you temporarily trap over 1,000 corpse demon clansmen, as well as the 18 ordinary World King realm leaders? Lu Xingxing understood that Fang Qin wanted him to buy time for him. Although my strength is inferior to yours, with the Heaven Sealing Tablet in hand, I can still temporarily trap them. Lu Xingxing nodded. But it won't be for too long. You have to end this quickly. Fang Qin passed the Heaven Sealing Tablet to Lu Xingxing and poured a massive amount of strength into it, allowing Lu Xingxing to activate it. Then he began to move. Within the corpse demon killing array, many clansmen were doing their own things. Only the 19 world kings were gathered together. The atmosphere was solemn, as if they were discussing something important. Big brother, the drop of Emperor blood in the rock gate is extremely important to us. Why haven't we done anything yet? A world king asked, puzzled. That's right. With our current strength, dealing with a mere rock gate is easy. In one night, we can raise the rock gate to the ground. After obtaining the Emperor blood, we can quickly retreat. I believe that the Dream God School and the other influences won't discover anything. A world king said. Besides, even if they discover it, what can they do? Over the years, our corpse demon clansmen have been roaming all over the Black Domain. They can't do anything to us. Many world kings were discussing with each other. Most of the world kings wanted to forcefully destroy the rock gate and then seize the Emperor blood. However, only a small portion of them thought that this was inappropriate. Don't underestimate the Dream God School. For them to be able to dominate the Black Domain for countless years, their foundation is deep beyond our imagination, a world king said. Our corpse demon clansmen have struggled at death's door since the ancient era's God's Fall War. Every step we take, we have to be careful, which is why we have today's situation. As of now, our corpse demon doesn't have the strength to fight against the entire human race, so our clan's powerhouses have been enduring. As a branch of the Black Domain, we have to be even more careful. We can't afford to make any mistakes at this critical moment. I agree with old Chen's words. Our corpse demon has painstakingly operated in the southern, western, and eastern domains for so many years. Because of our carelessness, our entire army was destroyed. Now, our clan's powerhouses have clearly given orders. Almost all of our clan's manpower in the other 3 domains have been withdrawn to the northern domain. This is a great loss for our corpse demon, the gray-robed world king said. No matter what, we have to be careful in the Black Domain. There were a few other world kings who also had the same thoughts. After all, some time ago, when they dealt with Lu Xingxing, they had more or less aroused the vigilance of the Dream God School and other forces. If they destroyed the rock gate at this time, it would be an extremely unwise choice. After the many world kings debated for a while, they finally looked at the world king in the lead. Boss, what do you think? The corpse demon, who was addressed as boss, said in a low voice, the drop of Emperor's blood in the rock gate is much more terrifying than we imagined. If we act rashly like this, it will definitely cause great losses. Therefore, at this stage, we have to make friends with the rock gate and use them to stir up internal strife among the many forces in the Black Domain. Only then will our corpse demon have a chance to get a share of the profits. This person continued, moreover, we don't know whether Lu Xingxing is dead or alive. After this matter is settled, we can make plans again. Speaking of Lu Xingxing, the world king raised the wine cup in his hand and drained it in one gulp. His face revealed an expression of longing for more. I have to say, for Lu Xingxing to be called the god of wine, his ability to refine fine wine is truly superb, Boss continued. Boss continued to say, this soul-refining wine can change an ordinary martial artist's potential after drinking it. Even for us World King realm powerhouses, drinking it will be beneficial. Unfortunately, Boss helplessly shook his head and said, we can't use such a talent. The corpse demon strategy was very simple. If they couldn't use him, then they would do everything in their power to destroy him. Kacha! Just as the World Kings were discussing, a terrifying crack suddenly appeared above the corpse demon killing array. Immediately after, a storm raged, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. Rumble! A deafening thunderclap exploded in the void. In the blink of an eye, a hole was completely torn in the corpse demon killing array. Above the sky, thunder swooped down, carrying with it an endless power of thunder, bombarding the corpse demon's lair. Suddenly, miserable screams rang out. Some of the weaker corpse demon were struck by the power of thunder and instantly died. Damn it! The corpse demon leader's face was gloomy. He stood up, his scarlet eyes staring at the sky. Humans! He saw two figures in the void. It's Lu Xingxing. A world king recognized Lu Xingxing and cried out, "Kacha!" While they were talking, a large number of corpse demon died. Seeing this, the corpse demon leader looked up to the sky and roared, suddenly punching out. Boom! Fang Qin also punched out, colliding with the corpse demon leader's fist. The void trembled, and both of them took a few steps back. Lu Xingxing, you're courting death. Right now, they didn't have time to think about how Lu Xingxing knew that they were hiding in the black abyss. There's only one thought in their minds, and that was to kill the two in front of them. Humph, you corpse demon wanted to force me to work for you. After I refused, you wanted to kill me and destroy my Starry Sky Manor. Lu Xingxing looked down at the ground and coldly said, Today I, Lu Xingxing, have come for revenge. Humph, stupid human. This black abyss will be your burial ground. The corpse demon leader stomped his foot and rushed into the sky. He stretched out his hand, and a vast power erupted, wanting to kill Lu Xingxing. Your opponent is me. Fang Qin used the rock movement technique and appeared in front of the corpse demon leader, like lightning, blocking him. At the same time, Lu Xingxing activated the sealing sky monument that he had already prepared. The sealing power fell, completely enveloping the corpse demon's lair. Then he crazily attacked, and a terrifying power swept through the earth. The ordinary corpse demon clansmen couldn't resist the pressure at all, and they fell into pools of blood. Kill him for me. The corpse demon leader was blocked by Fang Qin. He angrily roared, and the other 18 world kings attacked together. You dare to kill my clansmen? Lu Xingxing, you are dead. No one in this world can save you. The 18 world kings attacked together, and the power of their attacks was unimaginable. Fortunately, Lu Xingxing had the help of the sealing sky monument. He quickly teleported, shuttling through the void and dodging the attacks of the world kings. Rumble! In the black abyss, in the corpse demon's lair, an earth-shattering battle broke out. And in the black domain outside the black abyss, an impending war quickly swept through. When the news of the rock gate colluding with the corpse demon quickly spread, the entire black domain was shocked. They were incomparably furious. The corpse demon was the enemy of the human race, and the rock gate's actions were tantamount to betraying the human race. Of course, there were also some forces that thought that this was a false matter and didn't have any evidence. However, most martial artists still believed that this news was true. Chapter 3260. Because of Fang Chen's arrival, the tranquil black domain was thrown into chaos. Perhaps not even the rock gate imagined that the reason the situation had become so turbulent was because of the people of the rock gate. Fang Chen had just left the dragon territory and entered the endless mountain range where he encountered the rocks. But at this time, Swordlord Han and the others were mercilessly hunting down the rocks. They even wanted to kill Fang Qin and the others. This action aroused the rage of the Crimson Black Rock. He joined forces with Fang Qin and finally managed to kill Swordlord Han. This also indirectly led to Fang Qin heading to the Black Domain. A World King realm powerhouse could already be considered a feudal lord of a region. Besides a domain lord, they could be considered the strongest powerhouse. In the Black Domain, there weren't many world king powerhouses. Although they were all at the World King realm, there were still differences in strength. The corpse demon leader that Fong Qin was fighting had already reached the peak of perfection of the World King realm. He was only a single step away from breaking through the bottleneck. If he took that final step, he would be able to compare to a domain lord. His combat strength had reached an unimaginable degree. His battle with Fong Qin was extremely intense. Their auras swept through the entire corpse demon lair, causing it to become restless. And on the other side, Lu Xingxing was drawing support from the heaven-sealing tablet to fight with the 18 world kings. Bang! A terrifying strength struck him. Lu Xingxing's body was sent flying backwards. His throat moved, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion pale. Although he was also a world king, facing the joint attack of 18 world kings, he still found it difficult to withstand. If it weren't for the heaven-sealing tablet, he would have already died. At this time, the 18 corpse demon world kings had gone completely berserk. Their bodies emitted an extremely evil aura as they crazily encircled Lu Xingxing. But the latter no longer met them head-on. He chose to dodge. Rip! Lu Xingxing's body flickered continuously. With a stomp of his foot, a large amount of sealing power gathered around him and sealed his body in the void. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Fong Qin, who was fighting against the corpse demon leader, saw this scene from the corner of his eye. His expression turned slightly serious. He knew that he had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, Lu Xingxing would not be able to hold on. Kill! He clenched his fist and punched out, forcing the corpse demon leader to retreat. Then he took out the hidden star sword and used the immortal sword. Whoosh! As soon as the dazzling sword light appeared, it expanded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying invincible sword Qi condensed into a terrifying giant figure in the void. This giant shadow contained the full power of the immortal sword. Humph! You want to stop me with mere swordsmanship? The corpse demon leader sneered. He opened his hand and took the initiative to face the giant shadow, as if he wanted to overturn the world. Wherever his large hand passed, the aura of darkness would invade. Streaks of cracks appeared in the void, corroded in an instant. Kacha! In the blink of an eye, his large hand grasped the giant shadow that was falling from the sky. The invincible sword Qi in the giant shadow erupted. However, it was shrouded by the dark aura and could not break free. You think you are worthy of fighting with me? Boom! The corpse demon leader stomped his foot. The dark aura in his body swarmed out. A large gap appeared on the giant sword. The corpse demon leader looked down at Fong Qin and sneered. Next, I will let you know that your strength is nothing in front of me. As soon as his voice fell, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Fong Qin. Boom! He held the giant shadow in his hand and squeezed it hard. Then he threw it at Fong Qin. Fong Qin had already expected this. Out of all the world kings he had encountered in the past, the corpse devil leader was the most formidable. It would be difficult to defeat him with the 9th move of the invincible sword, the immortal sword. Seeing the corpse demon leader rushing over, 9 immortal star nuclei circled above Fong Qin's head, shining brightly. Whoa! When the rich immortal star force connected the 9 immortal star nuclei together, the stars in the sky flickered. The terrifying star force swooped down like a waterfall from the 9th heaven. It was very shocking. At the same time, Fong Qin used the immortal hand. He stretched out his hand. In the palm of his hand, a dazzling light flashed. In the light, 2 bold and powerful words were faintly discernible. Immortal! Seeing this, the corpse demon leader's face suddenly changed. He seemed to have thought of something, and a touch of horror appeared in his eyes. Immortal Emperor, you have obtained his inheritance? The corpse demon leader cried out involuntarily, his body trembling. In ancient times, the immortal emperor had taught the corpse demon a lesson that was too deep. The fear of the immortal emperor in the depths of every corpse devil clan member's heart had reached its peak. Damn it. The corpse demon leader's face was ferocious. He tried his best to resist Fang Chen's big hand. In the sky, a huge palm pressed down quickly. The power of the 9 immortal star nuclei gathered in the palm. Kacha! The corpse demon leader's powerful attack was nothing in front of the immortal hand. He used powerful means one after another, and even used the corpse devil clan secret technique, but it was still useless. The immortal hand was too strong. Even Fang Chen had to consume a lot of energy to use it. Condense. While the corpse demon leader was struggling to resist, Fang Chen's terrifying primordial spirit of the Emperor Realm was suddenly released. Ah! The corpse demon leader screamed miserably. Caught off guard, his primordial spirit suffered a powerful blow. His body swayed, unable to resist the attack of the immortal hand. Dong! His body was slapped to the ground by the immortal hand. Dong! Dong! The corpse demon leader fell heavily to the ground. He wanted to get up, but it was too late. The primordial spirit of the Emperor Realm enveloped him and corroded his primordial spirit. The immortal hand pressed down, covering his entire body. The corpse demon will not let you go. Boom! After the corpse demon leader said his last sentence, his body exploded and his soul scattered. The remaining dark aura in the void quickly dissipated. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise attracted Fang Chen's attention. Lu Xingxing was finally unable to resist the joint attack of the 18 corpse demon realm kings. His body flew out as if struck by lightning. Kill him. 18 world kings, their momentum like a rainbow. Even with the heaven sealing tablet, Lu Xingkong was still struggling on his deathbed. Buzz! Just as they were about to reach Lu Xingxing, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared in the void, blocking them. Rumble! No matter how hard they attacked, no ripples appeared on the invisible barrier. Seeing this, Lu Xingxing breathed a sigh of relief. How are you? Fang Chen helped Lu Xingxing up and asked. Lu Xingxing shook his head. I'm fine. Where's the corpse demon leader? I've already killed him. Lu Xingxing was stunned. His heart was in turmoil. At the same time, he admired this little brother of his even more. I'll take care of things here first. Fang Chen stepped forward. The invisible barrier suddenly disappeared, and he appeared in front of the 18 realm kings. The corpse demon shouldn't exist in this world. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Even a peak realm king powerhouse like the corpse demon leader wasn't Fang Chen's match. These ordinary realm kings weren't a threat at all. An hour later, the corpse demon's lair was a mess. The 18 realm kings had all fallen. The ordinary clansmen that stepped forward were also killed. Rumble! Fang Chen waved his hand and a sea of fire appeared, burning the corpses and the dark aura in the void. At this point, the corpse demon stronghold in the Black Domain had completely fallen. As for Fang Chen and Lu Xingxing, they also smoothly found the stolen soul refining wine. They drank some of it. Lu Xingxing said, It doesn't matter. It's fine as long as we find it. Fang Chen waved his sleeve and stored the soul refining wine into dark cave mountain. After today, there will be no more corpse demon in the Black Domain. Lu Xingxing sighed. I wonder how the war between the Dream God School and the Rock Gate is going. Big brother Lu, Fang Chen suddenly asked. Do you know about the drop of Emperor blood in the Rock Gate? Emperor blood? Lu Xingxing's eyes flashed. The Rock Gate was a top influence in the Black Domain a long time ago. At that time, there were countless powerhouses in the sect. However, it gradually declined over the long river of time. A long, long time ago, I heard news about Emperor bloodlines, but many people thought it was fake and that the Emperor blood didn't exist. It doesn't exist. Fang Chen was deep in thought. His intuition told him that what Realm Lord Han said before he died should be true. The Emperor blood in the Rock Gate should really exist. However, for some reason, it was difficult for it to appear. What? Are you interested in the Emperor blood? Lu Xingxing glanced at Fang Qin and said, The Emperor blood is the blood of an Emperor realm powerhouse. If you can obtain it, it will be a great opportunity for you. The great emperors of the ancient era were all extremely talented people. They had comprehended the Tao laws to the extreme and could even control the supreme laws, and their blood also contained a portion of their understanding of the supreme laws, as well as their lifetime comprehension of the Tao laws they had grasped. These were all extremely important to the martial artists of the later generations, especially for an eternal proud son of heaven like Fang Qin. If he could obtain the Emperor blood and comprehend it, he might be able to step into the World King realm in one fell swoop. At the transcendent World Lord realm, he could suppress a powerhouse at the peak of the World King realm. If he stepped into the World King realm, would he be able to contend with a Domain Lord? Lu Xingxing was a bit excited. He was also looking forward to it. This void has been severely corroded by the corpse demon's evil aura. It is impossible to purify it. If a martial artist were to enter this place, their temperament would be greatly affected. Fang Qin said. Lu Xingxing nodded. He understood what Fang Qin meant. But this is the Black Abyss, a danger zone that has existed since time immemorial. With the protection of the world's laws, I fear it will be difficult to destroy. Chapter 3261. Back then, the sky-sealing Great Emperor had used his unparalleled sealing techniques to forcefully refine an ordinary steel into the sky-sealing steel that shocked the later generations. In the era of the sky-sealing Great Emperor, everyone trembled when the sky-sealing steel appeared. Although the sky-sealing Great Emperor had fallen in the end, his sky-sealing steel remained. Fang Qin's potential in the Tao of formations was monstrous. The so-called sealing and formations originally belonged to the same path, but there was a disagreement later on, and they went their separate ways. Formation masters believed that the Tao of formations was the right path, and the Tao of seals was just an unorthodox path. However, the experts of the Tao of seals did not think so. This gradually formed a sharp contrast in the primordial chaos. Very few people would cultivate both the Tao of formations and the Tao of seals. Fang Qin was one of them. He had absorbed the essence of the two and then merged them together, incorporating his own unique understanding. Whether it was the Tao of formations or the Tao of seals, he had reached the point of perfection. This was also the reason why he could completely control the sky-sealing steel. Now, his control of the sky-sealing steel had reached an unimaginable level. With a thought, a crazy sealing power descended from the huge sky-sealing steel, enveloping the entire corpse demon's lair in an instant. Buzz! In the void, the sealing power flickered and countless ripples appeared. Lu Xingxing's heart trembled when he saw this. As expected of the sky-sealing Great Emperor's supreme treasure, this sealing power is incredible. Lu Xingxing shrugged and sighed. He even felt that if Fang Qin used the sky-sealing steel to trap him, he would not be able to escape even if he used all his strength. Brother Fang, with the sky-sealing steel sealing this place, no one in the Black Domain can break the seal and enter except for the mysterious Domain Lord. Lu Xingxing grinned at this thought. Ordinary martial artists could not find this place at all, so there was no need to worry that they would accidentally enter this place and fall into the Tao of demons. You've made a great contribution to the Black Domain. Fang Qin didn't say anything. In his mind, he was thinking about the Rock Gate's imperial bloodline. Big Brother Lu, let's go. After collecting the spirit-refining wine, Fang Qin and Lu Xingxing left the corpse demon's lair. Not long after, the two appeared in the Black Abyss. Hoo! Looking down at the Blackwater Abyss from a high vantage point, a black storm blew past continuously, giving one a horrifying feeling. Let's go. Lu Xingxing glanced at Blackwater and said, The calm Black Domain became turbulent because of Fang Qin's arrival. Many forces were denouncing the Rock Gate. The entire black domain was in turmoil. Meanwhile, Fong Qin and Lu Xingxing didn't participate too much. Instead, they quickly returned to the Starry Sky Mountain Manor. Half a month later, the Starry Sky Mountain Manor was restored to its original state. Looking from afar, it was so beautiful that people couldn't help but linger. In an elegant garden in the manor, Lu Xingxing and Fong Qin were drinking and singing. "Brother Fong, I'm more and more impressed by you." Lu Xingxing drank the wine in his cup and praised Fong Qin. The latter's potential was too monstrous. To be able to grow to this point in such a short time, he would be considered one of the best geniuses in the ancient era. "Brother, I firmly believe that you will become a sovereign realm expert, like the immortal emperor." Speaking of the immortal emperor, Lu Xingxing's eyes were filled with passion. In the immemorial chaos, which warrior didn't want to become a sovereign realm expert, like the immortal emperor? However, countless warriors couldn't reach that level even after spending their entire lives. Since ancient times, there was only one immortal emperor. Although the other powerhouses had reached the peak, there was still a certain distance between them and the immortal emperor. Samsara Sword Emperor, Sky One Sword Emperor, Void Primogenitor, and the others, although they're very strong, they haven't reached the level of the immortal emperor. Lu Xingxing said, "Your potential is number one in all of history. Moreover, you have obtained the inheritance of the immortal emperor. You are the most likely person to become a sovereign in the age of chaos." Fong Qin was silent. How difficult was it to become a sovereign? Don't look at how he could easily kill a world king with his current world lord cultivation. He could even be revered in the world king realm. However, if one wanted to take that final step and step into the world king realm, that was still a considerable challenge. After thinking for a long time, Fong Qin sighed. His thoughts were pulled back to the ancient Saint Chaos, the universe, and even the lower realms. He still remembered that when he came out of the small Azure Edge sword sect, he had grown step by step until today. Only he knew the hardships of this. "Brother Fong, what do you plan to do next?" Lu Xingxing suddenly asked. "Improve my strength," Fong Qin said. He wanted to return to the Dragon Field and resolve the crisis in the world capital. He also wanted to help Ouyang Luoxue suppress the Ouyang family and the Yang faction. Of course, the most important thing was to find the star and moon. The towering mountain peak was surrounded by dense white fog. From afar, one couldn't see the mountain peak at all. However, the mountain peak was real. Starlight flickered around the mountain peak. At the peak, a purple-clothed woman was cultivating. Beside her was a black-clothed old man holding a walking stick. Buzz! The starlight on the purple-clothed woman's body became brighter and brighter. Traces of star runes gradually appeared. On her forehead, the star runes flickered and condensed into a bright star. Seeing this, the black-clothed old man's body trembled, and his face was filled with excitement. "Success, ha ha ha, Master has succeeded." As soon as his voice fell, thunder rumbled in the sky, and a vast power swept over. The power of the stars descended from the sky and instantly enveloped the mountain peak. "The power of the stars has descended. The Star Emperor has awakened." The black-clothed old man held his walking stick tightly and was extremely excited. Whoosh! The purple-clothed woman suddenly opened her eyes. The star formed by the star runes on her forehead instantly disappeared. At the same time, the dense power of the stars descended from the sky and all poured into the purple-clothed woman's body. The black-clothed old man could clearly feel that the purple-clothed woman's aura was constantly growing stronger. Her strength was also rapidly increasing. Boom! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. Breakthrough! The purple-clothed woman used the power of the stars between heaven and earth to awaken the memories of her previous life and break through the realm. After a long while, the void gradually calmed down. The purple-clothed woman absorbed all the power of the stars. Her aura surged, and her every move seemed to be able to shatter the heavens and earth. She slowly stood up and instantly released the pressure from her body. Tap, tap, tap. The black-clothed old man's body staggered back. He was very excited and knelt on one knee. Congratulations, Master, for awakening the memories of your previous life. Rise. With a thought, the purple-clothed woman withdrew her aura and opened her red lips. The black-clothed old man stood up and walked to the purple-clothed woman's side. The purple-clothed woman stood on the peak of the mountain and looked into the distance with her beautiful eyes. Thousands of thoughts were in her mind. After cultivating for 2 lifetimes, I finally found the path that belongs to me, the purple-clothed woman said softly. Boom! She swung her sleeve and the void exploded. Starlight flickered and the star runes spread out. In the void, 2 vigorous and powerful words condensed into the void. Star Emperor. She was the Star Emperor of the ancient era who had reincarnated to cultivate. Now, she had finally awakened the memories of her previous life. Looking at the 2 shocking words in the void, the black-clothed old man was so excited that tears streamed down his face. From today onwards, the Star Emperor would once again appear in the eyes of the world. She would finally show the world her strength in a powerful manner. Tell me everything you know about him, the Star Emperor suddenly said. Hearing this, the black-clothed old man was stunned and immediately sighed. Cultivating for 2 lifetimes could change a lot. In his previous life, the Star Emperor was devastatingly beautiful and had countless suitors. However, she was obsessed with cultivation and had no time to care about these things. Even so, there were still many Emperor realm figures who pursued her crazily. However, in this life, the Star Emperor had met the person she loved and went crazy for him. However, this is also good. At least I won't see Master's lonely back. Thinking of the Star Emperor's lonely back in her previous life, although she was powerful enough to make the world tremble, she was lonely. Now it was different. In her heart, there was someone she cared about. Master, in this file, all the information about that person is recorded. The black-clothed old man took out the file and handed it to the Star Emperor. By the way, Master, not long ago, this old servant heard of something. Suddenly, the black-clothed old man thought of something, and his face became solemn. Speak, the Star Emperor said. The World Devastator Demon Emperor seems to know that you have successfully reincarnated and has been looking for you. Hearing the words World Devastator Demon Emperor, the Star Emperor frowned and seemed to dislike this person. With the World Devastator Demon Emperor's ability, it won't take long for him to find this place. Master, you? See, the black-clothed old man asked the Star Emperor for her opinion. Ignore it. The Star Emperor pondered and turned to leave. Looking at the Star Emperor's back, the black-clothed old man clenched his fists and seemed to have made a decision. On the blue stone, Star and Moon sat quietly, holding the file given to her by the black-clothed old man. She read every piece of information about Fong Chen seriously. When the latter was in danger, she would be very angry. However, when the latter escaped from danger, a faint smile would appear on her face. It took her 2 hours to finish reading the file. Star and Moon raised her head and stared at the sky with her beautiful eyes. Brother Chin, from today onwards, I will share the heavy responsibility on your shoulders. Star and Moon smiled brightly. If Fong Chen was here, he would be shocked. He would never have dreamed that Star and Moon was the reincarnation of the Star Emperor. Long Yu, the Ouyang family, and the Yang faction actually tried to kill you. Star and Moon said coldly, her voice containing a biting, cold, murderous intent. Anyone who wanted to plot against Fong Chen, she would retaliate with the fiercest means. When I have mastered the divine star meteor technique, I will look for Brother Chin. After learning that Fong Chen had met up with Lu Xingxing and was not in danger for the time being, Star and Moon breathed a sigh of relief. She had just awakened the memories of her previous life. Although her cultivation had improved a lot, she had not fully mastered the most important technique, the divine star meteor technique. Chapter 3262. Starry Sky Mountain Villa fell into a brief period of tranquility. During this time, Lu Xingxing was refining the soul, refining wine. As for Fang Qin, he was calmly cultivating. After cultivating the invincible sword art to such a degree, Fang Qin believed that he had already reached a limit. If he wanted to break through this limit, he would have to encounter a heaven-shaking lucky chance. Of course, he wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he quietly cultivated. As for Little Mouse and the others, they left Dark Cave Mountain and left Starry Sky Mountain Villa. They walked through the vast black domain, searching for their own lucky chances. They believed that only on the edge of life and death would they be able to seek a breakthrough. If they stayed in Dark Cave Mountain, they would never be able to reach the peak. Boss, we are in the black domain. If there is anything you need, just send us a message. These were the words that Little Mouse left behind before he left. In their small group of 5, Little Mouse seemed to be the leader. Xiao Huang, Xiao Ma, and Pangolin all respected Little Mouse's opinion. As for the old swindler, although he was usually crazy, in a critical moment his ability to escape was the strongest of the 5 fellows. If he transformed into his true form, his branches would sway and instantly sweep away the other 4 fellows. Now, the 5 of them were no longer weak monster beasts. In these past years, their potential had been completely unearthed. Now that they joined forces, as long as a peak world king powerhouse didn't attack them, they would be able to escape unscathed. In the black domain, as long as they didn't provoke any great figures, they could run rampant without fear. Fang Qin and Lu Xingxing talked for a long time. After thinking for a long time, they finally let them go. His daughter Fang, she also left. The pure-blooded beast cub didn't choose to go with Little Mouse and the others. Instead, it chose to follow Fang Shi. Regarding this, Fang Qin felt much more relieved. His daughter possessed the myriad fusion body. Her potential was without a doubt, although her cultivation was a bit lacking. As long as she had enough cultivation resources, she would definitely be able to break through. As for a pure-blooded beast cub, it possessed a pure-blooded bloodline and was exceptionally strong. Even in the hands of a World King realm powerhouse, it could still escape unscathed. With it following his daughter, Fang Qin felt much more at ease. In the courtyard, Fang Qin stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 2 disciples standing beside him. Master. Tian Xian wanted to say something, but stopped himself. His face was filled with a complicated expression. Fang Qin nodded. That's right. The path of martial arts is to go against the heavens and fight against the heavens. Only by experiencing the bloodshed of the world could one grow quickly. In the past, I cared too much about you and was afraid that you would be hurt, so I ignored your inner feelings. Fang Qin said apologetically. He felt that he was not a competent master at all. Leaving his 2 disciples in a mortal cave mountain and letting them cultivate on their own was quite shameful. Master, you're not wrong. Kong Ju said, if it weren't for Master, my Kong family would have been destroyed back in the divine world. Master's great kindness to my Kong family, I will never forget it. Fang Qin gently patted Kong Jo's shoulder and said with a smile, Ju you have great potential in the Sword Dao. You're a natural sword cultivator and are very suitable to inherit Master's invincible Sword Dao. Today, Master will impart the invincible Sword Dao to you. After saying that, Fang Qin's finger gently tapped Kong Jo's forehead. Suddenly, a bright sword light shrouded Kong Jo. Then, Kong Jo's body trembled and his eyes were filled with terrifying sword light. Dense words appeared in his mind. He knew very well that this was the invincible Sword Dao that his master was so proud of. Thank you, Master. Kong Jo cupped his fists and said excitedly, First, carefully sense the foundation of the invincible Sword Dao. I have something to say to your senior brother. Fang Qin said. Kong Ju nodded and sat cross-legged to the side to comprehend the invincible Sword Dao. Fang Qin's gaze fell on Tian Xan. Master. Seeing Tian Xian, Feng Chen's thoughts were pulled back to the ancient sword continents, Shenfeng Nation. It could be said that Tian Xian was his first disciple. Back then, when the princes of the Shenfeng Nation were fighting, he helped one of the princes enter the Mystery Land. At that time, Tian Xian was just a child in his teens. Now, so many years had passed in the blink of an eye. You followed me for so many years. Although your potential in the Sword Dao is much stronger than your peers, it's not as good as your junior brother. Feng Qin said in a low voice, Moreover, Master can see that your thoughts are not on the Sword Dao. Although Feng Qin didn't teach his two disciples for long, he had always been paying attention to them. Tian Xian's achievements in the Sword Dao were not as expected, but he found another powerful talent in Tian Xian, Array Dao. The Array Dao was broad and profound and boundless. Even Feng Chen, who had cultivated for countless years and had the help of the Heaven Sealing Tablet, was only a half-step Martial Emperor Array Master. If he wanted to enter the Martial Emperor realm, he needed to continue working hard. Feng Chen took out a piece of ancient jade from his bosom. This ancient jade contains all of Master's understanding of the Array Dao, as well as the inheritance of the heaven-sealing Great Emperor. Feng Qin said, Thank you, Master. Tian Xian took the ancient jade with an excited smile on his face. Disciple will not let Master down. One day, I will become a famous Array Master in the Archean era. Feng Qin nodded, very pleased. In just one day, the dark cave mountain was completely empty. Suddenly, Feng Qin was not used to it. The martial Dao needs to be honed in blood. A flower in a greenhouse will never reach the peak. Unknowingly, Lu Xingkong appeared behind Feng Qin and said slowly, You can't protect them all the time. If you want to gain a foothold in the ancient past, then you have to make yourself stronger. Feng Qin turned around and looked at Lu Xingxing. Your daughter Feng, she has the myriad fusion body. If she was a disciple of a top faction, she might have already stepped into the World King realm, or even touched the realm above it. But now, under your protection, she has only touched the threshold of the World Lord realm. The myriad fusion body was one of the strongest special constitutions in the world. However, the advantage of the innumerable fusion body wasn't brought out to its fullest against Feng Shi. This was the decision Feng Qin made after a long discussion with Lu Xingxing. Your two disciples, although their potential cannot be compared to yours, they're not weak. Look at their current realm. If they join those top factions, they will not be able to stand firm. And your monster brothers, they are all descendants of monster kings and have great potential. Some of them are even pure-blooded descendants. But if they don't experience war and life and death, how can they grow? According to Lu Xingxing, the pure-blooded beast cubs and the little mouse could have greater achievements. But unfortunately, they lack the nurturing of blood and fire. The Archean chaos was divided into 4 major regions. However, the southern, western, and eastern regions added together were not as good as the northern region. Only in the northern region could one truly come into contact with the top powerhouses of the Archean chaos. Only by fighting with powerhouses could one become stronger. Although the Black Domain was in a period of turmoil, it was also an opportunity for them. Feng Qin nodded and looked at the blue sky with deep eyes. Border of the northern region, World City. The current World City was no longer as glorious as before. Ever since Feng Chan went missing, the Ouyang family kept pressuring World City. Facing the overlord of the Dragon Field, the 5 kings of World City did not dare to do anything. Fortunately, the current head of the Ouyang family, as well as Ouyang Luoxue, strongly opposed the Yang faction's attack on Jie City. This made the Yang faction somewhat fearful. They only suppressed them in secret and did not attack them openly. The atmosphere in World City was very tense. Rip, on a mountain peak, the void suddenly tore apart and a figure appeared. A moment later, an old man appeared beside him. Realm Lord Longxiang, how have you been? Ha ha ha! I didn't expect you to grow to such a level. I admire you. Realm Lord Longxiang said apologetically. I still have to thank you for your guidance. Monster King said. Realm Lord Longxiang waved his hand and changed the topic. Your original body has been to that mountain range before, so you should know how special it is. The ancient dragon soul is hidden in the lake, and the magnetic field around it is very strong. Even I can't get close. Monster King came to World City, this time to collect the ancient dragon soul that he found when he rescued the 5 kings of World City. Coincidentally, the dragon elephant boundary lord was also in the world capital. His target was also the ancient dragon soul. When the two met, they hit it off and were ready to work together. Although the ancient dragon soul is useful to me, the most useful thing to me is the dragon crystal in it. After we work together to suppress the ancient dragon soul, I will only take the dragon crystal and you can have the rest. How about it? Realm Lord Longxiang said with a smile. The ancient dragon soul was engraved with an ancient killing array and was very powerful. It was said that this remnant soul was left behind by an expert of the dragon race in the ancient era. Okay. Monster King nodded. His real target was the ancient killing array engraved in the ancient dragon soul. Realm Lord Longxiang wanted the dragon crystal. The two didn't conflict and they could work together. If that's the case, let's go. Realm Lord Longxiang was more familiar with World City than Monster King. Soon, the two arrived at the mountain range. From afar, the mountain range looked ordinary. But Monster King could feel the magnetic field everywhere. The magnetic field has become stronger. Monster King frowned. The magnetic field wasn't this strong the last time his original body was here. It should be the ancient dragon soul trying to awaken. Realm Lord Longxiang said, We have to speed up. Otherwise, if the ancient dragon soul awakens, it will alarm many experts, and we won't be able to get anything. The Demon King nodded. The two of them disappeared into the mountain range in a flash. Roar! Vaguely, a loud and clear dragon roar could be heard in the void. The beasts in the mountain range instantly prostrated themselves on the ground and trembled in fear. As expected, Boundary Lord Longxiang's eyes flashed with a cold glint. Chapter 3263. The Ancient Age was the demon clan's strongest and most powerful era. Even though there were countless geniuses and experts in that era, there was more than one ruler among them. However, the Beast Clan was still able to compete with the Human Clan. For a long period of time, they even restrained each other and controlled the vast chaos realm together. The ancient Dragon Clan was one of the leaders of the Beast Clan in that era. There were countless experts in the clan, and their talents were extremely terrifying. However, no matter how strong the clan was, they could not withstand the terrifying power of the battle of the deities. Presently, in this age of doom, the ancient Dragon Clan had vanished without a trace and completely vanished from the heavens and the earth. However, the ancient dragon soul in the mountain range was left behind from the ancient era. The closer they got to the lake, the stronger the magnetic field became. He could vaguely feel that his rock movement technique was greatly affected. Roar! The roar of a dragon was faintly discernible in the void, as if the Dragon Clan had reappeared. Dong! Just as the two of them were traveling through the void toward the lake, a deafening sound suddenly resounded. In the next second, their bodies came to a stop. There was an invisible barrier in front of them that separated them from the lake. Is this the aura of the Dragon Clan? Realm Lord Longxiang opened his eyes wide and his heart trembled. He stared at the stream in the lake. On the surface of the stream, there were streaks of golden light emerging. These golden lights contained a power so strong that it made one tremble. Dong! Dong! Realm Lord Longxiang's body trembled and his heart beat faster. His blood was boiling. The Beast King was slightly surprised when he saw this. Realm Lord Dracophant forcefully suppressed his restless blood and said in a low voice, In the records of my family's genealogy, countless years ago, an ancestor obtained an ancient dragon soul and had some connection with the dragon race. He merged the dragon clan's blood into his own, which resulted in the descendants of my clan having a trace of the dragon clan's blood. Fang Qin was stunned when he heard this. He did not expect Realm Lord Longxiang's clan to have connections with the ancient dragon clan. Demon King glanced at Realm Lord Dracophant and finally understood why his Realm Lord title was Dracophant. Come to think of it, the word dragon was a reference to their family's relationship with the ancient dragon clan. Boom! All of a sudden, Long Xiang clenched his fists tightly. Boundless energy gathered on his fists as he punched out. Dong! Dazzling fist radiance violently hit the invisible barrier. In an instant, the invisible barrier shook and the void rippled. The ancient dragon soul in the lake seems to have sensed a thin trace of dragon blood hidden in my body. Its reaction is very intense, as if it wants to break through the seal and devour me. Realm Lord Longxiang's expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "I feel that I can no longer control the blood in my body." As soon as he finished speaking, Realm Lord Longxiang's body involuntarily soared into the air and crashed against the invisible barrier. Seeing this, Beast King's figure flickered and appeared in front of Realm Lord Longxiang, grabbing him. Rumble! Through the Realm Lord Longxiang, the Beast King could feel a violent energy surging from the lake. Not good! The Beast King shouted. The invisible barrier flickered, and a crack appeared. The violent energy drowned the Realm Lord Longxiang and tried to pull him into the lake. The Beast King exerted all his strength to stop it, but to no avail. In the end, he took a deep breath and stomped his foot. His body turned into a ray of light and rushed into the crack on the invisible barrier. Boom! A terrifying shock wave blasted towards the Beast King. The Beast King's body was heavily smashed into the lake, causing a huge splash. The Realm Lord Longxiang was nowhere to be found. We can't let the ancient dragon soul devour the Realm Lord Longxiang. Otherwise, it will reappear in the human world. The Beast King said hurriedly. Without any hesitation, he dived into the lake. Whoosh! Whoosh! He was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the bottom of the lake. At this moment, he suddenly saw a golden altar at the bottom of the lake. There were 4 illusory golden dragons circling around the altar. When they saw the Beast King, they opened their bloody mouths and breathed out a scorching dragon breath. They wanted to burn the Beast King to ashes. In the middle of the golden altar, the Realm Lord Longxiang's body was imprisoned. A vast energy drilled into his body, and it seemed like it was going to suck his blood dry. Realm Lord Longxiang. The Beast King shouted as the sword runes around his body flickered and blocked the scorching dragon breath. Hearing the shout, the Realm Lord Longxiang raised his head with difficulty. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, and he said in a hoarse voice, "I will hold back the ancient dragon soul. You quickly break the altar." Once the altar was broken, the ancient dragon soul's plan would fail. At that time, they would be able to take the opportunity to suppress the ancient dragon soul. All right. The Beast King nodded and did not say anything else. Whoosh! A resplendent red light whizzed out. He held the red glass sword and displayed the invincible sword technique. Once the immortal sword was displayed, it turned into 4 rays of invincible sword radiance and shot towards the 4 illusory golden dragons. Roar! The 4 illusory golden dragons raised their heads and roared at the sky. They seemed to be furious. The 4 of them continuously circled around the golden altar and intertwined with each other, releasing a powerful aura. At this moment, the Realm Lord Longxiang was trying his best to control his body. He was trying to isolate his blood from the ancient dragon soul. However, the ancient dragon soul's aura was too strong, and he could only slow down the speed at which it absorbed his blood. No. The Realm Lord Longxiang roared in anger and tried his best to resist. Roar! The dragon roar resounded throughout the universe. Whoosh! 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 He swung his sword 4 times, and the powerful, invincible sword radiance pierced towards the 4 illusory golden dragons. Bang! However, the invincible sword radiance was destroyed before it could even get close to the 4 illusory golden dragons. The 4 golden dragons opened their ferocious mouths and released a cold aura from their gong-sized eyes. They were furious. A mere human realm lord dared to attack their mighty dragon race. He was courting death. The 4 illusory golden dragons complement each other and intertwine with each other. Their attack power is multiplied. If my original body is here, I might be able to break through easily. The Beast King muttered. The realm lord Longxiang will not be able to hold on for long. I have to end this quickly. Countless thoughts flashed through the Beast King's mind. In the end, he took a deep breath and made a crazy move. Voila! The Beast King stomped his feet and his body flickered. He shuttled through space and activated the rock movement technique to the maximum. His speed was as fast as lightning. However, the 4 illusory golden dragons remained unmoved. They continued to intertwine with each other and formed an iron barrel-like defense. Invincible sword technique. The Beast King came to the back of the illusory golden dragon on the east side and executed the invincible sword technique. Then his body flickered again. In the next second, he appeared behind the illusory golden dragon on the north side and executed the invincible sword technique again. After 4 consecutive rapid changes in position, the formation of the 4 illusory golden dragons became a little chaotic. This is the time. The Beast King took a deep breath and took out something from his chest. The mysterious heaven all. It was the weapon he used when he was weak. Although he no longer used it as his strength increased, it was still nurtured by the Beast King's blood for a long time. Now, it had reached the half-step Emperor realm. Boom! The Beast King detonated the power inside the mysterious heaven all. The mysterious heaven's cone nail shattered in an instant. The power within it completely exploded. Rumble! The entire lake began to shake vigorously. The power released by the explosion of the mysterious heaven all was comparable to the full strength attack of a peak world king. Pucci! The terrifying energy instantly drowned one of the illusory golden dragons. Then a miserable dragon roar was heard. The giant dragon annihilation. The formation of the 4 illusory golden dragons was broken. Phew! Seeing this, the Beast King heaved a sigh of relief. It was worth it to lose the half-step Emperor realm mysterious heaven all to break the formation of the golden dragons. The remaining 3 golden dragons did not have a formation. They could not withstand the Beast King's powerful attack. Whoosh! The red glass sword flickered. The Beast King took advantage of the situation and attacked. Chapter 3264. The Monster King guessed that the ancient dragon soul had survived until today in the form of a remnant consciousness. Although it was forcefully absorbing the blood of the dragon elephant realm lord, its strength was not enough to get him out of the lake. Otherwise, it would not have ended up in such a state. Without the protection of the 4 illusory golden dragons, the golden altar was completely exposed to the Monster King. Dong dong dong! The Monster King walked up the golden altar step by step as the roar of a dragon resounded through the sky. He could hear the roar of the ancient dragon soul. The latter was furious. However, it could not change the outcome. Crack! The Monster King exerted all his strength and punched the golden altar. A crisp sound could be heard, and in the next moment, cracks appeared on the golden altar. The terrifying aura enveloping the Draco elephant boundary lord instantly dissipated. Rip! The Monster King's body flashed as he pulled the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord to his side. With a wave of his hand, he set up a powerful array to isolate the 2 of them from the ancient dragon soul. Roar! The ancient dragon soul roared furiously from within the golden altar. It twisted wildly as it tried to get out of the golden altar. If you were still alive, I might be afraid of you. Unfortunately, the Monster King sneered. The demon monarch sneered. You perished in ancient times. What can you do to me now?" As his words fell, a powerful energy surged out from the Monster King's body. In an instant, the entire golden altar was drowned by the energy, and a deafening sound resounded through the sky. The golden altar shattered under the Monster King's powerful aura. A golden remnant soul slowly floated to the surface of the water. The Monster King could see a struggling face in the remnant soul. The face was filled with endless anger. Time stopped. The Monster King did not give the ancient dragon soul any chance. He pointed his finger and time stopped. Then he took a step forward and appeared above the ancient dragon soul. The remnant soul struggled with all its might as a look of panic appeared on its huge face. "Let me give you a hand," the Dragon Elephant Realm Lord said. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord activated the power of his bloodline and surrounded the ancient dragon soul, corroding the energy within the ancient dragon soul. Roar! Under the powerful coercion, the ancient dragon soul was gradually unable to resist. Crack! A quarter of an hour later, the ancient dragon soul shattered, and a dazzling dragon crystal fell out from within. Realm Lord Longshan was overjoyed and grabbed it. "You have the blood of the great dragon race in your veins. Why betray the dragon race?" A hoarse voice was faintly heard from the lake. It was as if it came from a chaotic space, and it was extremely shocking. "Betray the dragon race?" The Dragon Elephant Realm Lord sneered. "I'm not a member of the dragon race. How can I betray you?" "You dare to blaspheme the great dragon clan? You will definitely be massacred by the dragon clan." The ancient dragon soul had a sinister look on its face as it threatened. However, the Monster King used his full strength to suppress it. Crack! The power of the ancient dragon soul was constantly being sliced apart by the Demon King and absorbed into his body. When the last trace of the ancient dragon soul's power was absorbed by the Demon King, an unwilling voice came from the lake. "The mighty dragon clan will definitely return." Wong! Huge waves rose up in the lake. The golden altar exploded, and the terrifying power overturned the lake. Demon King and Realm Lord Draconic Elephant quickly retreated and left the lake safely. Dong! 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 Even after they left the mountain range, they could still clearly hear the deafening explosion in the depths of the mountain range. Phew! Realm Lord Draconic Elephant heaved a sigh of relief and looked at the Demon King gratefully. "It's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, I would definitely be suppressed by the ancient dragon soul if I came here alone. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the ancient dragon soul so easily," the Demon King said. The two of them looked at each other. After the intense battle with the ancient dragon soul, they understood the strength of the dragon clan in the ancient era. However, the two of them knew that the dragon clan had been completely annihilated, and it was impossible for them to revive. Wang! The resplendent dragon crystal in Realm Lord Draconic Elephant's palm emitted a dazzling light. His face was filled with an excited smile. "There is a trace of the dragon clan's blood hidden in my body. If I can refine this dragon crystal, there's a high chance that the trace of dragon clan's blood will be activated." The Demon King nodded. This was an opportunity and a challenge for Realm Lord Draconic Elephant. If he succeeded, he would be able to reach a higher level. However, if he failed, he would have to pay a huge price. The trace of Dragon Clan's blood in his body would also disappear completely. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant held the dragon crystal in his hand and said firmly, "Regardless of success or failure, I will try." "I believe that you will succeed." The Demon King patted Realm Lord Draconic Elephant's shoulder lightly. "My purpose in coming to the world capital is to look for the dragon crystal. Now that I have achieved my goal, it's time to leave. What are your next plans?" Realm Lord Draconic Elephant asked. The Demon King raised his head and looked at the sky. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. The ancient dragon soul is a remnant soul of the dragon clan after all. It has survived from the ancient era until today. Its power is unimaginable. Although you have absorbed its power, you must be careful. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant reminded. Don't worry, nothing will happen. The Demon King said. Oh, right. Suddenly, Fong Qin thought of something. You and Fire Demon True Monarch are all subordinates of the Bloodline Monarch. Do you know where the Bloodline Monarch is now? Is he still alive? The Bloodline Monarch is extremely powerful and talented. He can compete with the sovereigns. If it wasn't for his new discovery, he wouldn't have ended up like that. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant sighed. However, although the Bloodline Monarch disappeared completely after that, I am certain that the Bloodline Monarch will not die. The Bloodline legacy he left behind is looking for candidates for a grand plan. I have a feeling that once this plan succeeds, he will definitely return to the ancient era in an absolutely dominant manner. In other words, you haven't seen the Bloodline Monarch all these years. The Demon King continued to ask. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant nodded. Back then, I accidentally wandered around and found the Bloodline Monarch's aura on you. I knew that you were one of the candidates, so I took you with me and gave you some pointers. Later, I found out that Fire Demon True Monarch and the others had already noticed you. After a moment of silence, Realm Lord Draconic Elephant continued. Although there are many candidates for the Bloodline Monarch, I have high hopes for you. I hope that you can be the final winner. The Demon King didn't speak. He just listened quietly. Oh, right, with your current strength, you can try to go to the Bloodline Temple to receive the baptism. Bloodline Temple. The Demon King was surprised. This was the first time he heard of this name. The Bloodline Temple was created by the Bloodline Monarch himself. It's located in an extremely mysterious place. No one knows about it. Only his subordinates like us know about it. Of course, candidates like you will also know about it once your bloodline power reaches a certain level. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant said. The Bloodline Temple is the final battle between the candidates. Only the winner can enter and receive the baptism. Oh! The Demon King's eyes flashed with joy. Before this, he hadn't ventured into the ancient era chaos. Instead, he stayed in a corner and focused on nurturing the savage wilderness beast army. Now that the savage wilderness beast army had taken shape, his cultivation had reached the Realm Lord realm. His main body was currently in the Black Domain to increase his strength. He could go to the Bloodline Temple to fight against the other candidates and receive the baptism. After a deep conversation with Realm Lord Draconic Elephant, the Demon King found out the approximate location of the Bloodline Temple. This was because even Realm Lord Draconic Elephant only knew the approximate location, not the exact location. Then, the Demon King left the Realm City. I hope that you can be the final winner. Realm Lord Draconic Elephant clenched his fists and said to himself. At the same time, Fong Chen's main body in the Starry Sky Mountain Villa in the Black Domain suddenly opened his eyes. Bloodline Temple? His lips curled up into a smile. Oh well, I'll let my avatar go first. If it doesn't work out, I'll go personally. He had a feeling that the Bloodline Monarch's inheritance was the key to him entering the World King realm. Of course, he couldn't rush this matter. He had to be careful. Chapter 3265. The Black Domain was extremely vast. Countless cultivation resources were controlled by the top factions. Now, because of the battle between the Rock Gate and the Dream God School, the entire Black Domain was in turmoil. Although the Rock Gate wasn't as strong as the Dream God School, it wasn't a pushover either. It would be very difficult for the Dream God School to completely destroy the Rock Gate. Therefore, the master of the Dream God School called on all the factions in the Black Domain to unite and fight against the Rock Gate. This was because the Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon and betrayed the human race. Just this one crime was sufficient to make the Devil Rock sect be thoroughly wiped out. However, the factions in the Black Domain had been through the baptism of time and had existed for a long time. Without clear evidence that the Rock Gate had betrayed the human race and colluded with the corpse demon, they weren't willing to act rashly. After all, once an all-out war broke out, even if they won in the end, they would have to pay a heavy price. For a time, the battle between the Dream God School and the Rock Gate entered a tug-of-war. The top powerhouses on both sides didn't act. Instead, it was the disciples of the various sects that were fighting each other. In a city 100,000 miles away from the Rock Gate, this was the main battlefield of this war. This city was called Demonic Dragon City. At this moment, there were countless Rock Gate powerhouses in Demonic Dragon City. Their bodies exuded cold, killing intent, and they held weapons in their hands, ready for battle. In the wilderness outside Demonic Dragon City, the Dream God School's army had already arrived. The Dream God School wants to rely on their strength to destroy the Rock Gate. Dream on. That's right. Even if we die, we'll drag the Dream God School down with us. Killing one isn't a loss. Killing two is a gain. Within the city, many Rock Gate disciples were filled with righteous indignation. They believed that this war was a conspiracy by the Dream God School. The goal was to weaken the Rock Gate's strength and gradually destroy the Rock Gate. Therefore, they were furious and felt that the Dream God School had gone too far. But now, the Dream God School was attacking Demon Dragon City. This was unbearable. They decided to go all out at the Dream God School. Mayor, please allow us to fight for Rock Gate. On the streets of the city, countless warriors had gathered and were shouting loudly. An old man in black armor slowly turned around. His deep gaze swept across the many warriors on the street. He nodded his head in satisfaction and said, "Since ancient times, the Rock Gate has always prioritized the interests of the human race. We have always been loyal to the human race. However, in order to dominate the Black Domain, the Dream God School actually used such an excuse to slander the Rock Gate." At this point, the old man in black armor pondered for a moment and continued, "The Dream God School humiliated the Rock Gate like this. This is an insult to our ancestors. This cannot be tolerated. Let's fight our way out. Let's fight it out with the Dream God School." Everyone roared angrily at the sky. They wanted nothing more than to rush out of the city and fight the Dream God School to the death. The black-armored old man waved his hand, indicating for everyone to quiet down. He then said, "Everyone, I know that you've been humiliated, but now isn't the time to fight. Let me talk with the illusory dream sect first." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The old man in black armor flashed and appeared in the void. His gaze fell on the leader of the Dream God School, Black Dream Realm King. The newcomer was Mo Long's old acquaintance, the Black Dream Realm King. "You and I once fought side by side. Although we later served different masters, we have always been in contact. But now, you have led the Dream God School's army to Mo Long City. What is the meaning of this?" Hearing this, the Black Dream Realm King shook his head and sighed. "Mo Long City, Lord, you should understand what I mean. The Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon. This is an indisputable fact. You just don't want to believe it. Listen to me. Give up resisting. Otherwise, once we start fighting, swords and blades have no eyes. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, Mo Long began to laugh crazily. "Swords and blades have no eyes. Since you, Black Dream Realm King, have said so, then rip." Mo Long lightly swiped his finger. Suddenly, his sleeves were torn apart. 2 pieces of cloth slowly fell from the void, severing their friendship. They were once good friends. From now on, they would meet again at Daorong. You, Black Dream Realm King, was stunned. He didn't know what to say for a moment. After a long time, he sighed and didn't say anything else. "In life, I am a member of the Rock Gate. In death, I am a ghost of the Rock Gate." Following the order of the Demon Dragon City City Lord, the battle outside the Demon Dragon City instantly broke out. Starry Sky, Mountain Villa, Fong Chen, and Lu Xingxing were sitting in the garden, drinking wine. I really didn't expect this war to last for half a year. Lu Xingxing sighed as he drank a mouthful of wine. Fang Chen naturally knew that the war Lu Xingxing was talking about was the war at Mo Long City. Mo Long City was the stronghold of the Rock Gate. Once it was breached, the Dream God School would march straight into the heart of the Rock Gate. For the Rock Gate, it was extremely dangerous. Therefore, no matter what, Mo Long City couldn't fail. The two major forces didn't seem to want to see the people in misery and suffering and blood flowing like rivers. Therefore, the high-level powerhouses restrained each other and almost didn't make a move. They allowed the realm lords in the sect to fight. Each side had a realm king leading them. In the past half a year, Black Dream Realm King and Mo Long City's Lord had fought no less than 30 times. Both of them were considered outstanding in the Realm King realm and were extremely strong. Every time they fought, it would cause a shocking shock. However, the strength of the two was almost the same, and they understood each other's methods very well. Every time they fought, they would return empty-handed. However, the casualties of the other disciples were very high. In just half a year, over 100 realm lords from both sides had fallen. After half a year of war, Mo Long City was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, Mo Long City's lord had been holding on. Mo Long City's lord is a good man, but unfortunately, Fang Chen muttered. From the news that came back in the past half a year, Fang Chen learned that Mo Long City's lord didn't know that the Rock Gate had colluded with the Corpse Demon. He didn't believe that the incomparably sacred Rock Gate in his heart could do such a thing. Therefore, he didn't believe Black Dream Realm King's words. Yeah, Mo Long City's lord is loyal and righteous. It's a pity for him. Lu Xingxing also sighed. By the way, have you heard? A month ago, something shocking happened in the Dragon Territory. Suddenly, Lu Xingxing recalled what happened in the Dragon Territory a month ago. What happened? He came from the Dragon Territory, so he was very sensitive to it. I've heard that a mysterious expert came to the Dragon Domain, and with a wave of his hand, the Ouyang family was almost annihilated. Lu Xingkong continued. The news reached the Black Domain not long ago, and I've only just heard about it. Hearing this, Fang Chen was shocked. It is said that the Ouyang family is divided into two factions. That mysterious powerhouse doesn't seem to want to destroy the Ouyang family, but is targeting one of the factions. Lu Xingxing continued, according to the news I received, the Ouyang family's Yang faction has been completely destroyed by that mysterious powerhouse. Who is it? Fang Chen frowned. Wasn't the Yang faction the faction that dealt with him? Although the Ouyang family was divided into two factions, the strength of the Yang faction was unquestionable. To be able to destroy the Yang faction with his own strength, this was enough to show that this person's strength had far surpassed the World King realm. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Fang Chen's mind. However, as long as the World City and Ouyang Luoshua were fine, it was fine. Deng, deng, deng. Just as the two were talking, the sound of footsteps came from outside. Ha ha ha! What's the matter that made the master of the Dream God School come to my Starry Sky Manor? Lu Xingxing didn't turn around and smiled. Rip! The space was torn apart, and an elderly figure slowly walked out from it. As expected of the god of wine, entering the Starry Sky Manor is like entering a world of wine. I'm already intoxicated. The elderly figure smiled and said, Today, no matter what, I have to shamelessly drink a few cups of wine here. Fang Chen seriously sized up the person who came. This person had white hair. Although he looked ordinary, his background was very great. In the entire Black Domain, other than the legendary Domain Lord, he could be considered the second strongest expert. He was the master of the Dream God School. Dream God Schoolmaster, please sit. Lu Xingxing pointed to a stone bench and said, The master of the Dream God School didn't pretend and directly sat on the stone bench. He's my good brother. Lu Xingxing gave a simple introduction. Seeing the hesitation on the master of the Dream God School's face, Lu Xingxing said directly. If you have something to say, just say it. He's not an outsider. When Lu Xingxing said this, the master of the Dream God School nodded and said, Lu Xingxing, as you know, my Dream God School has been fighting against the Rock Gate recently. Lu Xingxing didn't say anything and listened quietly. The Rock Gate betrayed the human race and colluded with the corpse demon. This is an indisputable fact. However, there are still many sects that are in a wait-and-see state and unwilling to join the war. It's very difficult for my Dream God School to destroy the Rock Gate in one fell swoop. Now, the demonic Dragon City Lord has led his people to defend demonic Dragon City. It's very difficult to break through. Dream God Schoolmaster, what do you want me to do? Lu Xingxing was a smart person and quickly understood the meaning of the master of the Dream God School. There's a powerful array around demonic Dragon City. It said that this array was personally set up by the ancestors of the Rock Gate and is extremely powerful. Breaking through the array with brute force is tantamount to ascending to the heavens, unless you can destroy the core of the array from the inside. The master of the Dream God School spread out his hands and said, But now the war is still ongoing and there are casualties every day. My Dream God School can't afford to waste time. Furthermore, the demonic Dragon City Lord has been defending demonic Dragon City to the death. It's very difficult for us to enter demonic Dragon City. I came to find you this time because I want you to sneak into demonic Dragon City and take the opportunity to destroy the core of the array. Don't worry. Once the war is over and the Rock Gate is destroyed, I'll give you half of the Rock Gate's land. From then on, your Starry Sky Manor will be the second most powerful force in the Black Domain. What do you think? Chapter 3266. The primordial chaos was vast and boundless. Generation after generation of humans prospered on this land. During the primordial era, the human race had flourished to its peak. It was an unprecedented era of prosperity. In that era, there had been many powerhouses and there had been more than one ruler. However, the arrival of the Battle of Godfall had completely extinguished the human race's glorious cradle. Since then, the rulers of the human race had vanished without a trace. The environment of the world had changed, leading to a lack of spiritual energy. The speed of martial artists' cultivation had become slower and slower. After that unprecedented war, the human race had fallen from prosperity to poverty. It was also during this time that the human race had struggled to advance. However, who would have thought that the following path would be even more difficult? Due to the changes in the environment, there was a lack of cultivation resources. Countless regions in the primordial chaos had undergone earth-shattering changes. This also led to fewer and fewer geniuses, and rulers were even more unmatched. After struggling at death's door until the Age of Chaos, the human race's decline had finally been completely revealed. The human race who had struggled to advance finally found a foothold. They were wholeheartedly planning how to return to the glory of the primordial era. The upper echelons of the human race restricted each other and set strict rules. Powerhouses were not allowed to casually interfere or participate in sect wars. Otherwise, they would break the rules. This was also why the master of the Dream God School hadn't personally intervened. Instead, he had come to Lu Xingxing for help. The upper echelons of the human race have a rule. As the master of a sect, I can't interfere in sect wars without the permission of the Domain Lord. The master of the Dream God School said, The master of the Rock Gate has also thought of this. That's why he has no qualms about the Dream God School, an entire Black Domain. Currently, the city master of Demonic Dragon City was guarding Demonic Dragon City. With the protection of the protective formation, it would be very difficult to break through. Sect Master of the Dream God School. After the Master of the Dream God School finished speaking, Lu Xingxing muttered, If even the Dream God School can't solve this problem, how can I, Lu Xingxing, solve it? Lu Xingxing shrugged. He was well aware of his own strength. Sneaking into the demonic Dragon City was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Once he was discovered by the demon Dragon City Lord. Only death awaited him. But the master of the Dream God School said, "As the master of the Starry Sky Mountain Manor, you have never participated in worldly disputes." He was also known as the God of Wine, and was able to concoct miraculous wine. If you claim to be a wine refiner, the demon Dragon City Master will definitely let you in. Lu Xingxing shook his head. "I'm afraid I don't have that much influence during the battle between Rockgate and Dream God School." From Lu Xingxing's point of view, it was not that he was unwilling to help, but that there was nothing he could do. The leader of the Dream God School's expression changed, but he didn't give up. He continued, "If you can successfully break the core of the formation from the inside, no matter what the final result is, the Dream God School will grant you a spot to enter the Dream God Realm. What do you think?" Upon hearing the words Dream God Realm, Lu Xingxing's expression changed slightly. A glimmer of light flashed in the depths of his eyes, but he quickly regained his calm. "I don't need to say it. You should know how precious a spot to enter the Dream God Realm is. Since ancient times, the martial artists who have been able to enter the Dream God Realm are the most outstanding disciples of the Dream God School. They are also the disciples with the greatest potential. After undergoing a transformation, they will become unparalleled powerhouses in the future." The master of the Dream God School said, "In the entire Black Domain, there was no one who didn't want to enter the Dream God Realm, and there was no one who didn't know of its name. A spot to enter the Dream God Realm is indeed very tempting. However, I still can't promise you. Sorry, it's not that I don't want to help, but that there's nothing I can do." However, before Lu Xingxing could finish speaking, Fang Qin stopped him. The latter lightly patted Lu Xingxing's shoulder and said with a smile, "Big brother Lu, since the master of the Dream God sect is inviting you with such great hospitality and has even offered such tempting conditions, it would be inexcusable if you still refuse." "But there are no buts. If you don't try, how will you know if you can't do it?" At this point, Fang Qin turned his head and looked at the master of the Dream God School. "Dream God Sect Master, actually, things aren't as complicated as you think." "Oh!" The master of the Dream God School looked at Fang Qin in astonishment. Demonic Dragon City is surrounded by the protection of the Great Protective Mountain Array. This Great Protective Mountain Array was personally set up by the ancestors of the Rock Gate. Its strength is almost at the level of an emperor. Your method is certainly feasible, but even if you're lucky enough to sneak in, you might not be able to destroy the core of the array. In the end, you might suffer a double loss. If you can't destroy the core of the array, how can you break the array?" The master of the Dream God School asked. As the master of the Dream God School, he had an extraordinary status in the Black Domain. He was second only to one person and above tens of thousands. If the Domain Lord did not appear, he would be the second strongest person. Even the master of the Rock Gate did not dare to act arrogantly in front of him. His strength had long surpassed the World King realm. In front of him, a World King was nothing more than an ant. However, due to the rules, he could not make a move. Among them, in the world of array formations, destroying the core of the array formation is far more difficult than breaking the array formation. "Unless you have unparalleled strength," Fang Qin said slowly. The core of an array formation was the core of an array formation. It moved layer by layer and was constantly operating. Destroying it was easier said than done. On the other hand, it was much easier to break the formation. Of course, when Fang Qin said to break the array formation, he did not mean to completely break it. Instead, he needed to find a flaw and use it to enter. In a battle between experts, a single flaw was enough to change the situation. After the master of the Dream God School heard this, he shook his head. "Demonic Dragon City's protective array is very powerful. I've tried its power before. In the World King realm, I really can't think of anyone who can break this array formation, unless they're an emperor-level artificer." However, in the vast black domain, there was not a single emperor-level artificer. In the path of artificing, how could it be easy to reach the emperor level? Feng Chen raised his hand and stretched out 2 fingers. With 2 spots in the dream god realm, I can break demonic dragon city's protective array. Hearing this, the master of the dream god school narrowed his eyes and stared at Feng Chen. He really couldn't think of who gave this guy who was only a realm lord the courage to do this. Dream god sect master, this little brother of mine is proficient in array formations. Although he hasn't stepped into the emperor level, he's not far away. Lu Xingxing introduced at the right time. Oh. The master of the dream god school looked at Feng Chen with interest and grinned. This old man's eyes are blind. I didn't expect little brother to be a powerful artificer. However, this old man has a question. Little brother, since you're so confident in breaking demonic dragon city's protective array, I wonder if you know about the black killing dragon array? Feng Chen's lips curled up as he stood with his hands behind his back. The black killing dragon array is the strongest array formation below the emperor level. It contains 13 types of techniques, 79 types of ores, 365 types of spiritual herbs, and over 10,000 types of special blood. It can only be set up when combined with the divine wind hammer technique. Feng Chen spoke slowly. For ordinary artificers, the black killing dragon array might be unfamiliar. However, for Feng Chen, he couldn't be more familiar with it. It was the strongest array formation below the emperor level. Every emperor level, artificer dreamed of being able to set up the black killing dragon array with their own hands. Once they were able to set it up, it meant that they were only 1 step away from the emperor level. In fact, the master of the Dream God School had asked Feng Chen casually, but he didn't believe in Feng Chen's ability to set up formations. After listening to Feng Chen's explanation, the master of the Dream God School gave Feng Chen a thumbs up. There are new talents in every generation, and the new generation surpasses the old. Little brother, you have such a deep understanding of array formations at such a young age. Your future is limitless. The master of the Dream God School said, Since you're so confident, I won't say anything else. As long as you can break demonic Dragon City's protective array and help the Dream God School defeat the Rock Gate, just let me know if you need anything. 2 spots for the Dream God School, no less. Happy working with you. Feng Chen raised his glass and clinked it with the master of the Dream God School. Compared to the chaos in the Black Domain, the Dragon Domain was much quieter. Not long ago, a faction of the Ouyang clan, a top faction in the Dragon Domain, was annihilated overnight. However, it didn't cause too much of a stir. After all, the 2 factions had always been at odds with each other. Now that the other faction was destroyed, the Ouyang clan was truly united. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they couldn't figure out who the culprit was. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. On a certain mountain peak in the Dragon Domain, the surroundings were lush and verdant. From time to time, the light of darkness would fall from the sky. A black shadow suddenly appeared. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black light instantly enveloped his entire body. In an instant, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The sky was covered by black clouds. An entire space became abnormally dark. Rumble. Terrifying lightning exploded in the void, shaking the earth. A mere faction from a tiny place dares to provoke Star Sovereign. How laughable. The black shadow's face was full of disdain. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the earth below, and said indifferently, Star Sovereign is my woman. No one can provoke her. He seemed to be talking to himself, but also seemed to be announcing to the world. Boom! He suddenly thrust his palm out, and the void in front of him instantly shattered. A terrifying dark aura filled the entire sky. I, the World Devastator Demon Emperor, have never failed to get what I want. Even if you reincarnate, I still won't give up. Anyone who displeases you, I will kill them. Anything that displeases you, I will do everything I can to destroy it. Even if you want the stars in the sky, I will personally pluck them for you." As he spoke, his body was filled with vibrating power. He was like a dark, demonic god descending to the world. He, the world devastator demon emperor, had been in seclusion for countless years and only came out because Star Sovereign had awakened. He would appear in front of the world in the most shocking manner. Chapter 3267. Black Domain, Rock Gate, Demonic Dragon City. The war at Demonic Dragon City had been going on for half a year. During this time, both sides had suffered countless casualties. However, even though the Dream God School had the advantage of time, location, and manpower, they still couldn't break through Demonic Dragon City. This was because as long as the Dream God School's leader didn't make a move, no one in the Black Domain could break through Demonic Dragon City's protective array. Today, Demonic Dragon City was in ruins. The war had just ended, and the air was filled with the smoke of war. Countless corpses were lying in pools of blood, and the ground was a mess. On the city wall, many people from Rockgate, led by Demonic Dragon City's leader, stood with their hands behind their backs. They had mocking smiles on their faces. "Humph, the Dream God School may be strong, but Rockgate isn't a pushover. If they want to break through Demonic Dragon City, they'll have to pay the price," one of them said in a low voice. "That's right. With the protection of the protective array, the Dream God School won't be able to break through Demonic Dragon City." Although Demonic Dragon City has suffered casualties in the past 6 months, the Dream God School's casualties are 3 times more than ours. Right now, they must be heartbroken, right? A few people looked at the blood-soaked wasteland and said calmly, as long as the Dream God School didn't retreat, Demonic Dragon City wouldn't stop fighting. Everyone says that the Dream God School has a strong foundation and that no one in the Black Domain can compare to it. I'd like to see how the Dream God School will continue to fight against Rockgate in this drawn-out war of attrition. With the geographical advantage of Demonic Dragon City and the powerful protective array, Demonic Dragon City could sit back and relax in the face of the Dream God School's aggressive attacks. They didn't need to worry at all. At this moment, on a small hill 100 miles away from Demonic Dragon City, the Dream God School's members had set up camp. Compared to the people of Demon Dragon City, the atmosphere was even more solemn. My Dream God School has suffered heavy losses in the past 6 months. I can't let this continue. Otherwise, my Dream God School's foundation won't be stable. There will definitely be many forces eyeing my Dream God School. Many of the elders gathered together to discuss the matter. The old man sitting at the head of the table on the left was Elder Dexian, whom Fong Qin had once saved. "Elder Dexian, what does the sect leader mean?" The leading World King Realm elder looked at Elder Dakuin and asked in a low voice. Elder Desun was here on behalf of the Dream God School, so the sect master must have something to say. Elder Desun waved his hand, indicating for everyone not to be anxious. Then he looked around at everyone and said slowly, "I came here today to tell everyone a piece of good news. Not long ago, the sect master had thought of a way to break through the Demonic Dragon City's protective array. But what?" Many elders' eyes lit up as they looked at Elder Dexian. "The protective array is very powerful. If we attack it openly, we will definitely suffer a desperate counterattack from Demon Dragon City. So, we need everyone's cooperation." "How do we cooperate?" "Elder Dexian, just tell us." The World King Realm elder waved his hand and said straightforwardly, "As long as we can break through Demon Dragon City and end the war, I'll do anything." They were already numb to the war. As long as they could end the war, they were willing to do anything. Rest well for the next few days. 3 days later, we will launch a fierce attack on Demon Dragon City. At that time, everyone will attack with the spirit of facing death with equanimity, Elder Dexian said. Many elders looked at the latter hesitantly, wanting to say something, but hesitating. The sect master naturally won't foolishly send you to your deaths. Your fierce attack is just a feint to pin down Demon Dragon City's City Lord and the others. The real person carrying out the plan is someone else. As long as you can hold them off for 15 minutes, the protective array will break on its own. Everyone muttered and looked at each other. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. According to the Dream God School's attack schedule for the past 6 months, they would attack every other day. However, this time, there was no movement for 3 whole days. Demon Dragon City's City Lord stood on the city wall with his hands behind his back. His black robe fluttered in the wind. His forehead was covered with white hair. In the past 6 months, he felt that he had aged a lot. I wonder how long I can last. Demon Dragon City's City Lord's dark eyes looked in the direction of the Rock Gate. More than once, he had sent back the tragic situation of the battle to the Rock Gate, but the reply he received was always the same. They told him to defend to the death. His heart wavered more than once. How long should he defend? Was everyone in the Rock Gate thinking of a countermeasure? Could he resist the fierce attack of the Dream God School by relying on himself? I don't care anymore. The Gate Master is my benefactor, and I should sacrifice myself to repay him. Now that the opportunity is in front of me, even if I die, I have to defend Demon Dragon City. Demon Dragon City's City Lord sighed. I believe that the Gate Master can think of a countermeasure and lead the Rock Gate to turn the tide. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps could be heard from behind the Demon Dragon City Lord. City Lord. The white-robed elder walked behind Demon Dragon City's City Lord and cupped his hands. I keep feeling that something is wrong. Demon Dragon City's City Lord was silent. According to the Dream God School's attack schedule for the past 6 months, they will definitely attack us in the next few days. However, it has been 3 whole days, and they haven't done anything. I suspect that they are planning something. You are thinking too much. Demon Dragon City's City Lord slowly turned around and said, if they have a plan, they wouldn't have done nothing in the past 6 months. As long as the Dream God School's Sect Guardian Array doesn't make a move, no one will be able to break it. Demon Dragon City's City Lord was very confident in the Sect Guardian Array. Boom! However, as soon as he finished speaking, he heard a deafening sound. Immediately after, countless roars and shouts resounded through the sky. Not good. The Dream God School has started to attack. The military advisor's expression changed slightly as he said in a low voice. Whoosh! A dazzling ray of light descended from the sky and violently struck the protective mountain array. The Sect Guardian Array shook, and the entire Demon Dragon City felt a tremor. They finally can't help but make a move. Demon Dragon City's City Lord raised his head and looked at the figure in the sky. Demon Dragon City Lord, come up and fight. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder looked down at Demon Dragon City's City Lord from above and shouted, Rumble! Demon Dragon City's City Lord stomped his feet and soared into the sky. He engaged in a fierce battle with the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder. In the next second, outside Demon Dragon City, a battle broke out everywhere. This time, the Dream God School's attack was very fierce. It seemed that they would not stop until they destroyed Demon Dragon City. Kill them for me. Elder Desun led everyone from the Dream God School to launch a fierce attack. Although they did not know what the specific plan was, this was the order of the Dream God School's master. In just 1 minute, many martial artists died tragically on the battlefield. The entire Demon Dragon City was engulfed in the flames of war. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared behind the Demon Dragon City. Brother Fong, how is it? Lu Xingxing's body tensed up. He was a little nervous. After all, this was a Sect Guardian Array that even the Dream God School could not break. If they failed, they would definitely be surrounded by Demon Dragon City. At that time, whether they could escape unscathed would be a problem. Brother Lu, don't worry. As long as they can hold on for 15 minutes, I will definitely be able to tear a corner of the sect guardian array, Fang Qin said confidently. His attainments in array Dao had already reached the peak of the half-step martial emperor realm. He could even proudly say that no one below the martial emperor realm could defeat him. Brother Liu, help me protect the sect guardian array, Fang Qin said. Try not to be discovered. I have to start looking for the sect guardian array's trajectory. Okay. Lu Xingxing nodded. He stood beside Fang Qin and looked around with sharp eyes. Fang Qin sat cross-legged. Array Dao aura surrounded him. He raised his hands and gently touched the sect guardian array. Buzz! Streams of array Dao aura were crazily sucked into Fang Qin's body. At the same time, the vast power of array Dao erupted from his mind and collided with the sect guardian array's power. Hiss! Fang Qin felt like he was in a sea of array Dao, constantly absorbing its power. Time passed by slowly. 15 minutes was too long for the current Dream God School. In the sky, the battle between the demonic Dragon City Lord and the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder had reached its climax. Below, with the help of the sect guardian array, the people of demonic Dragon City could kill the intruders at a very small price. Dong! 2 huge palm prints collided and exploded. The demonic Dragon City Lord and the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder retreated. It's useless. This sect guardian array was personally set up by our Rock Gate's ancestors. Unless you, the Dream God School's master, no one can break it, the demonic Dragon City Lord said in a deep voice. Humph! The Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon and betrayed the human race. They should be executed. The Dream God School bears the mission of the Black Domain's human race. How can we give up? The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder said coldly, Demonic Dragon, don't be stubborn. Do you want to be a sinner who betrays the human race? Do you want to live in the shadow of death for the rest of your life? In the primordial chaos, the human race ruled. Although the corpse demon survived until now, they can't do anything. The golden age of the human race is about to arrive. If you continue to be stubborn, you will only harm yourself. No need to say more. I won't betray the Rock Gate. I also don't believe that the Rock Gate will betray the human race. The demonic Dragon City Lord flung his sleeve and said coldly, Since you insist on attacking, then let's fight. Boom! In the sky, fiery light shot out in all directions. A terrifying aura spread out. No one knew that behind the demonic Dragon City, there was a transcendent world lord. He was trying to tear apart a corner of the sect guardian array and let the people of the Dream God School in. If he succeeded, it would mean that the war that had lasted for half a year would come to an end. The Rock Gate would most likely disappear in the annals of history. Lu Xingxing anxiously guarded the sect guardian array. Can he succeed? Chapter 3268. The foundation of all formations in the world was nothing more than the vast formation Dao that was built up. Every formation displayed in front of the world had a unique concept of array Dao. Because of the different concepts of array Dao, the construction process of each formation was very different. At the same time, it also created a clear distinction between the strong and the weak. Strictly speaking, the protective formation that protected demonic Dragon City could be considered an invincible existence among Emperor-level formations. This was because the person who set up the formation had 1 foot in the half-step martial Emperor realm. This was a new test for Fang Qin. Although he had great potential in array Dao, he had been stuck at a bottleneck all these years, unable to break through. If he could succeed this time, it might be of great benefit to him in the future. Hiss! 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 Fang Qin's body was surrounded by layers of array Dao aura. These auras completely covered him. At the same time, the vast power of array Dao in his palm continuously drilled into the protective formation through his palm. On the battlefield, the battle was abnormally fierce and had entered a white-hot stage. There was only one thought in the minds of the Dream God School, and that was that no matter what, they had to hold back the people of demonic Dragon City for 15 minutes. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Therefore, even though they had suffered heavy losses, they still charged forward with indomitable will. Facing the menacing Dream God School, the demonic Dragon City Lord was also very surprised. He thought that the Dream God School must want to seize the opportunity to break through demonic Dragon City in one fell swoop. "Humph, you can't do anything to my demonic Dragon City even after half a year. Don't even think about it today." The demonic Dragon City Lord said coldly. With a flick of his sleeve, a majestic power erupted from his body. His figure flickered, and in an instant he engaged in battle with the World King powerhouses of the Dream God School. In the sky, the clouds scattered, and the terrifying fluctuations of the battle swept across the land. Outside demonic Dragon City, the battle between the World Lords was also abnormally fierce. One side was protecting demonic Dragon City, while the other side was trying to waste time. Both sides held nothing back and fought with everything they had. However, they did not notice that as time passed, the mountain guarding formation was changing bit by bit. However, if one didn't sense it carefully, they wouldn't be able to notice such minute changes. Behind the demon Dragon City, Fong Chun sat cross-legged, motionless like a statue. Beside him, Lu Xingxing's body was tense as he looked around. He was afraid that Fong Chen's efforts would be in vain if they were discovered by the demon Dragon City. Is there any movement? All of a sudden, Lu Xingxing discovered that a ripple had appeared on the protective formation in front of him. Although it only appeared for a moment, it was still a pleasant surprise. "Are we going to succeed?" His face was filled with an excited smile. Wang. Fong Chen's eyes were still closed as he searched for a solution. However, right at that moment, a stern shout was suddenly heard, courting death. Immediately after, two figures quickly walked out of demonic Dragon City. They stood on the city wall and looked at Lu Xingxing and Fong Chen warily. "Bastards from the Dream God School, how dare you try to break the protective formation of demonic Dragon City from the back? Go to hell." The two of them were furious and directly attacked. Die. Lu Xingxing stomped his foot and instantly appeared in front of the two. He stretched out his hand and slapped one of them on the chest like a ghost. Crack! The man's chest caved in and he died instantly. The other person who was attacking was stunned for a moment before he roared angrily at the sky. "Sneak attack!" Although Lu Xingxing's attack was fast, his voice still spread out. Crack! Lu Xingxing's hand carried a powerful force and penetrated the man's body. In the sky, the demonic Dragon City Lord, who was fighting, saw the scene. He lowered his head and was very angry. "Kill him for me." The demonic Dragon City Lord pointed with his hand, and Fong Qin and Lu Xingxing's positions were instantly exposed. "Stop them for me." On the other side, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder also gave the order. "Kill." In demonic Dragon City, many martial artists quickly rushed toward Fong Qin, wanting to kill him. The battle below, once again, fell into a very chaotic situation. In the sky among the clouds, the demonic Dragon City Lord stood with his hands behind his back. His pitch-black eyes stared at the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder and sneered. I was wondering why the Dream God School was so desperate this time. So this is the reason. Do you think that you can find any array master to break the protective formation of demonic Dragon City? The demonic Dragon City Lord laughed wildly. You are too whimsical. It won't be long before you see that array master die from the backlash. Hearing this, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder's expression changed greatly. He suddenly turned around and looked at Fong Qin. Buzz! At this moment, the void trembled. Within the protective formation, a deafening sound resounded through the sky. Rumble! Countless ripples appeared above the protective formation. These ripples contained an extremely strong power. They crazily rushed toward Fong Qin from all directions. Not good. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder turned his head and looked at the demonic Dragon City Lord. He cried out, "Retreat!" Below, Lu Xingxing's expression turned gloomy when he saw this. How dare they invade my demonic Dragon City? Kill them! In the blink of an eye, Lu Xingxing and Fang Qin were surrounded. As for the people from the Dream God School, who came to rescue them, they were blocked by the formation. Boom! They tried their best to blast away the obstruction, but it was to no avail. At this moment, the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder's expression turned completely gloomy. Is the plan going to fail? He shook his head hard, unable to accept the reality in front of him. Even Elder De Sun, who was leading the people from the Dream God School, was shocked when he saw Fang Qin. The reason he was able to survive was entirely because of Fang Qin's righteous actions. Now that Fang Qin was in danger, how could Elder De Sun just sit by and watch? Retreat! In just a few seconds, the demonic Dragon City Lord controlled the protective formation to expand continuously. A crazy power swept through the world. He wanted to use this opportunity to wipe out the invaders from the Dream God School in one fell swoop. The Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder shouted. Many martial artists' eyes were filled with horror as they began to retreat. Elder De Sun. Suddenly, a black figure in the crowd rushed in the direction of Lu Xingxing. Seeing this, everyone roared. However, in just a breath, Elder De Sun's figure was drowned by the vast aura of the formation. All of you must die. The demonic Dragon City Lord looked down at the ground from above and sneered. Pucci! As soon as Elder De Sun rushed in, many attacks landed on him, causing him to be seriously injured and fall in front of Fang Qin. Lu Xingxing. Elder De Sun glanced at Lu Xingxing, who shook his head. You shouldn't have rushed in. He saved my life. How can I sit by and do nothing at this time of danger? Elder De Sun stood up with difficulty and fought side by side with Lu Xingxing. What? The great god of wine. Do you think an old man like me will drag you down? Lu Xingxing shook his head. His deep eyes looked at Fang Qin, and then he said firmly, if you want to kill my brother, you'll have to step over my dead body first. The aura in the void became more and more oppressive. The people of demonic Dragon City kept approaching. The powerful aura made Lu Xingxing and Elder De Sun a little breathless. This was a situation of certain death, unless Fang Qin could break the formation before the other party launched a large-scale attack. But could he do it? Even Lu Xingxing gave up. He didn't think that Fang Qin could do it in a few seconds. Brother Fang, even if I die, I will die before you. To be able to know you in this life, I can die without regrets. Lu Xingxing sighed. Starlight shone around him. He took out a jar of soul-refining wine and gulped it down. Crack! After drinking, he slammed the jar on the ground. Kill! Lu Xingxing and Elder De Sun looked at each other and instantly rushed into the crowd. One after another, shocking attacks exploded in the void. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions. At this moment, Fang Qin, who was sitting cross-legged and searching for the weakness of the formation, suddenly opened his eyes. Two terrifying rays of light burst out from his eyes. I see. His mind was filled with the power of formation. Just now, with the mountain-guarding formation as the foundation, he actually comprehended the supreme formation that he had never comprehended before. Buzz! Rays of light shone from his body, and the power of formation flowed endlessly. Thailand's Busta Female streamer's new erotic video exposed pouncing on the male protagonist. So, hungry, thirsty. Please follow WeChat's official account and watch it online. Mimi222. Long press for 3 seconds to copy. Chapter 3269. Fang Qin slowly stood up. As he stood there, he was like a natural array formation that had existed since time immemorial. In his mind, a voice that had experienced the vicissitudes of life with a trace of a melodious voice echoed. The great Tao is simple. All paths lead to the same destination. Array, Tao, martial Tao, soul Tao, refining Tao, and so forth. Every Tao was completely different. However, when these Taos were cultivated to the end, they could all step to the peak. In the eyes of the world, those with different Taos could not work together, but who could truly understand that the great Tao was simple. All paths lead to the same destination. Feng Chen slowly lifted a finger. The vast power of the array Tao gathered at his fingertip, sparkling with light. Only bystanders can better understand the trajectory of the array Tao. Feng Chen murmured. His understanding of the Tao of formations had reached a whole new level. He pointed his finger, and the brilliant light of the array Tao rapidly spread out in the void. When the light of the array Tao completely spread out, an array Tao storm appeared in the void. The source of the storm was Feng Chen's finger. Bang! Just as Lu Xingxing and Elder De Sun had given up on fighting and were preparing to welcome death, a vast aura suddenly erupted. Then, something that made everyone tremble happened. Even a peak World King powerhouse couldn't break through the mountain protecting array, but a crack actually appeared. Success! The first to discover this was naturally the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder. He was wild with joy. Ha ha ha, success! He crazily roared. The many disciples below also cried out in joy. Kacha! As soon as the crack appeared, it rapidly spread out. In the blink of an eye, countless cracks had appeared on the mountain protecting array. These cracks finally wove together, forming a faintly discernible illusory door. Dong! Seeing this, Feng Chen pointed his finger once more. Boundless array Tao power condensed into a line that rapidly shot out in the direction Feng Chen pointed. When this line that contained extremely strong formation power came into contact with the illusory door, a crisp sound resounded throughout the entire battlefield. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, the part where the cracks intersected with each other suddenly collapsed. A gap had appeared in the mountain protecting Grand Array. After a brief moment of silence, a thunderous roar resounded outside the Demon Dragon City. Damn it! The Demon Dragon City Lord, who was controlling the mountain protecting array, noticed that something was wrong and immediately tried to repair it. However, it was useless. Hurry up and retreat into the demonic dragon city, he roared hysterically. At the same time, he took a large stride forward and charged into the grand protective formation. He wanted to use his powerful strength to fill the gap in the formation. Hoo hoo hoo! The warriors who had surrounded Lu Xingxing and Elder De Xian retreated quickly, their faces full of fear. A gap had actually appeared in the indestructible protective mountain array. This was a fact that they could not accept. The martialists who had originally intended to kill Lu Xingxing and Elder De Xian were now panic-stricken as they quickly retreated. In the blink of an eye, they retreated into the demonic dragon city. Ha ha ha, it worked! The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder laughed heartily. He waved his hand, and a majestic power condensed into a fire dragon that swooped down. Ah! Miserable screams rang out incessantly. A large number of Rock Gate disciples died in the sea of fire. Seeing this scene, the Demon Dragon City Lord bared his teeth and screamed crazily. However, it was to no avail. The reason why the demonic Dragon City had been able to withstand the Dream God School's onslaught for half a year was because of the indestructible mountain protecting array. The Demon Dragon City Lord, who had made a solemn vow, now had an extremely grave expression. Looking at his disciple lying in a pool of blood, his heart ached to the extreme. However, despite the pain, he quickly calmed down. He waved his hand and began to control the mountain protecting array, wanting to repair the gap. We can't let them in. The Demon Dragon City Lord's eyes were scarlet. He crazily urged the power in his body to repair the gap. He knew that once the Dream God School entered through the gap, the demonic Dragon City would be destroyed. Charge! Kill anyone who dares to stop us. The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder took the lead and rushed toward the gap. Whoa! A halo of power suddenly appeared at the gap. This was the Demon Dragon City, Lord using his own power to temporarily form a barrier to block the Dream God School's attack. However, in the face of the mighty Dream God School's army, his actions were somewhat powerless. Demon Dragon, give up! With a bang, the Dream God School's World King Realm Elders' fist fiercely bombarded the halo of power. In an instant, cracks appeared on the halo of power. In the blink of an eye, the cracks spread and finally shattered with a loud bang. The gap opened again, and the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder took the lead to enter. He fiercely fought with the Demon Dragon City Lord. Even if I die, I'll drag someone down with me. Seeing this, the Demon Dragon City Lord's heart was filled with despair. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred. He stomped his feet and soared into the sky, fiercely fighting with the Dream God School's World King Realm Elder. Without him blocking the gap, a torrent of power flooded in from the gap. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, the mighty army of the Dream God School passed through the gap and entered the demonic Dragon City. A bloody war had officially begun. At this moment, Fong Qin, who was at the back of the demonic Dragon City, gently nodded as he watched this scene. Isn't this too cruel? Hearing those miserable screams, Lu Xingxing shook his head and sighed. They're innocent. Colluding with the corpse demon wasn't something that these low-level disciples could decide. They didn't even know about it. However, they were involved in this war and lost their lives because of it. This is the reality. Since they chose to fight for the Rock Gate, the outcome is already decided. Elder Dexian said in a deep voice as he patted the dirt off his clothes. From his words, it seemed that he hated the corpse demon very much. But soon, he turned to look at Fong Qin, his heart full of shock. I didn't expect that this time it would still be little brother who saved me. Elder Dexian cupped his fists and thanked him. My life was given to me by little brother. If you need anything in the future, just ask. If I, Dexian, frown, may I be struck by lightning. Elder Dexian, you don't have to be like this. Fong Qin hurriedly supported Elder Dexian and said with a smile, if Elder Dexian and Big Brother Lu hadn't joined forces to stop the Rock Gate's attack, I might have been killed by them. Fong Qin was quite touched that Elder Dexian was able to save him without hesitation at that critical moment. He had no regrets, even if he had to die. The three of them looked at each other and smiled brightly. I have to say, little brother, your strength is too strong. Even the Dream God School's protective mountain array was helpless against you. You are really amazing. Elder Dexian was full of praise for Fong Qin. He came this time to deliver a message on behalf of the Dream God School's master. Although he knew that the latter already had a detailed plan, he didn't expect that they would invite Fong Qin to break the array. Most importantly, Fong Qin turned the tide and broke the protective mountain array. His action directly changed the situation of the battle. It even changed the situation in the Black Domain. Amazing. Lu Xingxing also gave Fong Qin a thumbs up. This protective mountain array is very strong. I was also lucky to be able to open a gap with great difficulty, Fong Qin said modestly. However, Elder Dexian and Lu Xingxing knew better than anyone that not any array master could open a gap in the protective mountain array. Moreover, it was in such a short period of time. In their hearts, Fong Qin was the true chosen one. The strength of Demonic Dragon City's master is comparable to the Dream God School's Kai King Realm Elder. The two of them shouldn't be able to do anything to each other. As for the other Rock Gate disciples in Demonic Dragon City, they won't be able to resist the Dream God School's attack. Fong Qin said softly, once Demonic Dragon City falls, the Dream God School will be able to attack the Rock Gate en masse. When the time comes, they will destroy the Rock Gate in one fell swoop. At this point, Fong Qin raised his head and looked at the blue sky with his pitch-black eyes. In his heart, he vaguely felt that the Rock Gate wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. The Rock Gate's master must know the importance of demonic Dragon City. Why didn't he ask about it? Where was that drop of Emperor's blood? Since the corpse demon colluded with the rock gate, why did he sit by and do nothing? Chapter 3270. When Fong Qin tore a hole in the protective mountain array of the demonic Dragon City, the city's fate was sealed. Given the strength of the Dream God School and its countless years of heritage, even the entire rock gate might not be able to stop it, let alone the demonic Dragon City. Fong Qin stood outside the demonic Dragon City with his hands behind his back. He quietly listened to the miserable screams coming from within the city. The demonic Dragon City was currently engulfed in the flames of war. The smell of blood permeated the entire sky. "I'll go in and help the two of you." Elder Dexian cupped his fists at the two of them. His figure flashed as he entered the demonic Dragon City and joined the battle. Lu Xingxing glanced at Fong Qin and said, "What's wrong? Do you feel that the war is too cruel?" Fong Qin remained silent, tacitly agreeing with Lu Xingxing's words. The latter shook his head gently and said, "You're still young. You've cultivated for less than 1,000,000 years. You've experienced too little. That's why you have such thoughts. 10 billion years is an epoch. I don't know how many epochs have passed since the formation of the primordial chaos. Even from the ancient times until now, there have been countless epochs. Very few people have been able to survive from the ancient times. The changes of time have led to great changes in the world. In the long river of time, there have been endless disputes. Where there were people, there would be conflicts. Where there were conflicts, there would be conflicts. This was the law of history. It was unavoidable. What you've seen is only the most one-sided. The rock gate colluded with the corpse demon. Once their plan succeeds, the human race will suffer heavy losses. When that happens, the human race's casualties will be unimaginable. The Dream God School is only protecting the interests of the human race. Lu Xingkong continued, "Perhaps you might think that these lower-level disciples are innocent because they don't have the authority to make any decisions regarding the Demon Rock sect. After the incident, they rushed to the forefront of the battle. To them, this is unfair. However, have you ever thought that there is no such thing as absolute fairness in this world? Fairness will never exist. Your so-called fairness is only relative." At this point, Lu Xingxing walked over to Fong Qin's side and gently patted his shoulder. "Once you've experienced the wind and rain, you'll understand that everything in the world is but a fleeting cloud. Once you've cultivated for countless years and epochs, you'll realize their life and death are not that important." The Demon Rock sect's headquarters inside a magnificent golden pagoda. Boom! A furious voice could be heard coming from it. Immediately after, someone roared at the sky, seeming to be extremely angry. How could this be? Demon Dragon City is protected by an ancestral protective array. How could the Dream God School break through it? The black-robed rock gate lord clenched his fists. His face was ferocious, and his heart was filled with rage. When he heard that Demon Dragon City had fallen, he couldn't believe it. "I know how powerful the protective array is. Unless the sect master of the Dream God School makes a move, no one in the entire Black Domain can break through it," the Rock Gate Lord said coldly. "That's right. Demon Dragon City's protective array has been holding off the Dream God School for half a year. How could it be broken through today?" An old man covered in black light, sitting on a wooden armchair, said eerily, "If Fong Qin were here, he would definitely notice the evil corpse demon aura on him. He was the only survivor of the corpse demon branch in the Black Domain. When Fong Qin and Lu Xingxing joined forces to destroy the corpse demon stronghold, he was coincidentally out to discuss some matters with the Rock Gate Lord. That was how he managed to survive. Now he was extremely shocked to hear this news. Could it be that the mysterious Domain Master has appeared? When the words Domain Master were mentioned, the atmosphere in the Golden Pagoda instantly became tense. The Rock Gate Lord and First Elder turned their heads, and stared straight at the corpse demon. Aside from you and the sect master of the Divine Illusion sect, only the elusive Domain Lord could break through the mountain protecting Grand Array. The corpse devil clansman shrugged and continued to speculate. The Rock Gate Lord pondered for a moment and then shook his head. Impossible. The Domain Master has been missing for more than 300 million years. How could he appear now? Moreover, if the Domain Master really appeared and learned that the Rock Gate was colluding with the corpse demon, he would definitely kill his way to the headquarters of the Rock Gate. After thinking for a moment, everyone rejected this guess. Then what's going on? Everyone's hearts were in a mess. Could it be that the Dream God School had invited an Emperor-level array master? Before the demonic Dragon City Lord died, he sent a message. But because his injuries were too severe, the message was intermittent, the First Elder said. In the message, he said that the Dream God School has already broken through the demonic Dragon City, and what? The Rock Gate Lord asked. He didn't finish what he was going to say. Bang! The Rock Gate Lord punched the armchair beside him. With a crack, the armchair turned into countless wood shavings and fell to the ground. Humph! If it weren't for the corpse demon's stupidity, how could the Rock Gate have been discovered? The Rock Gate Lord glared at the corpse demon. You, the corpse demon, have to bear all the responsibility for the Rock Gate's current state. Tell me, what should we do now? Now that the demonic Dragon City has fallen, the Dream God School will definitely come here as soon as possible. The Rock Gate's strength is not enough to stop the Dream God School's invasion. Therefore, the only way is for you to follow me out of the Black Domain and go to the other branch of the corpse demon. Humph! You want me to give up the Rock Gate that I've worked so hard to build? The Rock Gate Lord was clearly unwilling. Then what do you think we should do? Can you stop the Dream God School's attack? The Rock Gate Lord didn't know how to answer the corpse demon's question. He lowered his head and fell into silence. The atmosphere in the Golden Pagoda was stifling. Wisps of cold wind blew past. After a long while, the Rock Gate Lord gritted his teeth and said, I'm going to the Forbidden Area. The First Elder and the corpse demon's eyes lit up when they heard this. Needless to say, they knew what the Rock Gate Lord was going to do. I hope it works. The First Elder prayed in his heart. The battle of demonic Dragon City had lasted for half a year. Today it finally came to an end. No one would have thought that the person who changed the outcome of the battle was actually a transcendent world lord. If someone had said this before the battle, everyone would have thought that they were crazy. But now, all the survivors of the Dream God School who had participated in the battle were filled with respect for Fong Chen. They admired Fong Chen from the bottom of their hearts and treated him as their savior. Ha ha ha, this time it's all thanks to little brother and the God of Wine's help. Otherwise, I don't know how long it would have taken for the Dream God School to conquer demonic Dragon City. The battle had ended, and demonic Dragon City was completely destroyed. The demonic Dragon City Lord had also committed suicide in the flames of war. The Dream God School's World King Realm Elder walked out of demonic Dragon City and laughed when he saw Fong Chen and the others. Elder, there's no need for that. Lu Xingxing smiled and said, We were entrusted by the sect master to do this for the sake of humanity. The World King Realm Elder waved his hand. No matter what, Fong Chen had contributed greatly by tearing a hole in the protective array. The two of you, now that demonic Dragon City has been destroyed, I plan to strike while the iron is hot and lead the army directly to the Rock Gate headquarters. Since the two of you have worked so hard, please come to the Dream God School. When we return in triumph, we will definitely entertain the two of you. Elder, Fong Chen suddenly said, I hate the corpse demon very much. Can I participate in the encirclement of the Rock Gate? Hearing Fong Chen's words, the World King Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Of course, Brother Fong, if you participate, our chances of victory will be even greater. He had previously thought of inviting Fong Chen to participate, but he was afraid that the latter would be unwilling. Now that Fong Chen was willing to participate, he definitely wouldn't refuse. In that case, I will also go with Brother Fong. Lu Xingxing said. Ha ha ha! On behalf of the Dream God School and the entire human race of the Black Domain, I thank the two of you for your righteousness. The World King Realm Elder smiled and cupped his hands. I will first deal with the aftermath of Demonic Dragon City. Then we will set off together. Please don't be impatient. Hoo. After the World King Realm Elder left, Lu Xingxing looked at Fong Chen and said, Brother Fong, do you want to search for the legendary Emperor blood? Fong Chen didn't hide anything from Lu Xingxing and nodded lightly. My cultivation has been stuck at the Transcendent World Lord Realm for a long time. I always felt that I needed an opportunity to break through to the World King Realm, and this drop of Emperor blood is the opportunity. Chapter 3271. It had to be said that the Dream God School was powerful. In just half a day, they had completely suppressed Demonic Dragon City. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind blew past. The gap in the protective array seemed to tell the world the final outcome of Demonic Dragon City. The traces of battle still remained in the city. The bloodstains on the ground had gradually dried up. Those martial artists who died in the battle had also been collectively buried. No matter what, they were once fellow humans. Now that they had fallen, their enmity was naturally wiped away with a smile. A portion of them were left behind to guard Demonic Dragon City. The remaining vast army followed the World King Realm Elders and headed straight for the Rock Gate's nest. Dream God School. After the fantasy sect master heard the news of victory from the front lines, a smile appeared on his face. This child is so young and already has such a cultivation in the Array Dao. His future achievements are limitless. The fantasy sect master muttered. He increasingly felt that Fong Chen was different from the rest. His role in this battle is irreplaceable. After the battle is over and the Rock Gate is destroyed, we must rope him in. The fantasy sect master was even thinking about how to form an alliance with the Starry Sky Mountain Villa to further rope in Fong Chen. To be able to reach his position, whether it was in terms of foresight or courage, they were both incomparable to ordinary people. This was probably the method of those in power. Half a month later, the Dream God School's vast army finally arrived at the headquarters of the Rock Gate. At the end of the wasteland was an incomparably prosperous city. This city was the headquarters of the Rock Gate Demonic Rock City. From afar, Demonic Rock City looked like a rock that was about to spread its wings and soar. Its two protruding wings gave off a very shocking visual effect. According to legend, the ancestor of the Rock Gate was once related to the Rock race. His bloodline even contains a trace of the Rock race's bloodline. The leading World King Realm Elder said the rise of the Rock Gate also has a lot to do with the Rock race. Therefore, the buildings of Demonic Rock City look like a rock spreading its wings and soaring. Fong Chen took a closer look. It really did look like it. Over the years, the Rock Gate has risen very quickly. However, generation after generation, cracks gradually appeared in their relationship with the Rock Clan. As a result, they have nothing to do with the Rock Clan now. In Fong Chen's mind, he recalled the first time he met Realm Lord Han and the others. They were hunting the Rock Clan's clansmen. Be careful. The Rock Gate's leader is extraordinarily strong. Although the sect master is a deterrent, we still have to be careful. Even a cornered dog would jump over a wall, let alone a human being. The Dream God School was here to destroy the Rock Gate. If they forced the Rock Gate master into a corner, he would definitely go berserk and attack like crazy. Even if the sect master of the illusory fantasy sect acted to block it, it would still affect them. This was an unrivaled powerhouse that surpassed the World King realm. The methods they possessed weren't something they could compare with. Boom! Just as they were talking, suddenly, in the sky above Demonic Punk City, a blinding light soared into the sky. Dong! This light exploded in the air, turning into countless flashes of golden light that flickered endlessly. Then, under everyone's gaze, a figure soared into the sky. The flashing golden light crazily covered the surface of his body. An aura of death spread out. The entire world seemed to fall into a land of death. Fang Chen could clearly see that the weeds on the ground withered and fell after being swept by the aura of death. Fang Chen was shocked. What kind of terrifying method was this? It was too shocking. Not good. It's the Rock Gate Master. Lu Xingxing cried out in alarm. Fang Chen looked over and instantly felt his head shake. He felt dizzy. What a strong strength. With just a glance, he felt his mind shake. The strength of the Rock Gate Master had surpassed Fang Chen's imagination. This is a powerful existence that surpassed the World King realm? Looking at the entire Black Domain, besides the Domain Master, there were only 2 people who had reached this level. The Rock Gate Master was one of them. The Dream God School has gone too far. A terrifying aura swept across the land. The mighty army of the Dream God School was shaken to the point of dizziness. After stabilizing their footing with great difficulty, they heard an explosive sound in their ears. The Rock Gate Master floated in the air. His aura was like a rainbow as he looked ahead and said calmly. However, his words were filled with boundless killing intent. Kacha! As the Rock Gate Master's voice fell, he gently pointed his finger. Suddenly, space-time collapsed. A spatial storm swept out as if to bury everyone in space-time. Dong dong dong! An imposing figure descended from the sky, blocking the space-time storm. Kacha! His fists bombarded the spatial storm. The extremely terrifying spatial storm was forcibly dispersed by his fist. This sudden change made the mighty army of the Dream God School excited. It's the Sect Master. Ha ha ha, the Sect Master is here. Many people were celebrating. The Sect Master of the Dream God School had arrived. Fang Chen's gaze was also sizing up the person who had arrived. His entire body was enveloped in golden light, as if he was a peerless king bathed in gold. After destroying the spatial storm, he stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "The great Rock Gate Master disregarded your status and attacked the weak." Humph. Your Dream God School wants to destroy my Rock Gate, and you don't allow me to do anything? The Rock Gate Master sneered tit for tat. The Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon. Just this crime alone is enough to completely destroy your Rock Gate. The Dream God School Master said, "This war belongs to them. With our strength, if we attack, the entire Black Domain will sink. How will we explain it to the Domain Master then?" The Domain Master was the most terrifying existence. It was also the existence that the Dream God School Master was most afraid of. At their level, they could destroy the world with a wave of their hand. Once he made a move, he would definitely beat the Black region into a mess, causing a great deal of suffering and suffering. This was not the result he wanted to see. Therefore, at the beginning of the war, he warned the Rock Gate Master that both sides could not attack. The war would be left to the people below to fight. Ha! The Rock Gate Master laughed sinisterly. What a hypocrite! The Dream God School has always seen my Rock Gate as a thorn in their side. They want to destroy us and then unify the Black Domain. Everyone knows of your ambition. But now, you want to use this as an excuse to start a war. What a joke! The Dream God School Master shook his head. Whether or not the Rock Gate colluded with the Corpse Demon, I don't need to say more. The eyes of the world are as clear as snow. What you've done today shows that you don't deserve to be a human. Boom! The Dream God School Master suddenly attacked. His thunderous fist was as fast as lightning and ruthlessly smashed into the Rock Gate Master's body. Crack! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Rock Gate Master's body shattered. How is this possible? Fang Chen's heart trembled. How could the Rock Gate Master be killed so easily? But soon he saw through it. That's a projection? As expected, the dream god schoolmaster spoke. Is there any meaning in letting a projection stop me? His gaze turned to the depths of demonic Pung City. Damn it! An angry roar came from the depths of demonic Pung City. Immediately after, a frightening power spread out rapidly. Dong dong dong. In a flash, Fong Chen felt the black hole bloodline power in his body become restless. What's going on? He could not control the black hole bloodline. Even the other 50 special bloodlines were completely out of his control. The black hole bloodline has never acted so crazily before. Could it be that the Emperor bloodline really exists? At this moment, Fong Chen's eyes were burning, and his heart was on fire. Whoosh! A black light soared into the sky, carrying with it boundless power. It descended in front of the Dream God Schoolmaster. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? This person was the Rock Gate Master's true body. His aura was monstrous, and his scarlet eyes were fixed on the Dream God Schoolmaster. Dong dong dong. The black hole bloodline pulsed faster and faster. Fong Chen's face was pale, and his body seemed unable to withstand it. What should I do? Fong Chen felt that if this continued, the black hole bloodline would burst his body. Let's go. After thinking for a while, he gritted his teeth and used the rock movement technique to disappear into the crowd. As expected of the second of the 3 strongest people in the black domain, just standing there without moving, his aura alone is enough to suppress everything in the world. Lu Xingxing sighed. He turned around and was about to speak to Fong Chen when he suddenly realized that Fong Chen had disappeared. Where's Brother Fong? Chapter 3272. Imperial blood was the blood of an Emperor Realm expert. It was too tempting for Fong Chen. With the Dream God School's master in front of demonic Pung City, the Rock Gate's master had no time to divert his attention. It was impossible for him to care about the Imperial blood. As for the others, it was as if they were facing a great enemy. They were thinking about how to deal with the Dream God School's large-scale attack. This time, if they made any mistakes, it would affect the outcome of the entire Rock Gate. Therefore, they were very cautious. Fong Chen's attainments in the Tao of space-time had reached an unimaginable level. He could easily control the flow of time around him. When combined with the rock movement technique, his speed was even faster. He continued to travel through the void and easily entered demonic Pung City. Whoosh! At this time, the streets of demonic Pung City were densely packed. Countless martial artists stood there, waiting for the impending battle. Fong Chen's figure entered the void and moved forward quickly. The black hole bloodline's abnormality is getting stronger. Fong Chen took a deep breath and muttered. His gaze fell on the forbidden area of the Rock Gate. There was a faint and powerful aura slowly coming from there. Let's go. In the blink of an eye, Fong Chen arrived in front of the forbidden area of the Rock Gate. Just as he was about to enter, he suddenly realized that there was a black shadow in the forbidden area. Moreover, what surprised him was that this black shadow had the aura of the corpse demon. Corpse demon! Fong Chen was stunned. Soon after, an ice-cold killing intent surfaced in his pitch-black eyes. He had joined forces with Lu Xingxing to completely eliminate the corpse demon branch in the black abyss. He did not expect that there would be a fish that escaped the net. The Rock Gate's people are courting death. Fong Chen said coldly. In the sky above demonic Pung City, the Rock Gate Lord's tall and mighty body was surrounded by an extremely terrifying power. This power could topple mountains and overturn seas, as though it could destroy the world. At this moment, the Rock Gate's owner displayed an extremely strong performance. Each and every one of his actions affected the hearts of countless Devil Rock sect members. They were secretly praying that the schoolmaster would be able to stop the Dream God School's invasion with absolute power. Boom! Vast and mighty power swept across the entire sky. The owner of the Rock Gate gently pointed his finger, and the void in front of him suddenly collapsed. A frightening spatial storm took shape in an instant and rapidly headed for the Dream God School. Seeing this, the master of the Dream God School sneered and struck out with his palm. A force that seemed both real and illusory collided with the spatial storm. Crack! The void shattered and a spatial storm exploded, causing the earth to tremble. The scorching heat waves engulfed many cultivators, causing their bodies to sway. Don't you think there's no need to use such petty tricks between us? The Dream God School's owner mocked. The Rock Gate's owner's cultivation was at the same level as his, but his overall strength was slightly weaker. This was also why the Dream God School had been the dominant force in the Black Domain all these years, while the Rock Gate had never been able to become a super first-rate force. Does the Dream God School really want to start a war with the Rock Gate? The Rock Gate's owner gritted his teeth and said coldly, "Whoosh!" The Dream God School's owner flung his sleeves, causing his clothes to flutter in the wind. Since the Rock Gate colluded with the corpse demon and betrayed the human race, you should have thought of this. You should be glad that the upper echelons of the human race didn't take the Rock Gate seriously, giving the Rock Gate a chance to breathe. Otherwise, the Rock Gate would have ceased to exist. In the vast primordial chaos, the human race reigned supreme. The leader of the human race was made up of countless human powerhouses. Everyone had a different division of labor, but their goal was the same: to protect the human race. Of course, as the strongest human powerhouses, they couldn't chase after the corpse demon, which was spread all over the primordial chaos. They only needed to keep an eye on the corpse demon's upper echelons and think of ways to destroy them. As for the other corpse demon, they would communicate with the other major forces to deal with them. As the dominant force in the Black Domain, the Dream God School naturally carried the banner of destroying the corpse demon. Of course, the Dream God School also had some selfish motives in this war. After all, the Rock Gate had always wanted to replace the Dream God School and become the true dominant force in the Black Domain. If they could destroy the Rock Gate, the Dream God School's position would be unshakable. Of course, this alone wasn't enough for the Dream God School to start a world-shaking war. The most important reason was still the corpse demon. Since ancient times, the human race and the corpse demon were irreconcilable enemies. In ancient times, the corpse demon massacred the human race. The entire primordial chaos was filled with rivers of blood, and countless lives were plunged into misery and suffering. The human race rose up and resisted. After much difficulty, they suppressed the corpse demon and took control of the primordial chaos. Naturally, they wouldn't give the corpse demon any chance to breathe. However, the corpse demon was a special race. Under the absolute suppression of the human race, it still managed to survive. Now, as long as it had anything to do with the corpse demon, it would definitely cause the human race to suppress it. Even now, the Rock Gate Master refused to admit that he was in cahoots with the corpse demon. You keep saying that the Rock Gate is in cahoots with the corpse demon. Do you have any evidence? Faced with the Rock Gate Master's questioning, the Dream God School Master muttered, "Humph." Lu Xingxing saw with his own eyes that your people from the Rock Gate went to the Black Abyss to find the corpse demon and discuss a plan. You still want to quibble? Lu Xingxing? The Rock Gate Master's lips curled up, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. What authority does his words have? Although Lu Xingxing was known as the god of wine, he wasn't worth mentioning in front of the Rock Gate Master. If the Dream God School can produce sufficient evidence to prove that the Rock Gate is in cahoots with the corpse demon, I will personally destroy the Rock Gate without you saying anything. But now, without evidence, you want me to surrender without a fight based on your conjectures? That's impossible. Even the supreme experts of the human race wouldn't act without evidence. The Rock Gate Master's aura became stronger and stronger. Signs of distortion appeared on his face, and scarlet light shot out from his eyes. The Rock Gate didn't even ask the Dream God School for an explanation. But you came here to destroy the Rock Gate. How laughable, he said coldly. Today, the entire Rock Gate will defend demonic Punk City to the death. Anyone who dares to step into demonic Punk City will be killed without mercy. Rumble. Thunder rumbled in the sky, and swords were drawn. The atmosphere in the void was extremely solemn. Whoosh! Right at this critical moment of imminent peril, a black shadow suddenly shot out explosively from the depths of Fiend Punk City. The Dream God Schoolmaster and the Rock Gate Master turned to look at the same time. That's the illusory divine sect master saw the black shadow shooting towards them. It was a corpse, and this corpse contained an extremely strong aura of the corpse demon. Corpse demon, Rock Gate Master, what do you have to say now? The Dream God Schoolmaster stomped his foot, and a terrifying power attacked him as he questioned loudly. The Rock Gate Master, didn't expect things to turn out this way. Die. The Rock Gate Master attacked first, and his body transformed into a dazzling black light, carrying endless power as he charged toward the Dream God Schoolmaster. The Rock Gate betrayed the human race and should be executed. As the Dream God Schoolmaster's voice fell, the mighty army charged into demonic Punk City. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 top experts instantly entered into an intense battle in the forbidden area of the back mountain. After several rounds of searching, Fong Chen arrived at the cave and saw the bronze coffin quietly placed there. He could hear the sounds of killing. It's an all-out war. Fong Chen said softly. He had killed the corpse demon with lightning speed and then thrown it into the sky. This was the fuse that triggered the all-out war. And at this moment, he didn't care about the war. His eyes were fixed on the bronze coffin. This bronze coffin isn't simple. I can feel a very strong, repulsive force. Fong Chen muttered. He carefully approached the bronze coffin, but he felt an invisible barrier obstructing his advance. Buzz! Around the bronze coffin, there were faint ripples of void space that seemed to be protecting it. Whoosh! Fong Chen waved his hand, and a series of hand seals slammed into the void. The barrier formed by the void ripples instantly shattered. In just an instant, the bronze coffin was clearly imprinted in his eyes. Dong, dong, dong. At this moment, the black hole bloodline in his body could no longer be suppressed and crazily rushed out of his body. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The mighty black hole bloodline circled above the bronze coffin like a mushroom cloud. Kacha! Chapter 3273. The bronze coffin was about 2 meters long and 1 meter tall. It was rectangular and seemed to have existed since ancient times. There were some complicated patterns on the coffin lid. As a talisman master, Fong Chen could tell at a glance that the patterns were very complicated and profound talismans. The closer he got to the coffin, the stronger the gravity became. It was as if the sky was falling. Fortunately, Fong Chen's physical body had reached the Emperor realm, so he was strong enough to resist the pressure. Crack! A crisp sound came from the bronze coffin. Fong Chen's gaze was instantly attracted. The bronze coffin moved. This meant that the emperor blood in the bronze coffin was also affected by the black hole bloodline and had undergone an abnormal change. Fong Chen licked his dry lips and said, "As expected of one of the strongest bloodlines in the world. It can even affect emperor blood." The black hole bloodline hovered above the bronze coffin like a mushroom cloud. It released a powerful bloodline power and constantly washed the bronze coffin. Buzz! The descending bloodline power made contact with the patterns on the coffin lid and exploded with a dazzling light. As time passed, the bronze coffin moved more and more. However, Fong Chen was troubled. He tried to use his Emperor Realm power to forcibly move the coffin lid. However, he found that the coffin lid was too heavy. He used all his strength, but couldn't move it. Whoosh! Heaving a sigh of relief, Fong Chen calmed down. What should I do? Although the black hole bloodline was suppressing the talisman power on the coffin lid, allowing him to move the lid without any distractions. However, The problem in front of him was that his Emperor Realm power couldn't move the coffin lid at all. What should he do? Countless methods flashed through Fang Chen's mind. However, in the end, he rejected all of them. In the outside world, the battle in Demonic Rock City had reached its climax. On the streets, blood flowed like rivers and corpses were piled up like mountains. After all, the Rock Gate's foundation was not as strong as the Dream God School's. After a fierce battle, it quickly showed signs of decline. Only the Rock Gate Lord was holding on bitterly. Bang! A heavy blow forced the Rock Gate's owner back. The latter's body was in a sorry state. It's time for everything to end. The head of the Dream God School said coldly, Rockgate, if you take the wrong path, you have to pay the price in blood. Damn it. The Rockgate Lord's face was ferocious as he roared in anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent. I'll kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, the Rockgate Lord stomped his foot, causing the entire void to tremble. Above his head, the terrifying power of the soul Tao condensed into a terrifying spear that pierced towards the master of the Dream God School. However, right at this moment, his heart shook, and he suddenly turned his head to look towards the depths of Devil Pung City. Boom! Overflowing hatred gushed out from the demon rock sect master's body. Someone is moving the bronze coffin. His figure flickered, wanting to head to the forbidden grounds. The Darch blood was the Rock Gate's last hope. If it was destroyed, the Rock Gate would be completely destroyed. Therefore, no matter what, he would not allow anyone to get close to the bronze coffin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye he was above the forbidden grounds in the back mountains. His powerful divine sense spread out and discovered Fang Qin. Damn you! A transcendent world lord actually wanted to obtain the Darch blood. What a joke! Boom, boom, boom. He slammed his palm down, and it was as if Mount Tai was crashing down. The terrifying palm print swooped down and enveloped Fang Qin. Rock Gate Lord, you can't escape. The Dream God School Lord's angry roar came from behind. At the same time, a powerful attack whistled through the air. Dong, dong, dong. The Rock Gate Lord and the Dream God School Lord once again engaged in an intense battle. Not good. Fang Qin sensed the majestic palm print swooping down. His heart trembled and he wanted to dodge. This was an all-out attack from an existence that surpassed the World King realm. It was so powerful that even if he activated his Darch realm body, he wouldn't be able to block it. His face was slightly pale. Under this attack, even if he didn't die, he would be severely injured. Hiss, hiss, hiss. However, just as he was panicking, the mushroom-shaped black hole bloodline suddenly erupted with the power of the black hole bloodline. This bloodline power carried with it endless power, forming a powerful barrier in the air and forcibly blocking the majestic palm print. Kacha! The majestic palm print was too powerful, and cracks appeared on the barrier. Seeing this, Fang Qin clenched his teeth and took a step forward, arriving above the copper coffin. Open! He used all his strength to lift the coffin lid. Kacha! The barrier in the sky had already shattered, and the majestic palm print swooped down. Fang Qin felt despair. Was he going to die here today? He wasn't willing. Fight! In a flash, a bold idea appeared in his mind. Gritting his teeth, he shook his wrist and crazily activated the black hole bloodline in his body, gathering it in his palm. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The power of the black hole bloodline gathered, and Fang Qin suddenly pointed his finger. Boom! When his finger touched the lid of the coffin, cracks began to appear on the talismans. In the blink of an eye, the talismans shattered into pieces. Bang! Fang Qin's body was directly overturned by the terrifying power and fell to the ground. The coffin lid was lifted, and a terrifying power rushed out of the bronze coffin. It fiercely hit the palm print that swooped down and shattered it easily. Seeing this, Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. However, his injured body couldn't hold on any longer, and he fell into a coma. Buzz! The reincarnation sword shuttle automatically appeared, releasing a powerful reincarnation sword light that enveloped Fong Qin and sucked him into the reincarnation sword realm. At the same time, the terrifying power in the bronze coffin gradually dissipated. A drop of bright red blood lay quietly in it. The reincarnation sword shuttle floated above the bronze coffin, and the power of reincarnation rushed down. Rip! The emperor blood disappeared. Everything that happened in the cave was too fast. Even the two peak powerhouses who were fighting fiercely didn't notice it. When the Rock Gate Lord saw the bronze coffin open and the emperor blood disappear, he went into a frenzy. Boom! 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 He continuously threw out a few punches, forcing the Dream God School Lord to retreat. Then he leaped into the cave. How is this possible? He shook his head frantically. The pressure of the bronze coffin had disappeared. In front of him was an ordinary bronze coffin. The interior was empty, and the emperor blood was nowhere to be seen. He knew better than anyone that the emperor blood had always been in the bronze coffin. That guy opened the bronze coffin. He couldn't believe that a transcendent world lord could open the bronze coffin. No, with his strength, once he gets close to the bronze coffin, his body will be crushed. I don't believe that he can open the bronze coffin. The emperor blood must have sensed that the Rock Gate was in danger, so it opened the bronze coffin to save the Rock Gate. Thinking of this, the Rock Gate Lord's eyes were filled with passion. His figure flashed, and he once again appeared in the void. He looked around, trying to find traces of the emperor blood, but he was disappointed. What he saw was a mountain of corpses, a dilapidated city, and hopeful eyes looking at him. Ah! He held his head with both hands and screamed crazily. The Rock Gate was destroyed because of him. He was a sinner. No, the Rock Gate will never be destroyed. As long as I'm here, the Rock Gate will always exist. After a short moment of madness, the Rock Gate Lord calmed down. The Dream God School Lord naturally wouldn't give him a chance. He attacked like lightning. Where there's life, there's hope. The disappearance of the emperor blood was a huge blow to the Rock Gate Lord. At this moment, he didn't want to continue fighting. All he wanted was to escape. Whoosh! 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 In the blink of an eye, the Rock Gate Lord disappeared into the horizon. I'll be back. An angry voice resounded through the sky. The expressions of the Demon Rock sect disciples who were in the midst of battle instantly changed greatly as they sank into despair. Has the Gate Master given up? Does the Gate Master not care about us anymore? Once they were in despair, they wouldn't be able to use their full strength. In an instant, the Dream God School had the absolute advantage and dominated the battle. The Dream God School Lord floated in midair, looking in the direction that the Rock Gate Lord had escaped. He lightly shook his head, as expected of a sect that used to be related to the Rock race. This speed is almost on par with the Rock race. The Dream God School Lord believed that in terms of speed, he wasn't as fast as the Rock Gate Lord. Therefore, he didn't give chase. As the saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy.